Humanity has reached a strange crossroads where we have mapped the neural pathways of the brain, yet lost the map to the human spirit. We treat the mind like a biological computer that needs debugging, ignoring the fact that the computer is housed within a temple. We have forgotten that the oldest civilizations on Earth spent millennia perfecting the art of internal navigation long before we had a name for psychology. It is time to bridge the gap between the clinician's office and the ancient sanctuary to reclaim a power that has been fragmented by the modern world. This journey is not merely about managing symptoms. It is about the radical reclamation of your sovereign self through a trans-temporal synthesis. To truly master the emotional landscape, one must be willing to walk between worlds, utilizing the precision of modern science and the depth of ancient wisdom. As you begin this ascent into higher understanding, consider aligning your path with the elevated within, where we forge the tools for this necessary transformation. By joining this collective, you commit to the arduous but rewarding work of self-transmutation and the pursuit of absolute emotional mastery. The modern mind is often a chaotic storm of reactivity, a relentless cycle of stimulus and response that leaves us feeling like victims of our own biology. We have been taught to look outward for solutions, seeking comfort in distractions or temporary fixes that never quite reach the root of our discontent. The secret to lasting peace does not lie in changing the world around us, but in changing the fundamental relationship we have with our own consciousness. This requires a marriage of the structural integrity found in cognitive behavioral therapy and the soulful depth of the mystical traditions. Science provides the skeleton of our understanding, offering a rigorous framework for how thoughts influence our physiology and behavior. It gives us the language of neuroplasticity and the mechanics of the nervous system, allowing us to see the gears of the machine in motion. However, a skeleton without a soul is a cold and lifeless thing, incapable of providing the meaning we crave. Mysticism provides the breath, the animation, and the sacred purpose that turns a psychological exercise into a spiritual initiation. We call this the alchemy of the mind, a process of taking the leaden weight of our heaviest emotions and refining them into the gold of wisdom. In the ancient world, the alchemists did not just work with metals. They worked with the very fabric of reality and the consciousness of the practitioner. They understood that the internal and external worlds are mirrors of one another, and that by purifying the mind, one could influence the universe. We are reviving this art by applying the structural tools of the modern age to the eternal truths of the past. At the heart of our modern psychological understanding is the cognitive model, a deceptively simple bridge that explains the architecture of our suffering. It posits that our feelings are not caused by external events, but by the interpretations we layer upon those events. A thought arises, often lightning fast, and beneath the level of conscious awareness, and it immediately triggers a cascade of emotional and physiological responses. These feelings then drive our behaviors, creating a feedback loop that can either trap us in misery or propel us toward growth. When you begin to observe this cycle, you realize that most of your life has been lived on autopilot, driven by programs you did not consciously choose. You react to a perceived slight with anger or to an uncertain future with anxiety because your cognitive software has been conditioned to do so. Cognitive behavioral therapy invites us to slow down this process, to catch the thought before it becomes a feeling, and to examine its validity with the cold eye of a scientist. It is a vital first step in breaking the chains of reactive living and reclaiming the power of choice. However, the limitation of a purely scientific approach is that it often keeps us trapped within the very mind we are trying to master. We become researchers of our own misery, analyzing our thoughts without ever truly stepping outside of them. This is where the mystical bridge becomes essential, offering a perspective that science is only beginning to touch upon. In the Vedantic and Hermetic traditions, there is a concept far more profound than the thinker of thoughts. There is the observer. The observer is the silent, unchanging awareness that sits behind the screen of the mind, watching the parade of thoughts, images, and sensations without being touched by them. While the cognitive model teaches us how to rearrange the furniture of the mind, the mystical tradition teaches us how to realize we are the house itself. This shift in perspective is the ultimate key to emotional mastery because it moves us from the role of the victim to the role of the witness. You are not the storm, You are the sky in which the storm occurs. Imagine standing on a train platform, watching the cars rush past you with incredible speed and noise. Each train represents a thought or an emotion. Some are bright and welcoming, while others are dark and intimidating. Most people spend their lives jumping onto every train that passes, being carried away to destinations they never intended to visit. They become the anger, they become the fear, and they become the exhaustion of the journey. The practice of the observer is the practice of staying on the platform. You acknowledge the train is there, you hear its whistle and feel the wind as it passes, but you do not board. You realize that the train is a temporary phenomenon, a passing event within the vastness of the station. By cultivating this detached awareness, you create a space between the stimulus and your response, a sacred gap where true freedom resides. In the Hermetic tradition, this is known as the mastery of the mental plane, where the practitioner learns to rise above the vibrations of the lower mind. They understood that the mind is a tool of the self, not the self itself, and that by identifying with the higher mind, one gains dominion over the lower impulses. This is not about suppressing emotion or denying the reality of your thoughts. It is about recognizing their transience. When you stop identifying with the content of your consciousness, the content loses its power to control you. The Vedantic sages spoke of the Atman, the true self that is distinct from the ego and the intellect. They taught that our suffering arises from a case of mistaken identity, where we believe we are the limited, fragile ego that is constantly under threat. When we shift our identity to the observer, we tap into a source of peace that is not dependent on external circumstances. We begin to see that our thoughts are like clouds passing over a mountain. The clouds may be dark and heavy, but the mountain remains unmoved. This synthesis allows us to use the cognitive model as a map of the terrain while using the observer as the compass that keeps us centered. We can use the logic of the clinical mind to deconstruct our biases and distortions, but we do so from the vantage point of the spiritual master. This prevents the work from becoming a dry, intellectual exercise and turns it into a living, breathing path of liberation. We are not just fixing a broken brain, we are awakening a sleeping soul. The alchemy of the mind requires a willingness to face the raw materials of our experience without flinching. We must take the leaden thoughts of unworthiness, the heavy sensations of grief, and the volatile fires of rage and place them into the crucible of awareness. Through the heat of focused attention and the solvent of objective observation, these base elements begin to break down. They lose their solidity and their ability to define our reality, eventually transforming into the clear light of understanding. Absolute emotional mastery is not the absence of emotion, but the presence of an unbreakable center. It is the ability to feel the full spectrum of human experience, the heights of joy and the depths of sorrow, without ever losing sight of the space in which they occur. It is the realization that you are the vast, silent ocean, and the emotions are merely ripples on the surface. No matter how violent the waves may become, the depths of your being remain in a state of eternal stillness. As we move forward, we will explore the specific mechanisms by which the mind creates its own illusions and how we can use ancient techniques to pierce the veil. We will learn to use the logic of the soul to dismantle the structures of anxiety and depression, and we will discover how to regulate our biology to support our spiritual evolution. The bridge has been built, and the path is clear for those who are ready to walk it. Remember that the transformation you seek is already present within you, waiting to be revealed. The tools of science and the wisdom of magic are simply the means by which we strip away the layers of conditioning that have obscured your true nature. You are the architect of your internal world and the master of your emotional destiny. The work of the alchemist is the work of a lifetime, but it begins with a single, conscious breath and the decision to stop being the thought and start being the space. Your mind is a laboratory of infinite potential, and the synthesis we are undertaking is the ultimate experiment in human flourishing. By merging the structural with the mystical, we create a practice that is both grounded and transcendent, capable of weathering any storm the world may throw our way. This is the promise of the trans-temporal approach, a mind that is as sharp as a diamond and a heart that is as vast as the cosmos. As you move through your day, begin to notice the trains passing through your station. Observe the thoughts that try to pull you into the past or push you into the future, and practice the gentle art of staying on the platform. Feel the sensations in your body without labeling them as good or bad, simply allowing them to be what they are. In that simple act of observation, you are already beginning to transmute your experience. The mastery we speak of is not a destination you reach, but a state of being you inhabit. It is a continuous process of refinement, a constant returning to the center whenever the world pulls you off balance. With each moment of awareness, you strengthen the observer and weaken the grip of the reactive ego. You are reclaiming your throne as the sovereign of your internal kingdom, and the gold of your true self is beginning to shine through the lead of your old conditioning. This is the alchemy of the mind, the sacred marriage of science and spirit, and the path to a life of profound emotional freedom. The ancient masters are walking beside the modern healers, and together they are showing us the way home to ourselves. The journey has only just begun, and the heights we will reach are limited only by our willingness to see beyond the illusions of the thinking mind. The world you perceive around you is not a direct recording of reality, but a sophisticated hallucination constructed by the architecture of your own mind. We move through our lives believing that our eyes are windows, yet they function more like projectors, casting the internal colors of our biases onto the blank canvas of existence. This fundamental misunderstanding of our own perception is the root of all psychological suffering and the primary obstacle to spiritual liberation. In the ancient Vedic traditions, this grand cosmic deception is known as Maya, the veil of illusion that obscures the unified truth of the universe. Maya is not a lie in the sense of a malicious falsehood, but rather a creative power that allows the infinite to experience itself as the finite. When we fail to recognize the presence of this veil, we become lost in the drama of our own making, mistaking the shadows on the wall for the objects that cast them. We react to the world as if it were an objective, unchanging truth, unaware that our internal filters are constantly distorting the data we receive. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy provides us with a clinical map of these distortions, identifying the specific ways in which our thinking becomes warped and irrational. By merging the mystical understanding of Maya with the precise identification of cognitive distortions, we gain the ability to see through the illusion and reclaim our seat as the sovereign observer. This is the first step in the great work of emotional mastery, learning to recognize the smudges on the lens through which we view the world. Consider the classic Vedic analogy of the snake and the rope, which perfectly illustrates how the mind creates a terrifying reality out of a harmless truth. A person walking down a path at dusk sees a coiled shape in the grass and immediately recoils in terror, their heart racing and their breath catching as they perceive a venomous snake. The fear they feel is real, their physiological response is real, and the danger they perceive is, for that moment, their entire reality. However, when a light is shown upon the path, they realize that the object is merely a length of discarded rope, and the entire structure of their fear collapses instantly. The snake was never there, yet it dictated their entire internal state because of a momentary failure in perception. This is the essence of Maya operating within the cognitive framework of the modern mind. We are constantly encountering ropes in our daily lives, a missed phone call, a critical remark from a colleague, an unexpected bill, and our minds instantly transform them into venomous snakes. We do not react to the event itself, but to the distorted image we have projected onto it, and we suffer because we believe our projections are the truth. Cognitive behavioral therapy calls this process catastrophizing, a distortion where the mind leaps to the worst possible conclusion and treats it as an inevitable certainty. It is the architect of unnecessary anxiety, building a funeral for a future that hasn't even happened yet. When you catastrophize, you are essentially trapped in a nightmare of your own creation, fueled by the ancient survival mechanisms of the brain that prioritize threat detection over accurate perception. The mind believes it is protecting you by preparing for the worst, but it is actually draining your vitality by forcing you to live through a tragedy that exists only in your imagination. From the perspective of the mystic, you have allowed the veil of Maya to become so thick that you can no longer see the light of the present moment. You have forgotten that the snake is a projection, and the rope is the only thing that truly exists. To break this cycle, you must learn to shine the light of objective awareness onto the coiled shapes of your thoughts. Another powerful mechanism of the illusion is the trap of black and white thinking, also known as all-or-nothing reasoning or dualistic perception. This distortion forces the vast, nuanced spectrum of human experience into two rigid categories: success or failure, good or evil, lovable or worthless. It is a primitive form of processing that seeks certainty in an uncertain world, but it does so at the cost of your emotional stability. When you are caught in this binary, a single mistake does not just mean you have erred. It means you are a failure. A single moment of rejection does not just mean a connection has missed its mark. It means you are fundamentally unlovable. This dualism is the very opposite of the Zen concept of right perception, which invites us to see things exactly as they are without the interference of our judgmental labels. In the Zen tradition, there is a profound emphasis on suchness, the quality of being exactly what a thing is, devoid of the stories we tell about it. When we practice right perception, we see that a person is neither purely good nor purely evil, but a complex, shifting mosaic of motivations and experiences. We see that a situation is neither a total disaster nor a perfect triumph, but a temporary configuration of events with infinite possibilities. By releasing the need to categorize everything into opposing poles, we dissolve the tension that fuels our internal conflicts. The illusion of Maya is further reinforced by the mental filter, a distortion where the mind focuses exclusively on a single negative detail while ignoring the entirety of the positive context. It is like wearing glasses that only allow the color red to pass through. Eventually, you begin to believe that the entire world is red, and you forget that the blue sky and green trees ever existed. You might receive a glowing performance review at work, but if your manager mentions one small area for improvement, your mind fixates on that single sentence until it eclipses all the praise. You disqualify the positive, treating your successes as flukes or accidents while viewing your flaws as your true essence. This filtering process is a form of spiritual amnesia, where we lose sight of our inherent worth and the abundance of the universe because we have become obsessed with a single shadow. The mystic understands that this is the ego's way of maintaining its story of lack and separation. The ego thrives on the feeling of being incomplete, and it will use every cognitive distortion at its disposal to keep you from realizing your wholeness. By identifying the mental filter, you begin to realize that your depression or your sense of inadequacy is not a reflection of reality, but a result of a selective and biased data collection process. You are not seeing the whole picture, and therefore your conclusions about yourself and the world are fundamentally flawed. We also find the illusion at work in the distortion of emotional reasoning, where we assume that our feelings are infallible evidence of the truth. I feel like an idiot, therefore I must be an idiot. I feel like something bad is going to happen, therefore a catastrophe is imminent. This is a complete reversal of the actual relationship between thought and emotion, placing the driver's seat of your life in the hands of your most volatile and transient states. Feelings are the weather of the soul, constantly shifting and changing in response to internal and external pressures, yet we treat them as if they were the bedrock of our existence. The ancient masters taught that the wise person is one who observes their emotions without being governed by them, recognizing that a feeling is merely a ripple on the surface of the mind. When you engage in emotional reasoning, you are mistaking the ripple for the ocean itself. You are allowing the temporary turbulence of your nervous system to dictate your identity and your destiny. Cognitive mastery requires you to challenge this assumption, to look at a feeling of worthlessness and say, I am feeling this way right now, but that does not make it a fact. This simple act of naming the emotion and decoupling it from the truth is a profound act of liberation that begins to tear the veil of Maya. The architecture of illusion is also built upon the foundation of should statements, those internal demands we place upon ourselves, others, and the universe. We believe that life should be fair, that people should act according to our expectations, and that we should never make mistakes or feel pain. These shoulds are the primary source of our resentment and our self-loathing, because they represent a refusal to accept reality as it is. We are attempting to impose our limited, egoic will upon the vast and complex flow of the Tao, and the result is always suffering. Every should is a brick in the wall that separates us from the peace of the present moment. In the mystical path, the antidote to these rigid demands is the cultivation of radical acceptance and the recognition that the universe operates according to its own inscrutable laws, not our personal preferences. This does not mean we become passive or indifferent, but that we stop wasting our energy fighting against what already is. When we replace should with is, we align ourselves with the truth of the moment, and from that place of alignment, we can take effective action. We move from being a frustrated judge of reality to being a conscious participant in its unfolding. We realize that the frustration we feel is not caused by the world's failure to meet our standards, but by our own attachment to those standards. To truly master the emotional landscape, we must also confront the distortion of personalization, where we take responsibility for events that are entirely outside of our control. We believe that if someone is in a bad mood, it must be because of something we did, or if a project fails, it is a direct reflection of our personal inadequacy. This is the ego's grandiosity in reverse. It wants to be the center of the universe so badly that it would rather be the cause of all problems than be an incidental witness to them. Personalization keeps us in a state of constant hypervigilance, forever trying to manage the unmanageable and fix the unfixable. The mystical perspective offers a cure for this exhausting burden by reminding us of our interconnectedness and our relative insignificance within the grand tapestry of existence. You are a thread in the loom, not the weaver of the entire fabric. Most of what happens in the world, and most of the reactions people have nothing to do with you and everything to do with their own internal veils of Maya. When you stop personalizing, you are finally free to let others have their own experiences without feeling the need to intervene or apologize for your existence. You realize that you are not the sun around which all planets revolve, and in that realization, there is an immense and quiet relief. To begin the practical application of these insights, we utilize a technique called the lens check, a systematic process of cross-referencing your internal state with the known cognitive distortions. Whenever you find yourself gripped by a heavy emotion, whether it be a sudden drop in mood, a spike in anxiety, or a wave of anger, you pause and treat that feeling as a signal to examine your lenses. You do not try to push the feeling away or argue with it directly. Instead, you ask yourself which of the 10 primary distortions are currently active in your mind. Are you seeing a snake where there is only a rope? Are you filtering out the light to focus on a single shadow? This exercise is a form of mental alchemy, where you take the raw, leaden weight of a negative emotion and begin to break it down into its constituent parts. As you identify the distortions, you will notice that the intensity of the emotion begins to diminish, as if the air is being let out of a balloon. You are moving from the role of the victim of the thought to the role of the scientist observing the thought. You might realize that your current despair is being fueled by a combination of overgeneralization and emotional reasoning, and that realization alone creates the space necessary for a new perspective to emerge. You are no longer lost in the illusion. You are watching the illusion as it happens. The lens check is not a one-time fix, but a perpetual practice of hygiene for the soul. Just as you wash your face or brush your teeth, you must regularly clear the debris from your mental perception to prevent the buildup of Maya. Over time, you will begin to recognize your own favorite distortions, the specific patterns of thought that your mind tends to fall into when it is under stress. Some will be prone to the fire of catastrophizing, while others will be drawn to the cold isolation of black and white thinking. By knowing your own architecture, you become much harder to deceive, and the illusions that once held you captive begin to lose their power. This process of deconstruction is essential because the mind cannot be trusted to report the truth until it has been trained to do so. We are born into a world of shadows, and we are conditioned from childhood to accept those shadows as reality. The society around us is built upon the collective distortions of billions of people, all reinforcing each other's illusions in a feedback loop of suffering. To break free from this collective Maya, you must be willing to question everything you think you know about yourself and the world. You must become a rebel in the kingdom of your own consciousness, refusing to accept the dictates of your conditioned thoughts. As you become more proficient at the lens check, you will discover that the space between the thought and the reaction grows wider. You will start to see the distortion as it arises, catching it in the act before it has the chance to trigger a full emotional response. You see the thought, "I am a failure," and you instantly recognize it as a labeling distortion, allowing it to pass through your awareness like a cloud without leaving a trace of self-loathing behind. You see the thought, "This will never get better," and you identify it as fortune-telling, returning your focus to the only reality that exists, the eternal present. This is the beginning of the sovereign mind, a state where you are no longer at the mercy of the biological and cultural programs that have run your life for so long. You are reclaiming the power of perception, and in doing so, you are reclaiming your life. The world has not changed, the challenges you face have not disappeared, but your relationship to them has been fundamentally transformed. You are no longer a character in a play who believes the drama is real. You are the actor who knows the stage is temporary and the script is subject to change. The mastery of the architecture of illusion is not about achieving a state of perpetual happiness, but about achieving a state of perpetual clarity. It is about being able to see through the fog of your own mind even when the storm is at its peak. When the veil of Maya is thin, the light of your true nature can shine through, illuminating the path ahead with the brilliance of unconditioned awareness. You begin to see the beauty in the complexity, the wisdom in the pain, and the unity in the diversity of the world. The ropes remain ropes, and the snakes are revealed for the phantoms they are. This clarity is the prerequisite for all further spiritual and psychological growth. Without it, every technique we use and every insight we gain will eventually be co-opted by the ego and turned into another form of illusion. We must first learn to see truly before we can learn to act wisely. The work of identifying distortions is the work of clearing the ground so that the temple of the sovereign self can be built on a foundation of truth rather than a foundation of shadows. You are learning to trust your awareness more than your thoughts, and in that trust, you find the first taste of real freedom. As we deepen this practice, we move beyond the mere identification of errors and into the active reconstruction of our internal world. We are not just removing the smudges, we are learning to polish the lens until it becomes a perfect mirror of the divine. This requires a level of honesty and courage that few possess, for it means admitting that much of what we have built our lives upon is a fabrication. It means letting go of the comfort of our grievances and the safety of our victimhood. But for those who are willing to face the truth, the reward is a mind that is no longer a prison, but a gateway to the infinite. The architecture of illusion is vast and complex, but it is ultimately a house of cards that cannot stand against the steady wind of conscious attention. Every time you perform a lens check, every time you choose to see the rope instead of the snake, you are dealing a blow to the structures of your own suffering. You are training your brain to align with reality rather than against it, and you are training your soul to remember its origin. The journey toward absolute emotional mastery is a journey out of the hall of mirrors and into the open air of the real world. The path forward requires us to use the very tools of reason that the mind often uses to deceive us, turning them instead toward the service of the soul. We must become masters of the logic of our own internal landscape, using the precision of our intellect to dismantle the irrationalities that bind us. This is the marriage of the scientist and the mystic, where the rigor of the clinical approach meets the depth of the spiritual quest. We are no longer satisfied with merely feeling better. We want to know what is true. And in the pursuit of that truth, we find a peace that surpasses all understanding, a peace that is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of an unshakable clarity. To dismantle the architecture of illusion, we must introduce a rigorous form of spiritual justice into the internal landscape. We move now from the observation of the veil to the active cross-examination of the thoughts that weave it. This is the realm where the ancient Socratic method meets the precision of cognitive behavioral therapy, transforming the mind into a courtroom where truth is the only acceptable verdict. We are no longer passive victims of our mental narratives. We are the relentless prosecutors of our own irrationality. By applying the logic of the soul, we begin to separate the objective reality of our circumstances from the subjective fantasies of our suffering. The Socratic method is often misunderstood as a mere intellectual exercise, a way of winning arguments through clever wordplay. In its original mystical context, however, it was a form of soul surgery designed to strip away the false beliefs that block our access to the divine. When we apply this to our emotional lives, we begin to treat every distressing thought as a witness that must be interrogated. When a thought like "I am not enough" or "the world is against me" arises, we do not accept it as a fact. Instead, we demand evidence, asking the thought to prove its existence and its validity under the unwavering light of reason. This internal interrogation is the foundation of the cognitive behavioral bridge known as Socratic questioning. We ask ourselves what evidence exists to support this thought, and more importantly, what evidence exists to contradict it. We look for the logical fallacies that we have inherited from our biology and our upbringing, searching for the gaps in our own reasoning. This is not about positive thinking or lying to ourselves to feel better. It is about the radical pursuit of what is actually true. When we find that a thought has no basis in reality, its emotional power begins to evaporate, leaving behind a clear space where the sovereign self can breathe. The goal of this logic is not to create a cold or unfeeling mind, but to create a mind that is no longer a slave to its own shadows. We are seeking a state of mental clarity where our emotions are informed by truth rather than by distortions. In the ancient world, the Stoics called this the development of the ruling faculty, the part of the soul that is capable of making correct judgments about the world. They understood that our character is determined by the quality of our thoughts, and that by refining our logic, we are refining our very essence. This is reason used as a sacred tool, a divine spark that allows us to navigate the darkness of the human condition with an internal lantern. Central to this mastery is the fundamental realization that the world is divided into two distinct realms: things that are up to us and things that are not. This is the dichotomy of control, the most powerful filter ever devised for the human psyche. Most of our emotional agony comes from an attempt to exert our will over things that lie outside of our power. We worry about the opinions of others, the movements of the economy, the inevitable passage of time, and the actions of those who do not share our values. We pour our energy into a void, trying to control the uncontrollable, and we wonder why we feel exhausted and defeated. The logic of the soul demands that we draw a sharp, uncompromising line between our internal domain and the external world. Our thoughts, our intentions, our desires, and our own actions are within our power. Everything else is a matter of indifference. This does not mean that external events do not matter or that we should not care about the world around us. It means that we recognize that our peace of mind cannot be dependent on things that we do not govern. When we tether our happiness to external outcomes, we are handing the keys to our kingdom to a chaotic and unpredictable universe. By practicing this separation, we create an internal citadel that no storm can penetrate. We begin to see that while we cannot control what happens to us, we have absolute authority over how we interpret what happens to us. This is the essence of cognitive reframing, where we take a challenging event and strip it of its emotional charge by viewing it through the lens of the dichotomy of control. If a situation is outside of our power, we accept it as a natural phenomenon, like the rain or the shifting of the tides. We save our energy for the one thing we truly own, our response to the moment. This practice requires the development of what the Stoics called the pracharan, or the ready-to-hand principles. These are short, potent logical truths that we keep at the forefront of our minds, ready to be deployed the instant a cognitive distortion appears. They are like a spiritual medicine chest or a mental martial art, providing us with the tools to stabilize ourselves in real time. When we feel the onset of anger or anxiety, we do not wait for the emotion to overwhelm us. We immediately reach for a principle that reminds us of the truth. We say to ourselves that this event is not a tragedy unless I choose to view it as one, or that this person's insult is merely a vibration in the air that cannot touch my character. The pracharan turns philosophy from a dry academic subject into a living, breathing shield for the heart. It is the practical application of logic to the messiness of human life, ensuring that we are never caught off guard by the vagaries of fate. In cognitive behavioral therapy, this is mirrored in the use of coping statements and cognitive rehearsals, where we prepare the mind for future challenges by reinforcing healthy thought patterns. By merging these two traditions, we create a system of emotional defense that is both scientifically grounded and spiritually profound. We are training our minds to reflexively return to the center, no matter how hard the world tries to pull us away. To use reason as a spiritual practice is to recognize that our suffering is almost always a result of a logical error. We have misidentified a preference as a necessity, or we have mistaken a temporary setback for a permanent catastrophe. Socratic questioning allows us to find the specific point where our logic failed and to correct the mistake before it becomes a deep-seated emotional wound. We become scientists of our own consciousness, constantly testing our hypotheses about the world and discarding those that do not hold up to scrutiny. This is a form of purification that leaves the mind sharp, resilient, and incredibly quiet. Imagine the freedom of walking through a world where you no longer feel the need to argue with reality. You see things exactly as they are, without the added weight of your own judgments or the frantic need to change what cannot be changed. You realize that your frustration is not caused by the traffic, the weather, or the difficult person in front of you, but by your own belief that these things should be different than they are. When you drop the belief, the frustration vanishes, and you are left with the simple reality of the present moment. This is the peace that comes from the perfect alignment of the mind with the truth of the universe. This alignment is the ultimate goal of the logic of the soul. It is not a state of apathy, but a state of intense, focused engagement with life. When we are no longer distracted by the noise of our own irrationality, we can devote our full attention to our dharma, our right action in the world. We move with a sense of purpose and clarity that is impossible for the reactive mind to achieve. We are no longer fighting against the flow of the Tao, we are moving with it, using our reason to navigate the currents with grace and skill. We are the masters of our internal domain, and because of that, we are truly free. The Socratic method also teaches us the value of intellectual humility, the recognition that much of what we think we know is actually just a collection of unexamined opinions. By constantly questioning our own assumptions, we remain open to new insights and deeper levels of understanding. We stop being defensive about our beliefs and start being curious about the truth. This openness is a prerequisite for emotional mastery, as it allows us to let go of the rigid mental structures that keep us trapped in old patterns of behavior. We become like water, fluid and adaptable, able to take the shape of whatever container life places us in without losing our essential nature. In the courtroom of the mind, the judge is the higher self, the part of us that is connected to the universal reason that governs all things. This higher self does not judge with cruelty or shame, but with a firm and loving commitment to the truth. It recognizes that our mistakes are simply errors in calculation, not flaws in our being. When we identify a cognitive distortion, the judge does not punish us. It simply points to the error and invites us to correct it. This compassionate logic is the key to healing the deep-seated wounds of the psyche, as it replaces the harsh voice of the inner critic with the clear and supportive voice of the sage. As we master the dichotomy of control, we discover that our sphere of influence is actually much larger than we previously thought. By focusing all of our energy on the things we can control, we become incredibly effective in those areas. We stop wasting time on resentment and start investing time in self-refinement. We find that our actions have more power and our words have more weight because they are rooted in a mind that is centered and clear. We become a source of stability for others, a calm presence in the midst of a chaotic world. Our mastery of our own emotions becomes a gift that we offer to the collective, a demonstration of what is possible when a human being lives in alignment with the logic of the soul. The practice of the pracharan also helps us to bridge the gap between our highest ideals and our daily reality. It is easy to be a philosopher in a quiet room, but the true test of our logic comes when we are stuck in traffic, dealing with a difficult family member, or facing a personal crisis. The ready-to-hand principles act as a tether, pulling us back to our center when the world threatens to sweep us away. They remind us that every challenge is an opportunity to practice our virtues and to strengthen our ruling faculty. We begin to welcome difficulties as the raw material for our own growth, knowing that we have the tools to transmute them into wisdom. This trans-temporal synthesis of Stoicism and CBT provides us with a framework for living that is both ancient and modern, mystical and practical. It gives us the language to describe our internal experience and the techniques to change it. We are no longer wandering in the dark, hoping for a reprieve from our suffering. We have a map and a compass, and we know exactly how to use them. The logic of the soul is the path to absolute emotional mastery, a journey that leads us out of the labyrinth of illusion and into the sunlight of the real world. We are reclaiming our birthright as rational, sovereign beings, capable of facing any destiny with an unshakable heart. Every thought you think is a brick in the temple of your life. If your thoughts are crooked and distorted, the temple will be unstable and prone to collapse. But if your thoughts are aligned with the truth, your temple will be a place of beauty and strength, a sanctuary that can withstand any storm. The work of the internal prosecutor is to ensure that every brick is sound, every measurement is accurate, and every foundation is solid. This is the great work of self-construction, the alchemy of turning the lead of our confusion into the gold of our clarity. It is a lifelong process of refinement, a constant returning to the scales of justice to ensure that we are living in truth. As you move through the world, carry the dichotomy of control with you like a sacred blade, cutting through the entanglements of the ego and the world. When you feel the pull of an external event, ask yourself if it is up to you. If it is not, let it go with the grace of a falling leaf. If it is, engage it with the full power of your being. This simple distinction is the secret to a life of profound peace and effective action. You are the architect of your own character, and your logic is the tool with which you carve your destiny. The logic of the soul is not a burden. It is the wings that allow you to rise above the limitations of the lower mind. The Socratic cross-examination of the self is the highest form of prayer, a humble and persistent search for the divine truth that resides within the heart of every human being. It is the process of stripping away everything that is not you until only the essential remains. In that state of essentiality, you find that you are not the victim of your history or the prisoner of your biology. You are the observer, the judge, and the creator of your own experience. The veil of Maya is thin, and the light of reason is bright. Walk forward with the confidence of one who knows the truth, and let the logic of your soul be your guide in all things. The most brilliant logic and the sharpest cognitive clarity can still be rendered useless if the biological vessel is in a state of high alert panic. You may understand the fallacy of your fears and the distortions in your thinking, yet your heart continues to hammer against your ribs and your breath remains shallow and jagged. This is because the mind is the software of your existence, but the body is the hardware that sustains the signal. If the hardware is overheating or malfunctioning, the most sophisticated programs will eventually crash under the weight of physiological distress. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, we must move beyond the courtroom of the mind and enter the engine room of the nervous system. The bridge between the psychological and the biological is the vagus nerve, a sprawling network of fibers that serves as the great communicator of the human temple. It is the primary component of the parasympathetic nervous system, responsible for the rest and digest functions that allow for recovery and integration. When this nerve is toned and active, it acts as a cooling system for the fires of the limbic brain, signaling to every organ that the threat has passed. In ancient traditions, this internal pathway was recognized not through dissection, but through the profound somatic experiences of deep meditation and rhythmic movement. The mystics understood that by manipulating the breath, they could play the nervous system like a finely tuned instrument. In the clinical world, we see the failure of this hardware most clearly in the manifestation of panic disorder and generalized anxiety. Here, the body has become hypersensitive to its own internal signals, creating a feedback loop where a slight increase in heart rate is interpreted as a sign of impending doom. This is known as interoceptive awareness gone wrong, where the mind misreads the biological data and triggers a full-scale survival response. Cognitive behavioral therapy addresses this by teaching the individual to regulate their physiology before attempting to restructure their thoughts. We use the body to prove to the mind that it is safe, creating a foundation of stability upon which logic can finally take root. The most potent tool for this regulation is the breath, the only vital function that sits at the intersection of the conscious and the unconscious. You breathe automatically while you sleep, yet you can also choose to change the depth and rhythm of your inhalation at any moment. This makes the breath a direct hack into the autonomic nervous system, a way to manually override the flight or fight response. By extending the exhale, You are literally pulling the brake on your heart rate and stimulating the vagus nerve to release calming neurotransmitters. This is the physiological basis of what the yogis called pranayama, the science of life force extension. Pranayama is not merely deep breathing. It is the conscious direction of energy through the rhythmic control of the respiratory cycle. The ancient practitioners discovered that different patterns of breath produce different states of consciousness and emotional frequencies. A rapid, forceful breath could ignite the internal fire and sharpen the intellect, while a slow, alternate nostril breath could balance the hemispheres of the brain and induce profound peace. They viewed the breath as the thread that connects the physical body to the subtle layers of the soul. By mastering the thread, they gained the ability to navigate the entire tapestry of human experience without becoming lost in the fray. In the Taoist tradition, this mastery was further refined through the practice of the inner smile combined with rhythmic breathing. This technique involves directing a soft, radiant energy toward the internal organs while maintaining a slow and steady breath. It is a form of somatic compassion, where the practitioner acknowledges the hard work of the liver, the heart, and the lungs, offering them a frequency of gratitude and relaxation. This prevents the buildup of stagnant emotional energy, which the Taoists believed was the root cause of both physical illness and mental instability. It turns the act of breathing into a continuous ritual of self-healing and internal harmonization. When we merge these mystical insights with modern clinical practice, we arrive at a level of physiological mastery that is both scientific and sacred. We realize that the feeling of anxiety is not a personal failure, but a biological event that can be managed with precision. Instead of fighting the feeling, we use the breath to change the chemical environment in which the feeling exists. We shift the pH of the blood, regulate the levels of carbon dioxide, and send a clear message to the amygdala that the emergency is over. This is the hardware fix that allows the software of the mind to reboot and function with clarity. The practice of box breathing is one of the most effective ways to achieve this state of biological equilibrium. It is a 4-part cycle that involves inhaling, holding, exhaling, and holding again, all for an equal count of time. This structure creates a square of stability that anchors the nervous system and prevents the mind from drifting into the past or the future. The initial inhale brings in the raw material of life, while the hold allows for the full absorption and integration of that energy. The exhale is the conscious release of tension and waste, and the final hold is the entry into the void, the space of pure potential between breaths. As you engage in box breathing, you can layer a micro-meditation on the heart center to deepen the mystical resonance of the exercise. Imagine that with every inhale, you are drawing light into the very center of your chest, and with every hold, that light is intensifying and expanding. On the exhale, you radiate that warmth throughout your entire body, softening the muscles and calming the nerves. During the final hold at the empty point, you rest in the silent stillness of your own being, recognizing that you are the space in which the breath occurs. This synthesis turns a simple physiological tool into a profound act of spiritual alignment. This practice is particularly effective during the onset of a panic attack or a high-stress encounter, as it provides an immediate anchor for the drifting mind. When the world feels like it is spinning out of control, the 4 corners of the box provide a boundary and a sense of order. You are no longer at the mercy of the chaotic external environment or the volatile internal sensations. You are the architect of your own rhythm, the conductor of your own biological symphony. By focusing on the mechanics of the breath, you withdraw your attention from the stories of the ego and return it to the reality of the present moment. The vagus nerve responds to this rhythmic consistency by shifting the body from a state of defense to a state of connection. This is the biological prerequisite for empathy, creativity, and higher reasoning. When we are in survival mode, our perception narrows and we see only threats and obstacles. When we are in a state of vagal tone, our perception expands and we see opportunities and connections. We move from the isolation of the ego to the integration of the soul. The breath is the bridge that allows us to make this crossing at will, transforming our internal state from a battlefield into a sanctuary. We must also understand the concept of the space between the breaths, which the mystics referred to as the point of zero-point energy. In the pause after the exhale, the lungs are empty, the mind is still, and for a brief moment, the heart rate slows to its minimum. This is the gap where the observer resides, the silent witness that is untouched by the dramas of the personality. By lengthening this pause, we train ourselves to become comfortable with the void, the place where nothing is happening and everything is possible. This is the ultimate cure for the modern obsession with constant activity and the fear of silence. The Taoist inner smile adds a layer of emotional intelligence to this process by transforming the quality of our internal attention. Most people treat their bodies like a machine to be used or a problem to be solved, often ignoring the subtle signals of distress until they become loud enough to cause pain. The inner smile invites us to look inward with the eyes of a loving creator, recognizing the sacred intelligence that keeps our hearts beating and our cells regenerating. This shift from judgment to appreciation has a profound effect on the nervous system, as it replaces the chemistry of stress with the chemistry of belonging. You are no longer at war with your own biology. You are its most dedicated ally. This physiological work is the essential foundation for the cognitive restructuring we have already explored. You cannot argue with a thought if your body is convinced you are dying. The survival instinct will always win that battle. But once the body is calm, the thoughts lose their urgency and their perceived truth. You can look at a catastrophizing thought and see it for what it is, a ghost in the machine, because your heart is steady and your breath is deep. The logic of the soul is only accessible when the hardware of the body is functioning in a state of grace. The mastery of the breath also provides us with a way to process suppressed emotional energy that has been stored in the tissues of the body. We often hold our breath when we experience something painful or overwhelming, effectively trapping that energy in our musculature and our fascia. Rhythmic breathing acts as a gentle solvent, breaking up these energetic blockages and allowing the old emotions to finally move through and out of the system. This is why people often experience sudden releases of tears or laughter during deep breathing exercises. The body is finally finishing the processing of a long-forgotten event. We are clearing the pipes of the human temple so that the life force can flow without obstruction. As we refine our ability to regulate our hardware, we begin to notice the subtle interplay between our environment and our internal state. We see how certain sounds, colors, or people trigger a subtle tightening in the chest or a shift in the breathing pattern. Instead of reacting unconsciously to these triggers, we use our mastery of the vagus nerve to maintain our equilibrium. We breathe through the tension, smiling into the discomfort until it dissolves back into the flow of awareness. We become the thermostat of our own experience, rather than the thermometer that merely reflects the temperature of the room. This level of mastery requires a daily commitment to the maintenance of the vessel. Just as a musician tunes their instrument before every performance, we must tune our nervous system every morning before we engage with the world. A few minutes of box breathing and the inner smile can set the tone for the entire day, creating a reservoir of calm that we can draw upon when things become difficult. We are building the habit of physiological resilience, ensuring that our default state is one of peace rather than one of reactivity. This is the practical alchemy of the body, the transformation of biological stress into spiritual vitality. The breath is also the key to unlocking the higher states of consciousness described in the mystical texts. By slowing the respiratory rate to a certain threshold, we begin to shift the brainwave patterns from the busy beta state to the relaxed alpha and deep theta states. In these states, the boundaries of the ego become porous, and we can access the intuitive wisdom of the subconscious mind. We are no longer limited by the linear logic of the intellect. We can perceive the underlying unity of all things and the sacred patterns of the universe. The breath is the ladder that allows us to descend into the depths of our being and ascend to the heights of our potential. In the context of absolute emotional mastery, the breath serves as the ultimate anchor. No matter what is happening in your life, whether you are facing a professional crisis, a personal loss, or a moment of intense joy, your breath is always with you. It is the one constant in a world of change, a reliable source of stability and truth. When you return to the breath, you return to yourself. You step out of the illusion of time and into the reality of the now, where all power resides. The vagus nerve is the physical cord that keeps you connected to this power, ensuring that you are never truly lost. The synthesis of pranayama and the inner smile represents a complete system for the management of the human energy field. We are using the mechanical power of the lungs to drive the electrical activity of the nervous system and the magnetic power of the heart to influence the quality of our consciousness. This is a holistic approach that honors the complexity of our nature, recognizing that we are simultaneously biological organisms and spiritual beings. We are not trying to transcend the body, but to divinize it, turning the flesh into a worthy vessel for the light of the soul. The hardware is not an obstacle to our growth. It is the very medium through which our growth is expressed. As you continue to practice these techniques, you will find that your capacity for emotional regulation increases exponentially. You will be able to handle greater levels of stress without losing your center, and you will recover from setbacks with much greater speed. The feeling of being overwhelmed will be replaced by a sense of quiet confidence, a knowledge that you have the tools to handle whatever arises. You are no longer a victim of your biology. You are its master. The breath of life is your most loyal servant, and the vagus nerve is your direct line to the peace of the infinite. The engine room of your existence is now under your conscious control. You have learned to cool the fires of panic and to stoke the embers of vitality with the simple rhythm of your inhalation and exhalation. You have discovered the secret of the inner smile, the radiant acceptance that turns every cell into a participant in your awakening. This is the foundation upon which the rest of our work will be built. With a steady heart and a clear mind, you are ready to face the deeper alchemical processes that await, turning the lead of your heaviest emotions into the gold of your true essence. The path of the master is a path of constant refinement, a never-ending process of tuning and retuning the self. Every breath is an opportunity to start again, to return to the center, and to reclaim your sovereignty. You are the conductor of the great symphony of your life, and the music you create is determined by the quality of your internal rhythm. Let your breath be slow, let your heart be open, and let your spirit be free. The journey inward continues, and the heights you will reach are limited only by your willingness to breathe into the vastness of your own being. The internal engine is now humming with the steady rhythm of a regulated nervous system, providing the stability necessary for the most profound work of the human experience. We move from the maintenance of the vessel to the transmutation of its contents, shifting our focus from the container to the raw material of our emotional life. In the ancient laboratories of the soul, this was known as the Great Work, the process of taking the dense, heavy lead of our suffering and refining it into the luminous gold of spiritual virtue. This is not a metaphor for feeling better, but a literal description of the energetic shift that occurs when we stop resisting our emotions and start utilizing them as fuel for our evolution. Every heavy state you inhabit is not a mistake to be corrected, but a treasure chest waiting to be unlocked with the key of conscious awareness. The alchemist understands that nothing in the universe is inherently waste. There is only substance that has not yet found its proper form. The leaden weight of depression, the volatile fire of anger, and the cold constriction of fear are all manifestations of the same primordial energy that sustains the stars. When we treat these states as enemies to be defeated, we remain trapped in a state of internal warfare that drains our vitality and keeps us in a state of perpetual lack. The clinician's framework invites us to engage in the art of reappraisal, a process of looking at the raw data of our experience and finding a more accurate and empowering interpretation. By merging this with the hermetic stages of transformation, we turn the clinical practice of reframing into a sacred ritual of self-becoming. The first stage of this emotional alchemy is the negrito, the blackening, where the ego's illusions are stripped away and we are forced to confront the primal darkness of our own being. In the modern world, we often pathologize this state, labeling it as clinical depression or a nervous breakdown and seeking to medicate it out of existence as quickly as possible. Yet, to the alchemist, the negrito is the most fertile stage of the entire process, for it is only in the darkness that the old structures of the self can be dissolved. This is the moment where the cognitive model reveals its true power, allowing us to examine the core beliefs that have led us into the abyss. We do not look for a way out of the darkness. We look for the truth that the darkness is trying to reveal to us. During the blackening, we experience a sense of profound heaviness and stagnation, as if the very air around us has turned to lead. This is the weight of our unexamined history, the accumulated burden of every thought we have ever believed about our own inadequacy. Cognitive reappraisal allows us to see this weight not as a permanent feature of our identity, but as the raw material for our future strength. We begin to ask what this heaviness is trying to protect, or what ancient survival strategy it is attempting to fulfill. By bringing the light of logic into the negrito, we prevent the darkness from becoming a trap and instead turn it into a crucible for our transformation. The process of calcination follows the application of intense heat to the base materials of our psyche. In the clinical sense, this is the rigorous challenging of our most cherished and painful cognitive distortions. We take the leaden thought that we are fundamentally unlovable and we place it into the fire of objective evidence, watching as the falsehoods are burned away. This is an uncomfortable and often painful stage, as the ego clings to its suffering like a drowning man clings to a stone. But the heat is necessary to break the molecular bonds of our conditioning, freeing the energy that has been trapped in the service of our pain. As the fires of calcination do their work, we enter the stage of dissolution, where the solid structures of our personality begin to liquefy. The rigid boundaries we have built around ourselves, the shoulds, the musts, and the binary judgments, start to melt into the waters of emotional release. This is the point where we allow ourselves to feel the full depth of the grief or the rage that we have spent a lifetime suppressing. We realize that the emotion itself is not the problem, but our resistance to it is what creates the solidity of the lead. By surrendering to the flow of the feeling, we begin to rediscover the fluidity of our true nature, moving from the frozen state of trauma to the flowing state of presence. In the stage of separation, we act as the master chemist, carefully isolating the different elements of our internal experience. We use our cognitive tools to distinguish between the objective facts of a situation and the subjective stories we have layered upon them. We separate the gold of the lesson from the dross of the drama, recognizing that even our most painful experiences contain a kernel of wisdom. This is the practice of discernment, where we stop identifying with the totality of our emotional state and start seeing the individual components that make it up. We realize that we are not the sadness, but the awareness that is experiencing the sadness, along with the thoughts that are sustaining it. This leads us to the conjunction, the sacred marriage of the opposites within the self. We bring together the analytical precision of the mind and the intuitive depth of the heart, allowing them to work in harmony rather than in conflict. We no longer try to use logic to suppress our feelings, nor do we allow our feelings to override our reason. Instead, we use our logic to understand our feelings and our feelings to give meaning to our logic. This integration is the birth of the philosopher's stone, a state of consciousness that is capable of transforming any experience into a source of power. The stage of fermentation represents the period of internal growth and maturation that follows the integration of the opposites. Like a seed beneath the soil or grapes in a vat, our new understanding needs time to settle and expand within our subconscious. We may feel a sense of quietness or even a temporary return of the darkness, but this is the darkness of the womb rather than the darkness of the tomb. We are being reorganized at a fundamental level as the new cognitive patterns begin to take root in the fertile ground of our emotional openness. This is the stage of patience and faith, where we trust the process of our own evolution even when the results are not yet visible. As the fermentation completes, we enter the albedo, the whitening, a state of profound purification and clarity. The leaden weight has been lifted, and we feel a sense of lightness and transparency that we may have never experienced before. Our thoughts are no longer clouded by the distortions of the past, and our emotions are no longer weighted down by the baggage of our history. We see the world with fresh eyes, recognizing the inherent beauty and order that exists beneath the surface of chaos. This is the stage of the moon, where we reflect the light of our true self without the interference of the egoic shadows. The whitening is followed by the citronitas, the yellowing, where the cool light of the moon is replaced by the golden warmth of the sun. This is the awakening of the solar intellect, the realization of our own divine agency and creative power. We no longer just see the truth, we embody it, allowing it to radiate through our actions and our words. Our cognitive reframing has moved from a mental exercise to a lived reality, and we find ourselves naturally responding to challenges with wisdom and grace. We have moved from the role of the seeker to the role of the master, recognizing that the gold we were looking for was within us all along. The final stage is the rubido, the reddening, the ultimate integration of the spiritual gold into the physical world. This is the state of absolute emotional mastery, where the highest virtues are fully expressed in the lowliest details of daily life. Our anger has been transmuted into the fire of justice and the strength of boundaries. Our fear has been refined into the gold of vigilance and the wisdom of preparation. Our grief has become the nectar of compassion and the depth of human connection. We are no longer trying to escape our humanity. We are fully inhabiting it, using every emotion as a tool for the expression of our sovereign will. In the rubido, we realize that every negative state we once feared was actually a guardian of a hidden virtue. The lead was never an obstacle. It was the essential raw material for the gold. Without the heavy weight of our struggles, we would never have developed the strength to lift them. Without the darkness of the negrito, we would never have valued the light of the albedo. The alchemist does not seek a life without pain, but a life where pain is used to create something of eternal value. We become the living embodiment of the philosopher's stone, a presence that naturally transmutes the environment around us simply by being what we are. This alchemical process is not a linear journey that we complete once and for all, but a spiral path that we walk many times at deeper and deeper levels. Each new challenge we face is a new piece of lead that has been handed to us by the universe, an invitation to perform the great work once again. We welcome the lead because we know the secret of the gold. We are no longer afraid of our own intensity, for we have learned how to channel the fire and how to navigate the waters. Our cognitive tools have become our laboratory equipment, and our mystical insights have become our formulas for transformation. The beauty of this synthesis is that it removes the moral judgment we often place upon our emotions. We no longer see ourselves as bad for feeling angry or weak for feeling sad. Instead, we see ourselves as alchemists who are currently working with a specific set of elements. If the mixture is volatile, we add the cooling water of the breath. If the process is stagnant, we add the fire of Socratic questioning. We are the active directors of our own internal chemistry, constantly adjusting the proportions to achieve the perfect balance of wisdom and power. This mastery allows us to move through the world with an unshakable sense of purpose. We are no longer at the mercy of the collective lead that surrounds us, the fear-mongering of the media, the resentment of the masses, or the apathy of the disillusioned. We carry our own internal gold with us, and like a drop of oil on a stormy sea, we create a zone of calm and clarity wherever we go. We recognize that the greatest contribution we can make to the world is the refinement of our own consciousness. For a single person who has achieved the rubido can light the way for thousands who are still lost in the negrito. The art of sublimation is the art of rising above the lower vibrations of the mind without denying their existence. We do not transcend the lead by floating away from it. We transcend it by going into it and changing its frequency. This is the true meaning of spiritual sovereignty, the ability to remain centered and creative in the face of any emotional state. We have learned to see the virtue within the vice, the strength within the struggle, and the gold within the lead. Our life has become a masterpiece of internal engineering, a testament to the power of the human spirit to redefine its own reality. As we deepen this practice, we find that the distinction between the clinical and the mystical begins to fade away entirely. The cognitive reframing of a thought is seen as an act of ritual magic, a command given to the fabric of our own consciousness. The stabilization of the nervous system is recognized as the preparation of the sacred altar. We are living in a unified field of experience where science and spirit are simply two different ways of describing the same miraculous process of growth. We are the scientists of the soul and the priests of the intellect, merging the two into a single, potent path of liberation. The gold of the master is not a static treasure to be hoarded, but a living light that must be shared. As we transmute our own suffering, we naturally begin to help others transmute theirs, not through preaching or proselytizing, but through the quiet power of our example. We show them that it is possible to face the darkness and emerge with a heart that is more open than before. We show them that the mind is not a prison, but a laboratory of infinite potential. Our very existence becomes a catalyst for the evolution of those around us, as the frequency of our gold resonates with the hidden gold within them. This is the ultimate goal of the masterclass, to turn you into an alchemist of the modern age. You are no longer waiting for the world to change so that you can feel better. You are changing your internal world so that you can change the way you experience everything. The leaden thoughts that once weighed you down are now the foundation of your wisdom. The volatile emotions that once threatened to consume you are now the fuel for your creativity. You have mastered the art of turning lead into gold, and in doing so, you have claimed your rightful place as the sovereign of your own destiny. The great work continues in every moment, in every breath, and in every thought. There is no end to the refinement of the soul, for the gold can always be made purer, and the light can always be made brighter. We embrace the process with joy, knowing that every difficulty is a gift and every emotion is a teacher. We are the masters of the mental plane, the architects of the emotional landscape, and the alchemists of the human spirit. The lead is present, the fire is lit, and the transformation is underway. As the gold begins to solidify within your character, you will notice a change in the way you interact with the challenges of life. You no longer react with the old patterns of avoidance or aggression. Instead, you pause, recognizing the leaden quality of the moment, and you immediately begin the work of sublimation. You ask yourself what virtue is hidden within this frustration, or what lesson is buried within this disappointment. You perform the cognitive reappraisal with the speed and precision of a master, shifting your perspective until the gold is revealed. This is not something you do, it is something you have become. The stability of the rubido provides a sense of peace that is not dependent on the absence of conflict. You can be in the middle of a chaotic situation, surrounded by the leaden energy of others, and yet remain perfectly centered in your own golden awareness. You are like the mountain that remains unmoved while the storms rage around it, or the ocean that remains still in its depths while the waves crash on the surface. This is the true meaning of emotional mastery, the ability to remain yourself regardless of the circumstances. You have achieved a state of internal coherence that the world can neither give nor take away. The alchemy of the mind is the ultimate technology of human flourishing, a system that allows us to reclaim our power from the shadows of our own conditioning. It is the bridge between the ancient wisdom of the past and the scientific rigor of the present, providing us with a complete map of the human psyche and the tools to navigate it. We are no longer lost in the labyrinth of our own thoughts. We are the masters of the maze, moving with confidence toward the center of our own being. The journey is arduous, the fire is hot, and the work is demanding, but the reward is a life of profound freedom and meaning. The gold you have created is your own, yet it belongs to the universe. It is the expression of the divine intelligence working through the medium of your individual consciousness. As you continue to refine your lead, you are contributing to the refinement of the entire human collective, raising the vibration of the world one thought at a time. This is the sacred duty of the alchemist, the commitment to the great work that transcends the personal ego and serves the evolution of all. You are a participant in the cosmic drama of transformation, a conscious co-creator of a more luminous reality. The laboratory of your life is always open, and the raw materials are always at hand. Every interaction, every sensation, and every internal state is an opportunity to practice your art. Do not fear the lead, for it is the source of your wealth. Do not fear the fire, for it is the source of your purity. Embrace the process with the curiosity of a child and the discipline of a sage, knowing that you are being forged into something extraordinary. The gold is within you, waiting to be revealed by the steady hand of your own awareness. As we move deeper into the mysteries of the self, we will explore how this alchemical mastery can be applied to the most difficult challenges of the human condition. We will learn how to face the abyss of fear, how to integrate the shadows of the subconscious, and how to maintain our center in the face of interpersonal conflict. The foundation has been laid, the tools have been sharpened, and the work of transmutation is well underway. You are the alchemist, the lead is your canvas, and the gold is your destiny. The internal laboratory is now prepared, and the cooling systems of the breath have stabilized the volatile energies of the nervous system, but the work of the alchemist cannot remain confined to the sanctuary. There comes a moment when the refined gold must be taken out into the marketplace to be tested against the harsh reality of the world. In the ancient traditions of the world, this transition was never seen as a mere change of location, but as a sacred initiation known as the hero's journey. This monomyth, woven into the fabric of every culture from the Vedic sages to the Norse skalds, is the ultimate template for the transformation of the human soul through the medium of voluntary confrontation. It is the realization that the very things we fear most are the gatekeepers of our greatest power, and that the only way to claim that power is to walk directly into the heart of the storm. In the clinical framework, we recognize this initiation as exposure therapy, specifically the process of systematic desensitization and graded exposure. We understand that the brain is a predictive engine that learns through experience, and that the only way to unlearn a fear is to provide the nervous system with new, corrective data. When we avoid the things that scare us, we are inadvertently teaching our brains that those things are truly dangerous, reinforcing the walls of our own mental prison. The hero's journey is the decision to stop running and to begin the deliberate, structured ascent toward the source of our anxiety. It is the movement from the role of the victim, who is hunted by their fears, to the role of the hunter, who seeks out their own limitations to transcend them. The call to adventure is rarely a pleasant invitation. It usually arrives in the form of a crisis, a persistent anxiety, or a deep sense of dissatisfaction with the status quo. In the mystical tradition, this is the voice of the soul signaling that the current boundaries of the ego have become too small and that a larger life is demanding to be born. In the cognitive model, this is the realization that our current avoidance patterns are no longer sustainable and are causing more suffering than the fear itself. We stand at the threshold of the known world, looking out into the dark forest of the unknown, and we are faced with a choice. We can retreat into the safety of our old distortions, or we can cross the threshold and begin the process of becoming something more. The first stage of this initiation is the recognition of the threshold guardian, that internal voice of resistance that tells us we are not ready, that the danger is too great, and that we should turn back. This guardian is the personification of our core maladaptive schemas, the ancient programs that seek to keep us safe by keeping us small. In the clinical setting, we identify this as the peak of the anxiety curve, the moment where the urge to escape is at its strongest. To pass the guardian, we must utilize the tools of logic and physiology we have already mastered, recognizing the fear as a biological signal rather than an objective truth. We do not fight the guardian. We acknowledge its presence and move past it with the steady rhythm of our breath. Once the threshold is crossed, the initiate enters the road of trials, a series of challenges designed to strip away the false certainties of the ego and build the resilience of the sovereign self. This is the mystical equivalent of graded exposure, where we do not attempt to face our greatest fear all at once, but instead build a hierarchy of challenges. We start with the small, manageable anxieties, the social interactions that make us slightly uncomfortable, the internal thoughts we usually avoid, the minor changes to our routine. Each successful confrontation provides the brain with a piece of evidence that contradicts the old narrative of fragility. We are training our neurobiology to associate the sensation of fear not with retreat, but with the excitement of growth. The road of trials is where the logic of the soul is put into practice, as we constantly monitor our internal reactions and apply the necessary corrections. We use the lens check to identify the distortions that arise when we are under pressure, and we use the dichotomy of control to stay focused on our own actions rather than the external outcome. In the ancient world, the initiate was often accompanied by a mentor or a supernatural aid, a figure who provided the wisdom and the tools necessary for the journey. In our synthesis, the mentor is the observer, that part of your own consciousness that remains calm and detached even in the midst of the challenge. You are both the hero walking the path and the sage who knows that the path is an illusion designed for your own refinement. As we progress through the hierarchy of fear, we begin to realize that the external challenges are merely reflections of our internal landscape. The dragon we are fighting in the world is the personification of the shadow we have not yet integrated within ourselves. Every time we face a social fear, we are actually facing our own fear of rejection and our own judgment of ourselves. Every time we confront an internal anxiety, we are dismantling a structure of self-loathing that has been built over decades. The road of trials is a process of psychological house cleaning, where the heat of the experience burns away the dross of our conditioning. We are becoming more transparent, more resilient, and more aligned with our true nature with every step we take. The climax of the journey is the descent into the abyss, the belly of the whale where the hero must face their greatest fear and undergo a symbolic death. This is the stage of flooding and exposure therapy, where we stay in the presence of the most intense anxiety without the possibility of escape until the nervous system finally habituates. It is the moment of total surrender, where we realize that the ego cannot save us and that we must rely on something deeper. In the abyss, the old self is finally dissolved, and the realization of our true nature as the observer is fully realized. We discover that the thing we were most afraid of was not a snake, but a rope, and that the fear itself was the only thing standing between us and our freedom. The abyss is the point of no return, the place where the alchemy of the mind reaches its highest intensity. It is here that we experience the ultimate cognitive reframing, as we see that the greatest tragedy of our lives was actually the catalyst for our greatest awakening. We realize that the suffering we endured was the fire that purified the gold, and that the fear was the map that led us to the treasure. In the mystical tradition, this is the experience of the dark night of the soul, where all external supports are removed and we are forced to find the light within ourselves. It is a terrifying and beautiful transformation that marks the birth of the master, the one who is no longer governed by the shadows of the past. The treasure that the hero finds in the abyss is the boon, the realization of their own sovereignty, and the power to create their own reality. This is the ultimate goal of absolute emotional mastery, the ability to face any situation with a heart that is open and a mind that is clear. We have seen through the illusion of fear, and we have mastered the mechanics of our own biology. We are no longer at the mercy of the world's judgments or our own internal critics. We have claimed the gold of our true essence, and we are ready to return to the world to share it. The journey is not complete until the hero brings the boon back to the community, integrating the lessons of the abyss into the fabric of daily life. The return is often the most difficult part of the journey, as we must learn to live in the ordinary world with an extraordinary level of awareness. We are the same person who left, yet everything has changed, for we are now the master of two worlds, the internal and the external. We use the clinical tools of maintenance and relapse prevention to ensure that we do not fall back into the old patterns of avoidance. We recognize that the world will continue to present us with challenges and that the threshold guardians will always be there. But we now have the pracharan, the ready-to-hand principles that allow us to navigate the world with the grace and skill of a seasoned initiate. To begin the practical application of this stage, you must design your own trial, a daily ritual of voluntary confrontation that keeps your spirit sharp and your mind resilient. This is not about seeking out unnecessary danger, but about identifying the small, subtle ways in which you are still avoiding your life. It might be the phone call you have been putting off, the honest conversation you have been avoiding, or the decision to sit with a difficult emotion rather than distracting yourself. You treat each of these as a sacred task, a graded exposure that strengthens your connection to the observer. You are building a habit of courage, training your brain to see every obstacle as an opportunity for initiation. When you face your daily trial, you do so with the full power of the synthesis we have built. You use the breath to regulate your hardware, the lens check to clear your software, and the dichotomy of control to focus your will. You observe the fear as it arises, naming it and allowing it to be present without letting it dictate your actions. You realize that the discomfort you feel is the sensation of your own expansion, the feeling of the lead being transmuted into gold. By voluntarily choosing the discomfort, you strip it of its power to control you, and you reclaim the territory of your life that was previously held hostage by anxiety. The daily trial is a form of spiritual hygiene that prevents the buildup of new illusions and keeps the veil of Maya thin. It is the recognition that the hero's journey is not a one-time event, but a continuous process of self-refinement. We are always at some stage of the journey, the call, the threshold, the trials, or the return, and our mastery lies in our ability to navigate each stage with presence and purpose. We no longer wait for the world to challenge us. We challenge ourselves, seeking out the edges of our comfort zone and pushing past them with curiosity and strength. This is the life of the sovereign mind, a life of perpetual growth and unwavering clarity. As you engage in your daily trials, you will notice that your baseline level of anxiety begins to drop significantly. This is the clinical process of generalization, where the confidence you gain in one area of your life starts to bleed into all the others. Because you have faced the dragon of social rejection, the fear of professional failure loses its grip. Because you have mastered the abyss of your own internal darkness, the uncertainties of the future no longer seem so daunting. You are creating a new neurobiological blueprint, one that is rooted in resilience and power rather than fear and avoidance. You are becoming the hero of your own story, and the world is starting to reflect that new identity. The mystical bridge reminds us that this process is not just about psychological health, but about the realization of our divine potential. We are not just fixing a broken brain, we are awakening the sleeping giant of the human spirit. The ancient masters knew that the only way to reach the heavens was to walk through the underworld, and they left us the maps of the hero's journey to guide our way. By following these maps with the precision of modern science, we are able to navigate the path with greater efficiency and less unnecessary suffering. We are the inheritors of a grand tradition of internal navigation, and we are using it to claim our rightful place as the masters of our own experience. The boon you carry with you is the knowledge that you can handle anything that life throws your way. You have been to the abyss and you have returned, and you know that the light within you is stronger than any darkness. This confidence is not an egoic boast, but a quiet, unshakable certainty that comes from experience. You have proven to yourself, over and over again, that you are the observer and the creator, not the victim. This is the ultimate emotional mastery, the ability to remain centered and sovereign in the face of the unknown. You are no longer afraid of the journey, for you have realized that the journey is the very process of your own divinization. Every morning, as you stand at the threshold of a new day, you hear the call to adventure once again. You look at the challenges ahead not as burdens, but as the road of trials that will further refine your character. You breathe into the tension, you smile into the uncertainty, and you step forward with the heart of a warrior and the mind of a sage. You are the alchemist in the marketplace, the hero in the ordinary world, and the master of the mental plane. The gold is shining within you, and the path is clear for those who have the courage to walk it. The hierarchy of fear you have built is the ladder of your ascent, and each step you take brings you closer to the absolute realization of your own power. You no longer need to look for a mentor in the world, for the mentor is alive and active within your own consciousness. You are the one who knows the truth, the one who sees through the illusions, and the one who acts with sovereign will. The journey continues, and the mysteries of the self are revealing themselves to you with every conscious choice you make. You are the hero, you are the path, and you are the destination. The descent into the abyss is not a descent into destruction, but a descent into the source of all life. It is the return to the zero-point energy where the ego dissolves and the infinite is revealed. In that space of total surrender, you find the peace that surpasses all understanding, the stillness that is the foundation of all movement. You realize that you have never been separate from the power you were seeking, and that the hero's journey was simply the process of remembering who you truly are. The gold was never something you had to create. It was something you had to reveal by stripping away the lead of your own fear. As you move through the world with the boon of your own sovereignty, you become a beacon of light for others who are still lost in the dark forest of their own minds. Your presence alone is an initiation, a reminder that the path to freedom is open to everyone who is willing to take the first step. You do not need to speak of your journey, for your character is the only testimony you need. The way you handle stress, the way you respond to conflict, and the way you face the unknown are the living proof of your mastery. You are the living synthesis of ancient wisdom and modern science, a new kind of human being who is fully awake and fully free. The road of trials is infinite, and the hero's journey is eternal, for the evolution of the soul has no end. We embrace the challenges of the future with the same courage and clarity that we brought to the challenges of the past. We are the masters of the internal landscape, and we know that there is no dragon we cannot face and no abyss we cannot cross. The gold is pure, the heart is steady, and the journey is glorious. We walk the path with a sense of wonder and a commitment to the great work of self-refinement, knowing that every moment is an opportunity for a new initiation. The structure of the monomyth is the structure of your own psyche, and the stages of the journey are the stages of your own awakening. By aligning your life with this sacred template, you are aligning yourself with the cosmic order of the universe. You are no longer a separate fragment fighting for survival, but a conscious participant in the unfolding of the divine drama. Your emotional mastery is the key that unlocks the gates of the infinite, allowing you to live a life of profound meaning and boundless joy. The hero has returned, the boon is shared, and the new world is being born within the heart of the master. The trial you face today is the doorway to the next level of your evolution. Do not hesitate at the threshold, and do not look back at the safety of the known. Step forward with the confidence of one who has mastered the hardware and the software of their own existence. The guardian is waiting, the road is long, and the abyss is deep, but you are the hero who was born for this moment. The alchemy of the mind is complete, and the gold of your sovereign self is ready to shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. The return from the abyss with the boon of clarity is a moment of profound triumph, yet it brings with it the most subtle and dangerous challenge of the entire path. We often find that after the heights of spiritual insight or the breakthroughs of the clinical office, we are pulled back into the gray, heavy gravity of the mundane world. This state of inertia is what the modern psychologist identifies as the lethargy of depression, a cycle where the lack of activity leads to a lack of motivation, which in turn breeds further stagnation. In the ancient Vedic traditions, this was known as the quality of tamas, a density of the soul that obscures our true nature and leaves us feeling like we are walking through waist-deep mud. To conquer this final barrier, we must master the art of merging behavioral activation with the sacred discipline of karma yoga. We have been conditioned by a consumer culture to believe that motivation is a prerequisite for action, that we must first feel the spark of inspiration before we can move our limbs. This is a fundamental error in the architecture of human change, a misunderstanding that keeps millions trapped in a waiting room for a life that never begins. The science of behavioral activation teaches us that the opposite is true. Action is the literal cause of motivation, not its effect. When we move the body, we change the chemistry of the brain, creating the very dopamine and endorphins we were waiting for to feel better. By deciding to act regardless of our internal weather, we reclaim our power from the shifting tides of our emotions and begin to restart the engine of our own vitality. This clinical precision finds its eternal soul in the path of karma yoga, the yoga of action that serves as the primary teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. The core of this practice is the radical idea that we have a right to the work itself, but never to the fruits of that work. Most of our paralysis and our subsequent depression stem from an obsessive attachment to the outcomes of our efforts. We worry about whether we will succeed, how we will be perceived, or if our labor will be properly rewarded by the world. This attachment creates a crushing weight of expectation that makes even the simplest task feel like a monumental burden, leading to the very procrastination and avoidance we seek to escape. When we shift our focus from the result to the act itself, we perform what is known as nishkama karma, or action without desire for the fruit. We treat every movement, every chore, and every professional responsibility as a sacred offering to the universe, performed with total presence and no hidden agenda. This detachment is the ultimate psychological liberation because it removes the fear of failure and the pressure of perfectionism from the equation. You are no longer working to achieve a specific state of being in the future. You are finding the fullness of your being in the movement of the now. The work becomes its own reward, and the energy that was once consumed by anxiety is now fully available for the task at hand. To walk this path, one must first identify their dharma, the unique pattern of right action that aligns with their true nature and the needs of the moment. Dharma is not a grand, distant destiny, but the immediate requirement of the present situation, whether that is washing a dish, writing a report, or caring for a loved one. When we are aligned with our dharma, we stop asking what the world can give us and start asking what the moment requires of us. This shift in perspective moves us from the role of the passive consumer to the role of the conscious participant. We realize that our actions are not just a way to get what we want, but a way to harmonize ourselves with the cosmic rhythm of existence. Behavioral activation provides the structural skeleton for this alignment by using the tool of activity scheduling to break the cycle of avoidance. We do not wait for the mood to strike us. We create a blueprint for our day based on our values and our duties, and we follow it with the discipline of a soldier and the grace of a monk. We start with small, manageable actions that provide a sense of mastery and pleasure, slowly expanding our sphere of influence as our confidence grows. These actions serve as a form of physiological evidence that contradicts the ego's narrative of helplessness. Every completed task is a victory over the forces of Taoist, a signal to the nervous system that we are the masters of our own domain. The secret to sustaining this momentum is the understanding that movement precedes motivation in the neural pathways of the brain. When you begin a task, even if you do so with a heavy heart and a clouded mind, the act of engagement triggers the prefrontal cortex to take command. As you continue to work, the brain begins to reward the effort with a sense of accomplishment, and the initial resistance starts to dissolve. This is the biological manifestation of the karma yogi's discipline, the realization that the initial friction of action is merely the ego's attempt to maintain the status quo. By pushing through that friction with steady, rhythmic effort, you break the spell of lethargy and enter the state of flow. In the mystical sense, every action performed with non-attachment is a form of purification that clears the dross from the mental mirror. We often believe that we must meditate in silence to find God or to reach higher states of consciousness, but the path of karma yoga suggests that the marketplace is just as sacred as the mountaintop. When you perform your work with total attention and no attachment to the ego's gain, you are practicing a form of moving meditation that is incredibly potent. You are training yourself to remain centered in the observer while your body and intellect are fully engaged in the world. This integration is the hallmark of absolute emotional mastery, where the spiritual and the material are no longer seen as separate. One of the primary distortions that fuels our stagnation is the belief that our work is beneath us or that it is not significant enough to warrant our full attention. We wait for the grand mission while ignoring the simple duties that are right in front of us, creating a gap between our ideals and our reality where depression thrives. Karma Yoga teaches us that there are no small tasks, only small ways of doing them. If you wash a cup as if it were the most important act in the universe, you are practicing high alchemy. You are dignifying the mundane and transforming the lead of a chore into the gold of a ritual, proving that the quality of your awareness is what determines the value of your life. This practice also serves as a powerful antidote to the isolation and self-absorption that often accompany emotional distress. When we are depressed, our focus narrows to our own pain, our own failures, and our own perceived inadequacies. Behavioral activation forces us to re-engage with the world, while karma yoga directs our energy toward the service of others and the fulfillment of our social dharma. By contributing to the well-being of the whole, we rediscover our connection to the larger body of humanity. We find that our own suffering diminishes when we are focused on the needs of the collective, as the energy of service acts as a natural solvent for the ego's grievances. To implement this synthesis, we utilize the protocol of the sacred schedule, where we map out our day not as a list of burdens, but as a series of initiations. Each task is assigned a specific time, and we commit to performing it with the spirit of a karma yogi, regardless of our emotional state. If we feel the pull of lethargy, we acknowledge it with the breath and then move into the action anyway, focusing entirely on the mechanics of the task. We do not judge the quality of our performance or worry about the outcome. We simply stay with the movement until it is complete. This commitment to the work itself, independent of our feelings, is the ultimate expression of sovereign will. As we become more proficient in this practice, we notice that the boundary between work and play begins to vanish. We no longer see our duties as something to be endured so that we can find happiness elsewhere. We find the happiness within the duty itself. This is the state of effortless action, where the self is no longer the doer, but the witness to the action flowing through the body. We are in the world, but not of it, fully engaged in the drama of life, yet completely anchored in the stillness of the observer. The gray fog of tamas is replaced by the clear light of purposeful movement, and the heavy weight of depression is transformed into the steady strength of the master. The alchemy of action is the process of turning our daily life into a continuous stream of spiritual and psychological growth. We realize that every challenge we face in our work or our relationships is the raw material for our own refinement. If a task is difficult, it is an opportunity to practice patience and resilience. If a task is boring, it is an opportunity to practice presence and focus. We stop complaining about our circumstances and start using them as the weights in the gymnasium of the soul. Our life becomes a masterpiece of intentional living, where every action is a deliberate stroke of the brush on the canvas of existence. This mastery of the mental plane through action is essential because it grounds our spiritual insights in the physical world. Without the discipline of karma yoga, our meditations can become a form of escape, a way to hide from the demands of reality. But when we bring our awareness into our actions, we prove that our mastery is real and that our peace is unshakable. We become a source of stability and inspiration for those around us, demonstrating that it is possible to be productive and successful without being stressed or attached. We are the living bridge between the silence of the void and the noise of the marketplace. The neurobiology of this state is characterized by a high degree of coherence between the various systems of the brain. The prefrontal cortex, the limbic system, and the motor centers are all working in harmony, guided by a clear sense of purpose and a lack of emotional interference. This coherence is the result of the consistent practice of acting without attachment and moving with intention. We have trained our brains to prioritize the work over the worry, and the result is a level of efficiency and creativity that is far beyond the reach of the reactive mind. We are no longer fighting ourselves. We are flowing with the natural intelligence of life. The final realization of the karma yogi is that the fruit of the action was never theirs to begin with. The universe provides the energy, the opportunity, and the intelligence required for every act, and the ego is merely a passenger on the journey. When we truly understand this, we can let go of the burden of being the doer and simply enjoy the play of consciousness in the world. We act with total intensity and total relaxation, knowing that the outcome is in the hands of the infinite. This is the ultimate peace, a state of being where we are always at home, always at work, and always free. The gray fog has lifted, and the path ahead is illuminated by the golden light of right action. You are no longer waiting for a reason to move. You are the reason. Your life is no longer a series of events that happen to you, but a series of actions that you perform with sovereign will and sacred intent. The lethargy of the past has been replaced by the momentum of the master, and the world is your laboratory for the expression of your true self. Step forward into the next moment with the heart of a servant and the mind of a king, for the work is great and the time is now. The most meticulously constructed life remains a fragile facade if it is built over a basement filled with ghosts. We spend our waking hours polishing the persona, that social mask designed to elicit approval and ensure our survival within the collective. Yet, for every ounce of light we project into the world, an equal and opposite weight of darkness accumulates in the hidden corners of our psyche. This is the shadow, the repository of everything we have deemed unacceptable, shameful, or dangerous about ourselves. To ignore the shadow is to give it absolute dominion over our lives, allowing it to pull the strings of our behavior from the darkness, while we wonder why we keep falling into the same self-sabotaging patterns. In the clinical world, we do not speak of ghosts or demons, but of early maladaptive schemas. These are the deep-seated, pervasive themes and patterns that were formed during our earliest years and continue to dictate our adult reality. They are the core beliefs that tell us we are fundamentally defective, that everyone we love will eventually abandon us, or that the world is an inherently dangerous place where we must always be on guard. These schemas are the architectural blueprints of the shadow, the invisible filters through which we perceive every interaction and every emotion. When a schema is triggered, we do not react to the present moment. We react to the ancient pain that the moment has unearthed. The shadow is not a collection of flaws, but a collection of repressed potentials that were cut off from the light because they did not fit the narrative of our upbringing. If you were raised in an environment that punished anger, your capacity for healthy boundaries and self-assertion was cast into the shadow. If you were taught that vulnerability was a sign of weakness, your capacity for deep intimacy and emotional honesty was locked away in the basement. We become fragmented beings, operating at a fraction of our true capacity because we are terrified of the very power we have hidden from ourselves. The work of emotional mastery requires us to stop running from these internal exiles and to begin the arduous process of bringing them home. The Jungian perspective teaches us that the shadow is the door to the infinite, for it contains the raw energy that has been stripped away from our conscious personality. When we confront the shadow, we are not looking for monsters to slay, but for parts of ourselves to reclaim. This is the mystical descent into the underworld, a journey that every hero must take to find the treasure that is guarded by the dragon. The dragon is not an external enemy. It is the personification of our own repressed energy, twisted and distorted by years of neglect and judgment. By facing the dragon, we are not seeking to destroy it, but to transform it back into the vital life force it was always meant to be. To begin this integration, we must first learn to identify the triggers that signal the presence of a schema. These are the moments of intense, disproportionate emotional reaction that seem to come out of nowhere. If a minor criticism from a friend sends you into a spiral of self-loathing, or if a partner's need for space triggers an overwhelming fear of abandonment, you are in the presence of a schema. These are the ghosts of the basement rattling their chains, demanding to be seen and heard. Instead of trying to suppress the reaction, we use it as a trail of breadcrumbs that leads us directly to the root of the shadow. The Tibetan practice of feeding your demons offers a profound mystical bridge to the clinical work of schema therapy. In this ancient tradition, the practitioner does not attempt to exorcise the demon through force or prayer. Instead, they invite the demon to a feast, offering it exactly what it needs to be satisfied and transformed. This is a radical act of somatic compassion that bypasses the ego's desire for control and speaks directly to the wounded parts of the psyche. We stop seeing our anxiety, our depression, or our rage as enemies to be conquered, and start seeing them as hungry ghosts that are simply seeking a way to belong. When you feed a demon, you are essentially performing an act of deep listening to a repressed part of yourself. You ask the emotion what it wants, and then you look deeper to find out what it truly needs. A demon of anxiety might say it wants you to stay home and hide, but what it truly needs is to feel safe and protected. A demon of anger might say it wants to lash out and destroy, but what it truly needs is for its boundaries to be respected and its voice to be heard. By providing the underlying need through our own conscious awareness, we dissolve the distorted form of the demon and release the energy it was holding hostage. This mystical feeding is mirrored in the clinical practice of limited reparenting, where the therapist or the individual themselves provides the emotional nourishment that was missing in childhood. We speak to the schema not with judgment or logic, but with the warmth and validation that the wounded child never received. We tell the part of us that feels defective that it is inherently worthy, and we show the part of us that fears abandonment that we will never leave it. This is the alchemy of the heart, where the lead of our early trauma is transmuted into the gold of self-compassion and internal security. The shadow often speaks to us through the voice of the inner critic, that relentless internal judge that narrates our every failure and predicts our every downfall. This critic is not a reflection of the truth. It is a fragmented part of the self that has taken on the role of a harsh protector. It believes that by criticizing you first, it can prevent you from making mistakes that would lead to even greater pain from the outside world. It is a primitive and misguided survival mechanism that has become a source of constant internal suffering. To master the critic, we must first learn to externalize it, treating it as a separate entity rather than as the voice of our own identity. Imagine the inner critic sitting in a chair across from you, a distinct figure with its own appearance, posture, and tone of voice. This act of externalization is a powerful tool from both narrative therapy and mystical invocation, as it creates the space necessary for a true dialogue. You are no longer the one being criticized. You are the observer watching the critic perform its role. From this position of sovereignty, you can begin to question the critic's motives and challenge its distorted logic. You realize that the critic is not an all-knowing authority, but a terrified and limited part of your own history that is stuck in a loop of reactivity. The exercise of dialoguing with the critic requires a level of honesty and courage that few are willing to bring to their internal lives. You ask the critic why it is so afraid, and what it thinks will happen if it stops its constant barrage of judgment. You listen to its answers without defensiveness, recognizing that its hostility is a mask for its own vulnerability. Often, you will find that the critic is actually a younger version of yourself that was forced to adopt a harsh exterior to survive a difficult environment. When you see the critic for what it truly is, the power it holds over you begins to dissolve, replaced by a sense of profound empathy for the burden it has been carrying. As you engage in this dialogue, you begin to negotiate a new role for this part of your psyche. You thank the critic for its attempts to keep you safe, but you firmly inform it that its current methods are no longer necessary or helpful. You invite it to step down from its role as a judge and to become an ally in your growth, using its keen observation and high standards to support your evolution rather than to hinder it. This is the process of shadow integration, where the energy of the critic is reclaimed and redirected toward the service of the sovereign self. You are not killing the critic, you are giving it a new job that is aligned with your highest values. The early maladaptive schemas that form the structure of the shadow are like deep grooves in a record, causing the needle of our consciousness to skip back to the same painful songs over and over again. These schemas are reinforced by our cognitive distortions, which act as the lawyers that defend the shadow's warped reality. When we identify a schema like social isolation, we see how the mind filters out all evidence of belonging and fixates on every perceived slight. The work of integration requires us to consciously lift the needle and create new grooves of connection and worthiness. We do this by providing our nervous system with corrective emotional experiences that prove the old schemas are no longer true. The shadow also contains what Jung called the golden shadow, the positive qualities and talents that we have repressed because they felt too dangerous or too grand for our environment. Many of us are more afraid of our own light than we are of our darkness, for greatness carries with it a responsibility that the ego often seeks to avoid. We hide our creativity, our leadership, and our profound capacity for love in the shadow, believing that we are not worthy of such gifts. Reclaiming the golden shadow is an act of spiritual courage, as it requires us to step out of our smallness and into the full radiance of our divine potential. Integrating the shadow is not a one-time event, but a lifelong practice of radical self-honesty and internal diplomacy. Every time you notice a projection, that intense irritation or judgment you feel toward someone else, you are looking into a mirror of your own shadow. The qualities you find most intolerable in others are usually the very qualities you have suppressed in yourself. Instead of attacking the mirror, you use the projection as an invitation to look inward and ask what part of yourself you are still denying. This turns the entire world into a classroom for shadow work, where every conflict becomes an opportunity for greater wholeness. The neurobiology of the shadow is rooted in the way the brain stores traumatic memories, often bypassing the verbal and logical centers of the cortex and embedding themselves in the emotional and somatic regions of the limbic system. This is why we cannot simply think our way out of a schema. We must feel our way through it. The somatic dialogue with the critic and the feeding of the demons engage the brain's capacity for neuroplasticity by creating new, positive associations with the very sensations we once feared. We are literally rewiring our nervous system to recognize that the ancient threats are no longer present, allowing the body to finally drop its guard and return to a state of ease. When we stop fighting the shadow, we stop leaking the massive amounts of energy required to maintain the repression. The tension that once fueled our anxiety and our depression is released, providing us with a surge of vitality and creativity that can be used to build the life we truly desire. We find that we are more resilient, more empathetic, and more authentic, for we no longer have anything to hide from ourselves. This is the state of internal congruence, where the persona and the shadow are in constant, conscious communication, and the sovereign self sits at the center of the dialogue. You are no longer a house divided against itself. You are a unified temple of consciousness. The shadow work also heals our relationships, as we stop demanding that others carry the weight of our unintegrated parts. When we take responsibility for our own darkness, we no longer need to blame our partners, our parents, or our society for our internal distress. We see others as they truly are, rather than as characters in our own unresolved dramas. This clarity allows for a depth of intimacy that is impossible when the shadow is running the show, as we are finally able to show up as our whole selves, flaws and all. We realize that true connection is not the meeting of two perfect personas, but the meeting of two whole human beings who are aware of their own depths. In the mystical tradition, The integration of the shadow is the prerequisite for the experience of non-duality, the realization that there is no fundamental separation between the self and the other, or between the light and the dark. As long as we are at war with ourselves, we will be at war with the universe. But when we make peace with the demons of our own subconscious, we find that the world itself becomes a more peaceful and harmonious place. We see the sacred dance of opposites in everything, recognizing that the darkness is simply the soil in which the light takes root. We become the master of the mental plane, capable of navigating the full spectrum of human experience without losing our center. The dialogue with the inner critic should be practiced regularly, especially during times of transition or high stress when the old schemas are most likely to be triggered. You might find that the critic has many different faces: the perfectionist, the taskmaster, the victim, or the destroyer. Each one requires a different approach, but the underlying principle remains the same: compassionate externalization and firm sovereignty. You are the king or queen of your internal kingdom, and while every part of you has a right to be heard, only you have the right to decide how to act. This is the ultimate expression of emotional mastery, the ability to lead yourself with wisdom and love. Feeding your demons is a practice of turning your suffering into an offering, an act of internal generosity that transforms the quality of your entire being. When you feel a heavy emotion arising, do not push it away. Instead, visualize it as a creature that is hungry for your attention and your care. Give it a face, give it a voice, and ask it what it needs. Then, imagine yourself becoming the very substance that satisfies that need, allowing the light of your awareness to nourish the darkness until it dissolves. This is the highest form of self-care, a spiritual practice that turns your greatest challenges into your greatest blessings. The shadow is the hidden engine of our evolution, the friction that forces us to grow and to expand beyond our current limitations. Without the shadow, there would be no depth, no mystery, and no possibility for true transformation. We embrace the darkness not because we love the pain, but because we love the truth, and we know that the truth can only be found by looking into the places we have been taught to fear. The descent into the basement is the beginning of the ascent into the heavens, and the ghosts we find there are the guardians of the keys to our kingdom. You are the master of the light and the dark, and your wholeness is the ultimate goal of the great work. As you become more comfortable in the depths of your own psyche, you will find that the world loses its power to intimidate you. You have faced the worst that you could imagine within yourself, and you have emerged not only intact, but stronger and more complete. The opinions of others, the setbacks of life, and the uncertainties of the future are no longer threats to your identity, for your identity is rooted in the unshakable ground of your own integrated awareness. You are the one who has walked through the fire and found that the fire was your own life force. You are the one who has fed the demons and found that the demons were your own children. This integration allows for a level of spontaneous and joyful living that is the hallmark of the master. When you are no longer monitoring yourself for signs of the shadow, you are free to act with total presence and total authenticity. You can be fierce when necessary, vulnerable when appropriate, and creative in every moment. The energy that was once used for repression is now available for the pure expression of your sovereign will. You are living as a whole human being, a living synthesis of the clinical and the mystical, the human and the divine. The basement is no longer a place of fear, but a part of the house that is filled with light. The work of the shadow is the work of reclaiming your humanity from the distortions of your history. It is the refusal to be a fragmented, reactive version of yourself, and the decision to become the vast, integrated being you were always meant to be. Every schema you dismantle and every demon you feed is a step toward the absolute emotional mastery that is your birthright. The journey is long, the path is steep, and the work is never truly finished, but the reward is the realization of your own infinite nature. You are the observer, the alchemist, and the hero, and the shadow is your greatest ally in the unfolding of your destiny. Carry this awareness with you as you move into the world, recognizing that everyone you meet is also carrying a shadow and struggling with their own ancient schemas. This realization will deepen your compassion and your patience as you see the wounded child behind the harsh words and the terrified demon behind the defensive behavior. You become a healing presence in the world, not through preaching or fixing, but through the simple power of your own integrated wholeness. You are the living proof that it is possible to face the darkness and to find the gold that has been hidden there since the beginning of time. The dialogue continues, the feeding never ends, and the integration deepens with every breath. You are the architect of your own internal temple, and you have ensured that every room, even the basement, is a place of sacred presence. The shadow is no longer a source of suffering, but a source of power, a reservoir of vital energy that fuels your journey toward the infinite. You have mastered the mechanics of the hidden mind, and you are ready to face the next stage of your evolution with an unshakable heart and a clear, sovereign mind. The light of your awareness is now bright enough to illuminate even the deepest shadows, and the gold of your true self is shining through for all the world to see. The internal architecture of the soul is now integrated, and the shadow has been welcomed into the light, yet we still find ourselves tossed about by the violent swings of our own emotional pendulum. We move from the heights of ecstatic hope to the depths of crushing despair, often within the span of a single afternoon, wondering why our newfound clarity has not yet brought us stability. This instability is not a sign of failure, but a misunderstanding of the fundamental law that governs all of manifestation. In the ancient Hermetic traditions, this is known as the principle of polarity, the realization that everything in the universe is dual and possesses its own pair of opposites. To master the emotional landscape, we must stop trying to eliminate one pole in favor of the other and instead learn the art of finding the equilibrium between them. The Kybalion teaches us that like and unlike are the same, and that opposites are identical in nature but different in degree. Heat and cold are not two different things, but merely two ends of the same scale of temperature, separated only by the rate of their vibration. In exactly the same way, love and hate, courage and fear, and joy and sorrow are not distinct entities, but different positions on the same emotional spectrum. When you are gripped by intense anger, you are not experiencing something foreign to peace. You are simply experiencing the furthest possible vibration of that same energy. Mastery lies in the ability to consciously slide your awareness along this scale, shifting your vibration until you reach the center point of balance. In the modern clinical world, this ancient wisdom has been rediscovered through the framework of dialectical behavior therapy. A dialectic is the process of bringing together two seemingly contradictory truths to find a higher synthesis that contains them both. We often trap ourselves in the agony of either-or thinking, believing that we must either be perfectly happy or we are failing, or that people must be either entirely good or entirely bad. This binary perception creates a rigid and brittle psyche that shatters whenever it encounters the complexity of real life. Dialectical thinking invites us to embrace the power of and allowing us to hold the tension of opposites until a third way emerges. The core dialectic at the heart of all emotional mastery is the balance between acceptance and change. We are taught that to grow, we must constantly fight against our flaws and push ourselves toward a better version of our existence. Yet, the more we resist our current reality, the more power we give to the very things we wish to change. Conversely, if we only practice acceptance without the drive for transformation, we remain stagnant and resigned to our suffering. The master understands that total acceptance of the present moment is the only foundation upon which meaningful change can ever be built. You must fully accept yourself exactly as you are, and you must simultaneously commit to becoming better. This synthesis is the clinical bridge to the Buddhist middle path, the way of living that avoids the extremes of both self-indulgence and self-mortification. The Buddha realized that a string on a lute will not play if it is too loose, nor will it play if it is stretched until it snaps. The music of the soul only emerges when the tension is perfectly calibrated between the two poles. In our emotional lives, this means avoiding the extreme of emotional suppression, where we go numb to our experience, and the extreme of emotional dysregulation, where we are drowned by it. We seek the center point where we can feel the full intensity of life without being consumed by the fire or frozen by the ice. When you find yourself at one of the extreme poles of emotion, the first step toward mastery is the act of radical validation. In dialectical behavior therapy, validation is the recognition that your current internal state makes sense given your history and your circumstances. You stop arguing with your feelings, and you stop judging yourself for having them, which immediately lowers the physiological temperature of the experience. By validating the pole you are currently on, you stop the frantic resistance that keeps the pendulum swinging with such violence. You acknowledge that it is perfectly logical to feel this fear or this grief, and in that acknowledgement, you create the space necessary to move toward the center. The principle of polarity reveals that all truths are but half-truths, and that every perspective contains the seed of its own opposite. When you are locked in a conflict with another person, or even an internal conflict with yourself, you are usually fighting over which half-truth is the absolute reality. The master looks for the grain of truth in the opposing view, recognizing that the complete picture requires the integration of both poles. This is the practice of finding the middle way in every thought and every interaction. By refusing to take a side in the war of opposites, you become the point of stillness around which the world revolves. The sliding scale of vibration is a practical tool you can use to navigate your emotional states in real time. If you are feeling overwhelmed by anxiety, you do not try to jump immediately to total calm, as the vibrational gap is too wide for the nervous system to bridge instantly. Instead, you look for the next logical step toward the center, perhaps moving from panic to simple concern, and then from concern to focused attention. You are not fighting the anxiety, you are merely adjusting the frequency of your awareness. This is the hermetic art of mental transmutation, the ability to change the quality of your internal environment by consciously shifting your position on the scale of polarity. This process requires a deep understanding of the law of rhythm, which states that everything flows out and in, and that the pendulum swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. The more you allow yourself to be carried to an extreme of ecstatic highs, the more you prepare the way for a corresponding swing into the depths of a low. The master does not seek to stop the movement of the pendulum, but to escape its effects by rising to a higher plane of consciousness. By identifying with the observer rather than the moving weight, you watch the swing occur without being carried away by it. You remain at the center point, unmoved by the rhythms of the lower mind. The middle path is not a place of lukewarm indifference or a lack of passion. It is a state of intense, focused equilibrium. It is the point of maximum power, where all energies are balanced and ready for use. When you are at the center, you have access to both poles of the spectrum without being enslaved by either. You can use the fire of anger to protect a boundary without becoming a destructive force, and you can use the depth of sadness to honor a loss without becoming a victim of despair. You are no longer a fragment of the whole, but the synthesis of the entire scale. In the clinical setting, we achieve this through the cultivation of the wise mind, the intersection where the reasonable mind and the emotional mind meet. The reasonable mind is the realm of logic, facts, and cold analysis, while the emotional mind is the realm of feeling, urge, and subjective experience. Most people live primarily in one or the other, leading to a life that is either dry and disconnected or chaotic and reactive. The wise mind is the middle way, the place where you can feel your emotions deeply while still maintaining your capacity for logical thought. It is the intuitive center where the truth of the moment is revealed. To practice the wise mind, you must learn to listen to the quiet voice that speaks from the center of your being. When you are faced with a difficult decision or an intense emotional trigger, you pause and ask your wise mind for guidance. You do not look for a logical answer or an emotional reaction, but for a sense of deep, settled knowing that emerges from the synthesis of both. This is the internal compass that guides the master through the storms of polarity. It is the realization that the answer is never found at one of the extremes, but always in the balanced integration of the two. The principle of polarity also applies to our sense of self and our relationship to the world. We are both individual, separate beings, and a part of the unified whole of existence. If we focus only on our individuality, we become isolated and competitive. If we focus only on our unity, we lose our sense of agency and purpose. The middle way is to live as a conscious individual who is fully aware of their interconnection with all things. We balance our personal needs with the needs of the collective, recognizing that the two are not in conflict, but are two poles of the same reality. This balance is maintained through the constant application of dialectical validation and cognitive reappraisal. When you feel yourself leaning too far toward one pole, you consciously bring in the energy of the other. If you are becoming too rigid and disciplined, you introduce the energy of play and spontaneity. If you are becoming too fluid and unfocused, you introduce the energy of structure and commitment. You are the alchemist of your own character, constantly adjusting the proportions of the various elements to maintain the perfect state of equilibrium. This is the lifelong work of the master, the continuous refinement of the internal balance. The law of polarity teaches us that the path to peace is not the elimination of conflict, but the mastery of it. Conflict is the friction between the poles that generates the energy of life. Without the tension between opposites, there would be no movement, no growth, and no consciousness. The master does not fear the tension. They embrace it as the raw material for their own evolution. They understand that every problem is simply a pair of opposites waiting to be reconciled into a higher truth. By standing at the center of the conflict, you become the catalyst for the synthesis that moves the world forward. This state of equilibrium is the true meaning of emotional mastery. It is the ability to walk the razor's edge between the extremes of human experience without falling into the abyss on either side. You are the master of the pendulum, the one who knows that the swing is temporary and that the center is eternal. You see the half-truths for what they are, and you find the whole truth in the integration of all perspectives. Your mind is no longer a battlefield of opposing forces, but a harmonious temple where all parts of yourself are welcomed and valued. As you move through your day, begin to notice the polarities that are active in your environment and your own mind. When you feel a strong judgment or a powerful emotion, identify the pole you are standing on and look for its opposite. Ask yourself what the other half of the truth might be, and see if you can find the center point where both are contained. Practice the art of the sliding scale, shifting your vibration toward the middle whenever you feel yourself becoming polarized. You are training your consciousness to live in the wise mind, the place of perfect balance and infinite potential. The middle path is a dynamic and living process, not a static destination. It requires a constant, moment-to-moment awareness of your internal state and the willingness to adjust your position as the world shifts around you. You are the tightrope walker who maintains their balance not by standing still, but by making thousands of tiny corrections every second. This is the secret of the master's stability. It is a stability born of total flexibility and unwavering presence. You are the point of absolute equilibrium in a universe of constant change. By mastering polarity, you also master the art of non-judgment, for you realize that every state you once labeled as bad is simply a degree of something good. You stop fighting your own humanity, and you start navigating it with the skill of a seasoned captain. You see the divine order in the play of opposites, and you find the sacred center in every moment. The internal warfare comes to an end, and you are left with a sense of profound peace that is not dependent on the world being a certain way. You have found the middle way, and it has set you free. The ancient sages and the modern clinicians are in total agreement on this point. The secret to a life of meaning and stability is the integration of the opposites. Whether you call it the middle path, the wise mind, or the principle of polarity, the truth remains the same. You must learn to hold the tension of your own complexity and to find the synthesis that lies beyond the binary. You are the bridge between the heavens and the earth, the light and the dark, the mind and the heart. In the center of that bridge, you find your true self, the sovereign master of the emotional landscape. As we continue to explore the depths of this mastery, we will look at how this balance can be applied to our most fundamental perceptions of reality and our relationship with time itself. We will discover how to use the power of the center to transcend the limitations of the past and the anxieties of the future. The foundation of polarity is the key that unlocks all the higher mysteries of the mind, providing us with the stability we need to climb to the ultimate heights of our potential. You are the master of the poles, and the entire spectrum of existence is yours to explore. The movement from the courtroom of the mind into the silent laboratory of the observer marks the most significant shift in your evolution toward emotional mastery. While we have learned to cross-examine our thoughts and regulate our biological hardware, we must now address the very mechanism that allows these thoughts to exert power over us in the first place. Most of our suffering does not come from the content of our thoughts, but from our relationship to the process of thinking itself. We have lived our lives as if we were the characters in a movie, unaware that we are actually the screen upon which the images are projected. Metacognition is the art of stepping back from the screen to recognize the light, the lens, and the projector, effectively ending the hypnotic spell of the narrative. In the clinical landscape, this shift is embodied in metacognitive therapy, a rigorous framework that moves beyond what we think to focus on how we think. Traditional cognitive approaches often involve engaging with the content of our worries, trying to prove them wrong or replace them with better alternatives. Metacognitive therapy suggests that this engagement is often what keeps the fire of anxiety burning, as it reinforces the idea that these thoughts are important enough to argue with. We fall into the trap of the cognitive attentional syndrome, a state of persistent rumination and threat monitoring that exhausts the psyche. By learning to observe the thought without interacting with it, we break the loop of the syndrome and allow the mind to return to its natural state of clarity. This clinical detachment is the modern echo of the ancient practice of vipassana, a term from the Pali language that translates to insight or seeing things as they truly are. Vipassana is not a search for a hidden meaning or a mystical experience, but a surgical observation of the arising and passing of every mental and physical phenomenon. The practitioner sits as a silent witness to the flow of consciousness, noticing how a thought emerges from the void, lingers for a moment, and then dissolves back into nothingness. They see that no thought is permanent, no emotion is solid, and no sensation is a fixed part of their identity. This direct perception of impermanence is the ultimate cure for the ego's tendency to cling to its own suffering. The Sufi tradition offers a parallel path through the concept of muraqabah, often translated as watchfulness or divine observation. The seeker in this tradition acts as a watchman at the gate of the heart, carefully monitoring every impulse and every whisper that attempts to enter. They view the heart as a mirror that has been covered in the rust of worldly attachments and egoic distortions, obscuring the reflection of the divine truth. Through the practice of muraqabah, the seeker polishes the mirror with the cloth of constant awareness, ensuring that no shadow can take root in the sanctuary of their being. They are not fighting the shadows, they are simply refusing to let them settle. When we merge the clinical precision of metacognition with the spiritual depth of vipassana and muraqabah, we develop a state of self-reflective awareness that is unshakable. We move from saying I am anxious to saying I am noticing a thought about anxiety and a corresponding sensation in my chest. This simple shift in language reflects a profound shift in consciousness, as we have successfully decoupled our identity from our experience. We are no longer the storm, we are the space in which the storm occurs. This space is the seat of the sovereign observer, the part of you that remains untouched by the drama of the personality and the fluctuations of the world. To cultivate this state, we must understand the mechanics of detached mindfulness, a core component of the metacognitive bridge. Detached mindfulness is not about ignoring your thoughts or pushing them away, which would only create more internal tension. It is the ability to be aware of a thought while simultaneously refusing to give it any further processing power. You acknowledge the presence of the thought as a mental event, much like you would acknowledge a bird flying across the sky or a car passing on the street. You do not try to catch the bird, and you do not try to stop the car. You simply let them move through your field of vision without interference. The mind often resists this detachment because it has been conditioned to believe that rumination is a form of problem solving. We worry because we think it will prepare us for the future, and we ruminate because we think it will help us understand the past. Metacognitive therapy reveals that these are actually maladaptive strategies that create more problems than they solve. Rumination is like a car spinning its wheels in the mud. It uses a massive amount of energy, but results in zero forward movement. By recognizing the futility of these mental loops, we can give ourselves permission to let go of the steering wheel and simply watch the wheels spin until they eventually stop on their own. Imagine yourself standing on the platform of a vast, bustling train station, a place that represents the center of your consciousness. This station is the fixed point of your awareness, the silent ground from which you observe the movement of your internal world. The trains that arrive and depart from this station are your thoughts, your emotions, and your sensory perceptions. Some trains are sleek and fast, representing the fleeting ideas of the day, while others are heavy and slow, representing the deep-seated beliefs and persistent worries that have traveled with you for years. Most people spend their lives frantically jumping onto every train that pulls into the station, being carried away to destinations of fear, regret, or distraction. The practice of the observer is the practice of staying on the platform. You hear the rumble of the approaching train, you feel the vibration in the ground, and you see the destination written on the side of the cars. You might see the anxiety express pulling in, its whistle screaming and its doors opening to invite you aboard. You acknowledge its presence, you notice the passengers of tension and dread looking out from the windows, but you do not step across the threshold. You remain on the platform, breathing the cool air of your own awareness, watching as the train eventually pulls out of the station and disappears into the distance. Every time you stay on the platform, you are strengthening the neural pathways of the prefrontal cortex and weakening the reactive circuits of the limbic system. You are proving to your nervous system that a thought is not a command and that a feeling is not a reality. This is the physiological basis of emotional mastery, as the brain learns to inhibit the automatic survival response in favor of the higher-order observation. You are reclaiming the energy that was once wasted on the internal struggle and redirecting it toward the cultivation of presence. The station becomes a place of peace and order, no matter how many trains are passing through at any given moment. The Sufi watchman at the gate of the heart performs a similar function, but with an emphasis on the quality of the energy that is allowed to enter. They understand that every thought carries a specific vibration, and that by allowing low-vibration thoughts to settle, we darken the mirror of our soul. Muraqabah is the constant state of being present with the heart, ensuring that our internal sanctuary remains a place of light and truth. When a thought of judgment or pride arises, the watchman recognizes it instantly and refuses to grant it entry. They do not argue with the thought, they simply remain in the state of watchfulness, allowing the thought to dissipate like smoke in the wind. In the practice of vipassana, this observation is extended to the very atoms of our experience, breaking down the illusion of a solid and separate self. We see that the person we thought we were is actually a collection of changing processes, a river of phenomena that is never the same from one moment to the next. This realization is the ultimate metacognitive breakthrough, as it reveals that the thinker of the thoughts is itself just another thought. When the thinker dissolves, only the pure awareness of the observer remains. This awareness is the true mirror of the mind, the silent witness that is the source of all peace and all wisdom. The train station visualization allows you to practice this dissolution in a way that is both visceral and accessible. As you sit on the platform, you might notice that some trains are particularly tempting, perhaps the one labeled "I am right" or the one labeled "I am a victim." These are the express trains of the ego, designed to pull you back into the drama of the personality and away from the stillness of the observer. You watch the urge to board the train as if it were just another passenger on the platform, noticing the physical pull toward the car and the mental justifications for jumping on. By observing the urge rather than acting on it, you dissolve its power and remain anchored in your sovereignty. This self-reflective awareness is the key to breaking the cycle of emotional reactivity that governs most human lives. When someone insults you, the old program would have you jump immediately onto the anger train, being carried away into a destination of conflict and resentment. With the observer active, you see the insult as a vibration in the air, and you see the rising anger as a train arriving at the station. You stay on the platform, observing the anger without becoming it, and you choose a response that is aligned with your highest values. You are no longer a passenger on the trains of your conditioning, you are the master of the station. The mirror of the mind is not just a passive receiver of images, it is a creative force that can influence the quality of the reflections it holds. When the mirror is polished and clear, it reflects the truth of the present moment without the distortions of the past or the anxieties of the future. This clarity allows for a level of intuitive wisdom and creative insight that is impossible for the cluttered mind to achieve. You begin to see the underlying patterns of your life and the sacred order of the universe, recognizing that everything is moving according to its own divine logic. The observer is the one who sees the whole picture, while the thinker is only looking at a single frame. Metacognitive therapy also addresses the belief that we have no control over our thoughts, a belief that keeps us in a state of learned helplessness. While it is true that we cannot always control which thoughts pull into the station, we have absolute control over whether or not we board the train. We have the power to direct our attention, to choose which mental events we will process and which we will allow to pass. This is the ultimate expression of free will, the ability to choose our internal state regardless of our external circumstances. By mastering our attention, we master our destiny. The Sufi concept of the watchful heart reminds us that this mastery is a labor of love, a commitment to the purity of our own being. We are not just performing a psychological exercise, we are tending to the garden of our soul. Every moment of watchfulness is an act of devotion, a refusal to let the lower impulses of the ego obscure the light of our true nature. We find that as the mirror becomes cleaner, the world around us begins to reflect that same clarity and light. Our internal state becomes a sanctuary that we carry with us into the world, a source of peace for ourselves and for everyone we encounter. The Vipassana insight into the nature of suffering reveals that all pain is caused by our resistance to the flow of life. We try to stop the trains we don't like, and we try to hold on to the trains we do like, creating a state of constant friction and dissatisfaction. The observer recognizes that the trains must flow, and that our only job is to watch them move with equanimity. By releasing the need to control the traffic of the mind, we enter a state of profound relaxation and trust. We realize that the station is always safe, always silent, and always whole, no matter how many trains are passing through. This synthesis of the clinical and the mystical provides us with a complete system for the management of our internal landscape. We use the logic of metacognition to dismantle the strategies of rumination and worry, and we use the depth of Vipassana and Murakabha to anchor ourselves in the seat of the observer. We are no longer lost in the hall of mirrors. We have found the silvered surface that remains unchanged by any image. We have achieved the mirror of the mind, the state of self-reflective awareness that is the foundation of all true mastery. The trains will continue to pull into the station, but you will never again be forced to board them against your will. As you move through your day, practice the art of staying on the platform. Whenever you feel the pull of a strong emotion or a persistent thought, take a breath and visualize yourself back in the station. See the thought as a physical object moving past you and feel the solid ground of your awareness beneath your feet. Notice the noise, the wind, and the movement, but remain perfectly still in your own center. You are the witness, the watchman, and the sovereign master of your own consciousness. The station is yours, the platform is steady, and the journey toward absolute emotional mastery is unfolding in the silence of your own observation. The clarity of the mirror is not a destination you reach once and for all, but a quality you maintain through constant, gentle effort. You will find that some days the station is quiet and the trains are few, while other days it is a chaotic storm of activity. Your mastery lies in your ability to remain on the platform regardless of the volume of the traffic. You are training yourself to be the sky, which is never bothered by the clouds, and the ocean, which is never disturbed by the waves. This is the peace that surpasses all understanding, the peace of the one who has learned to watch their own mind with the eyes of the infinite. The Sufi masters taught that the ultimate goal of Muraqabah is to reach a state where there is no longer a distinction between the observer and the observed, a state of total unity with the divine presence. In our synthesis, this translates to the integration of the observer into every aspect of our lives, so that we are always living from the center of our being. We are no longer trying to be mindful. We are mindfulness itself. We are no longer trying to be watchful. We are the watchfulness that never sleeps. This is the culmination of the work of the mirror, the point where the reflection and the reality become one. The cognitive attentional syndrome is the final barrier to this unity, the last attempt of the ego to keep us trapped in the loops of the lower mind. By consistently refusing to engage in rumination and worry, we starve the syndrome of the energy it needs to survive. We find that the mind begins to settle into a state of natural quietness, where thoughts only arise when they are truly needed for the task at hand. The station becomes a place of efficient movement and profound silence, a reflection of the order and beauty of the higher mind. You have mastered the architecture of your own attention, and the world is yours to perceive with absolute clarity. The trains of the past and the future will still arrive, but they will no longer have the power to pull you out of the present moment. You see the regret of yesterday and the anxiety of tomorrow as fleeting images on the screen, and you remain anchored in the reality of the now. You have found the point of stillness in the center of the turning world, the place where all power and all peace reside. The mirror is polished, the watchman is alert, and the observer is sovereign. You are ready to face the next stage of your evolution, moving forward with the unshakable confidence of one who knows the truth of their own mind. The self-reflective awareness you have cultivated is the ultimate tool for the transformation of your character and the creation of your destiny. With the ability to observe your thoughts and emotions without being controlled by them, you are finally free to choose your own path. You are the architect of your internal world and the master of the emotional landscape. The journey continues, but the path is now illuminated by the light of your own awareness. Stay on the platform, watch the mirror, and keep the watchman at the gate, for you have claimed the throne of your own consciousness, and the gold of your true self is beginning to shine through. This mastery of the mental plane is the prerequisite for the higher work of the alchemist, the one who can not only observe reality, but can actively shape it through the power of the word and the ritual. We have cleared the debris from the mirror and stabilized the platform of the station, providing the foundation for the creative expressions of the sovereign soul. The silence of the observer is the womb from which the new world is born, and your awareness is the catalyst for the ultimate synthesis. The trains are moving, the mirror is reflecting, and you are exactly where you need to be, at the center of it all, watching with the eyes of the master. The silence of the observer provides the necessary stillness, but it is the word that gives direction to the void. If consciousness is the ocean, then the word is the wind that determines the shape of the waves. Most seekers spend their lives trying to quiet the mind, yet they fail to realize that the mind was designed to speak. The goal is not eternal silence, but the transformation of the internal noise into a coherent, creative symphony. We move now from the role of the silent witness to the role of the divine orator, recognizing that every syllable we utter within the sanctuary of our own mind is a seed planted in the fertile soil of the subconscious. In the ancient Hermetic traditions, the word was seen as the primary tool of creation, the logos that brought order out of chaos. This was not merely a theological concept, but a psychological reality understood by the masters of the mental plane. They knew that the mind is a builder, and that the language we use to describe our reality eventually becomes the reality we inhabit. When you speak to yourself, you are not merely describing your experience, you are issuing a decree to the universe of your own biology. Your internal monologue is a persistent incantation, a series of spells that you cast upon yourself from the moment you wake until the moment you sleep. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy approaches this same truth through the lens of self-talk and cognitive restructuring. It identifies the automatic negative thoughts that plague the human psyche as the root cause of emotional dysfunction. These thoughts are like rogue scripts running in the background of your mental operating system, draining your energy and distorting your perception. By bringing these scripts into the light of awareness, we can begin to edit them, replacing the language of victimhood with the language of sovereignty. The clinical process of restructuring is essentially the modern art of rewriting the spells that have kept us bound in the darkness of our own making. Consider the weight of the phrases you repeat to yourself in the privacy of your own mind. When you say, "I am exhausted" or "I can't handle this," you are not just reporting a feeling. You are commanding your nervous system to shut down. You are reinforcing a neural pathway that associates challenge with defeat, making it more likely that you will react the same way in the future. The brain does not distinguish between a factual observation and a hypnotic suggestion. It simply follows the instructions provided by the dominant voice in your consciousness, building a world that matches the words you choose to inhabit. The word mantra finds its roots in the Sanskrit elements of manas, meaning mind, and tra, meaning tool or instrument. A mantra is literally a tool for the mind, a sacred vibration used to protect the consciousness from its own chaotic tendencies. In the Vedic tradition, these sounds were not seen as mere symbols, but as the fundamental vibrations of reality itself. By chanting a mantra, the practitioner aligns their individual frequency with a higher, more stable vibration, effectively overriding the static of the ego. This is the mystical equivalent of tuning a radio to a clear station, allowing the mind to receive the signals of the higher self without interference. When we merge the science of affirmations with the depth of sacred mantras, we create a potent technology for the recoding of the subconscious. An affirmation is a statement of truth that is asserted as if it were already a reality, designed to challenge and replace the limiting beliefs of the old self. For an affirmation to be effective, it must be more than just positive thinking. It must be a resonant declaration of your sovereign will. It must bridge the gap between where you are and where you intend to be, providing the brain with a new blueprint for your identity. By repeating these declarations with intensity and focus, you begin to overwrite the ancient programs of inadequacy and fear. The most powerful words in the human vocabulary are the two syllables that define the boundary of your existence: I am. Whatever follows these two words becomes your definition, your boundary, and your destiny. In the Western esoteric tradition, the I am presence is the spark of the divine within the individual, the seat of the sovereign creator. When you say I am angry, you have identified your entire being with a passing emotional state. When you say I am experiencing anger, you have reclaimed your position as the observer, recognizing that the emotion is a visitor in your house, but not the owner of the property. The logic of the soul demands that we audit our I am statements with the same rigor that a scientist audits their data. We must become aware of the ways in which we have used these words to build a prison for ourselves. I am a failure, I am unlovable, and I am broken are all examples of black magic, used to curse the self and block the flow of life force. To master the word is to realize that you have the power to revoke these old decrees and to issue new ones. You are the only authority in the kingdom of your own mind, and your word is the law that governs every cell of your body. Neuroplasticity provides the biological evidence for why this practice is so effective. Every time you repeat a thought or a phrase, you are strengthening the synaptic connections associated with that information. This is the principle of Hebbian learning, where neurons that fire together wire together. By consciously choosing a mantra or an affirmation and repeating it with frequency, you are literally carving new pathways in the physical structure of your brain. You are building a mental highway that leads to peace, power, and clarity, making it easier for your consciousness to travel those routes in the future. The repetition of a mantra also serves to bypass the critical faculty of the conscious mind, which often acts as a gatekeeper that rejects new information. When you try to tell yourself, I am confident, the ego often scoffs and points to all the evidence of your past insecurities. But when you use a sacred sound or a rhythmic phrase, the mind becomes entranced by the vibration and the rhythm, allowing the message to slip into the subconscious unnoticed. Once the seed is planted in the deeper layers of the mind, it begins to grow from the inside out, eventually manifesting as a natural and effortless change in your behavior. To craft a truly effective spell for your own transformation, you must ensure that your words are rooted in the present tense and stated in the positive. The subconscious mind does not process negatives effectively. If you say, I am not afraid, the mind fixates on the concept of fear. Instead, you must declare the state you wish to inhabit, such as I am courageous or I am at peace. These statements should be concise, rhythmic, and charged with the emotional frequency of the state they describe. You are not just saying the words, you are feeling the truth of them vibrating through your entire being. In the Hermetic teachings, this is known as the mastery of the mental plane through the power of the vibration. They understood that the universe is in a constant state of motion and that everything has its own unique frequency. By choosing words that resonate with the higher vibrations of wisdom and strength, we align ourselves with the creative forces of the cosmos. We are no longer fighting against our environment. We are using our word to harmonize our internal state with the external world. We become the composers of our own reality, choosing the notes and the rhythms that will define our experience. The use of mantras also provides a powerful anchor for the mind during times of intense emotional turbulence. When the storm of anxiety or anger is at its peak, the logic of the intellect is often the first thing to fail. In these moments, you do not need a complex argument. You need a simple, repetitive sound that can cut through the noise. A mantra acts as a lighthouse in the storm, a fixed point of reference that keeps you from being swept away by the waves. By returning to the sound, you return to your center, allowing the nervous system to stabilize and the clarity of the observer to return. Cognitive behavioral therapy utilizes this same principle through the use of coping statements, which are short, pre-planned phrases used to manage stressful situations. These statements act as a form of emergency self-talk, providing the mind with a clear instruction on how to handle the challenge. When merged with the mystical understanding of the word, these coping statements become something much more profound. They are not just ways to get through a difficult moment, they are declarations of your sovereign power to remain unmoved by external circumstances. You are not just coping, you are commanding the moment to align with your will. The internal monologue is not a random byproduct of the brain. It is a continuous ritual of self-creation. Every thought you allow to pass through your mind without challenge is a form of consent to the reality that thought describes. If you allow a narrative of unworthiness to play in the background of your mind, you are participating in a ritual of self-diminishment. To master the word is to take responsibility for every syllable of this internal dialogue, ensuring that it is aligned with your highest purpose. You are the high priest of your own consciousness, and your thoughts are the offerings you place upon the altar. The practice of rewriting your internal script begins with the audit of your most frequent complaints and self-criticisms. You must listen to the voice of the inner critic with the ear of a scientist, identifying the specific words and phrases it uses to undermine your power. Once you have identified these dark spells, you can begin the work of counterincantation. For every I can't, you create an I am capable. For every I should, you create an I choose. This is not a superficial exercise in positivity, but a deep, alchemical process of transmuting the lead of your old programming into the gold of a new, sovereign identity. The power of the word is also reflected in the way we speak to others and the way we describe the world around us. In the mystical traditions, sacred speech is a form of spiritual discipline, where the practitioner avoids gossip, lying, and harsh language to preserve the purity of their own vibration. They understood that every word spoken aloud is an expansion of the internal monologue, and that by polluting the external environment with negativity, we also pollute our own minds. When you speak with integrity and kindness, you are reinforcing the same qualities within yourself, creating a feedback loop of harmony and strength. In the clinical sense, this is the practice of assertive and constructive communication, which is essential for maintaining healthy boundaries and reducing interpersonal stress. By choosing words that are clear, honest, and respectful, we prevent the buildup of resentment and misunderstanding that often leads to emotional dysregulation. We realize that our words are the primary way we negotiate our reality with others, and that by mastering our speech, we master our social environment. We are no longer reactive participants in the dramas of others. We are the conscious architects of our own interactions. The relationship between the word and the breath is another key to this mastery. In many ancient languages, the words for breath, spirit, and speech are closely related, reflecting the understanding that the voice is the carrier of the life force. When you speak a mantra or an affirmation, you are literally breathing life into the idea, giving it a physical form through the vibration of your vocal cords and the movement of the air. This is why vocalizing your declarations is often more powerful than simply thinking them. You are grounding the spiritual truth in the physical world, making it a tangible reality for your body and your mind. The repetition of a mantra can be synchronized with the rhythm of the breath, creating a powerful synergy that stabilizes both the physiology and the psychology. As you inhale, you can mentally repeat the first half of your affirmation, and as you exhale, you can repeat the second half. This turns the act of breathing into a continuous cycle of self-affirmation, ensuring that every moment of your life is infused with the power of your chosen word. You are no longer at the mercy of the random thoughts that float into your mind. You have provided your consciousness with a steady, nourishing stream of truth. The science of neurolinguistic programming explores how the specific structure of our language influences our neurological processes. It suggests that by changing the way we frame our experiences, we can change the way our brains process those experiences. If you describe a challenge as an opportunity for growth rather than a problem to be solved, your brain will approach it with a sense of curiosity and creativity rather than fear and avoidance. This is the practical application of the power of the word, a way to use language as a lever to shift the entire orientation of your consciousness. You are not just changing your thoughts, you are changing the very way you perceive the world. In the mystical path, the word is often used as a form of invocation, a way to call upon the higher aspects of the self or the divine forces of the universe. When you repeat a sacred name or a powerful attribute, you are inviting that quality to manifest within your own being. You are aligning your vibration with the quality of wisdom, compassion, or strength, allowing it to flow through you and transform your character. This is the ultimate goal of the mantra, to become the very thing you are chanting. You are not just saying the word peace, you are becoming peace itself. The internal monologue is the primary tool of the ego, the way it maintains its story of separation and lack. By introducing a mantra or a consciously chosen affirmation into the mind, you are disrupting the ego's narrative and creating a space for the sovereign self to emerge. You are breaking the trance of the old identity and awakening to a higher level of awareness. The word is the sword that cuts through the illusions of the mind and the shield that protects the heart from the arrows of self-doubt. You are the master of the sword and the shield, and your word is the power that guides them. The alchemy of the word is the process of turning your speech into a sacred act. We move from the unconscious chatter of the lower mind to the deliberate, creative speech of the higher mind. We recognize that every word we utter is a contribution to the collective consciousness, and we choose to contribute only that which is true, beautiful, and good. This is the path of the master orator, the one who knows that their voice is a gift and their word is a responsibility. We are no longer the victims of our internal noise. We are the creators of our own internal harmony. As you continue this practice, you will find that the old, negative thoughts begin to lose their power. They may still arise, but they will no longer have the same emotional charge, and they will be quickly replaced by the new, empowering scripts you have created. You will find that you are more resilient in the face of challenges, more confident in your abilities, and more at peace with yourself and the world. The word has become your ally, a loyal servant that supports your growth and your evolution. You have mastered the power of the word, and your life is the living proof of its creative force. The internal monologue is no longer a source of suffering, but a source of strength. You have rewritten the spells, audited the scripts, and claimed the power of the I am. You are the architect of your own reality, and your language is the blueprint you use to build it. Every day is an opportunity to refine your word, to choose the syllables that will define your experience and the vibrations that will shape your world. The station of the mind is now a place of beautiful and coherent signals, and you are the one who is broadcasting the truth. The word is the bridge between the invisible world of thought and the visible world of action. By mastering your language, you are preparing yourself for the higher rituals of transformation that await. You have stabilized the hardware and the software, and you have reclaimed the power of the creative word. You are ready to move into the deeper mysteries of self-refinement, where the word becomes the ritual and the ritual becomes the reality. The journey continues, and your voice is the guide that leads you into the infinite. The power of words is the power of life itself. Use your words to build, to heal, and to create. Declare your sovereignty with every breath, and let your internal monologue be a hymn to the beauty of your own existence. You are the master of the word, the alchemist of the mind, and the sovereign of your own destiny. The spells are yours to cast, and the world is yours to shape. Speak the truth, and the truth will set you free. The mastery of the word provides the script for your transformation, but the word alone often lacks the weight to anchor itself in the turbulent waters of your daily life. You may speak the truth of your sovereignty and declare your internal peace, yet find that the moment you step into the chaos of the world, your declarations vanish like smoke. This is because the mind is not merely a linguistic processor. It is a biological entity that evolved through movement, rhythm, and sensory engagement. To truly cement the changes you are making, you must move from the abstract realm of thought into the concrete realm of action. You must learn to physicalize your intentions through the ancient and scientifically validated technology of ritual. Ritual is often misunderstood as a relic of a superstitious past, a series of empty gestures performed to appease imaginary forces. In the context of absolute emotional mastery, however, ritual is recognized as a sophisticated form of neuroplasticity, a way to manually rewire the brain through structured, symbolic behavior. The brain is an association machine that thrives on patterns and predictability. When you perform a ritual, You are providing your nervous system with a clear, unambiguous signal that a specific internal state is being invoked. You are using the physical world to command the biological world to align with your spiritual intent. The modern mind is suffering from a profound lack of ceremony, a flatlining of the human experience where every moment is treated with the same casual indifference. We wake up to the jarring noise of an alarm and immediately plunge into the digital stream of other people's anxieties, never taking the time to set the frequency of our own day. This lack of structure creates a state of high entropy in the brain, where the nervous system is constantly reacting to random stimuli rather than following a sovereign direction. Ritual provides the necessary boundaries for the psyche, creating a sacred space where the laws of the ordinary world are suspended and the logic of the soul takes precedence. From the perspective of cognitive behavioral therapy, ritual is the ultimate application of cue-dependent learning and the formation of habit loops. Every habit is composed of a cue, a routine, and a reward. Most of our destructive emotional patterns are unconscious habit loops triggered by environmental cues that we have not yet mastered. By consciously designing a ritual, you are taking control of this process, creating a deliberate cue that triggers a master state of being. You are training your brain to associate a specific scent, a specific movement, or a specific object with the feeling of absolute emotional stability. This is the psychological basis of anchoring, a technique where a physical stimulus becomes inextricably linked to an internal emotional state. In the mystical traditions, this was known as the creation of a talisman or the consecration of a ritual tool. When a practitioner picks up a wand or lights a specific incense, they are not just engaging in theater. They are activating a powerful psychological anchor that has been reinforced through repeated use. Their brain recognizes the cue and immediately shifts into the state of focus and power required for the work. You can use this same mechanism to anchor your own sovereignty, ensuring that your mastery is always just one deliberate action away. The brain loves ceremony because ceremony provides a sense of agency in an unpredictable world. When you perform a ritual, you are moving from the role of a passive observer of your life to the role of the active director. You are asserting that you have the power to influence your internal environment through your own actions. This sense of self-efficacy is one of the most potent antidotes to depression and anxiety, as it breaks the cycle of learned helplessness that keeps the ego trapped in its own shadows. Ritual is the physical expression of your refusal to be a victim of your biology or your circumstances. In the high ceremony of Western esotericism, the practitioner begins by clearing the space and establishing a boundary, often through the ritual of the circle. This is a profound psychological act of separation, where the individual defines the limits of their own consciousness and bars the entry of unwanted influences. You can apply this same principle to your emotional life by creating a daily ritual that serves as a boundary for your mind. This is the moment where you step out of the collective noise and into your own sovereign center. You are declaring that within this space and this time, only the truth of your integrated self is allowed to exist. The use of the 4 elements in ritual magic is another powerful bridge to the cognitive architecture of the self. Air represents the intellect and the power of the word. Fire represents the will and the drive for transformation. Water represents the emotions and the flow of the soul. And earth represents the body and the stability of the physical world. When a ritualist invokes these elements, they are essentially performing a systematic check-in with the different parts of their own psyche. They are ensuring that their thoughts, their will, their feelings, and their actions are all aligned and working in harmony. This is the ultimate form of internal engineering, conducted through the language of symbol and myth. The subconscious mind does not speak the language of linear logic. It speaks the language of imagery, sensation, and metaphor. This is why a simple cognitive reframe often fails to reach the deeper layers of the psyche where our oldest schemas reside. Ritual bypasses the critical faculty of the conscious mind and speaks directly to the subconscious, using the theater of action to communicate a new reality. When you perform a ritual of release, such as writing a limiting belief on a piece of paper and burning it, you are providing your brain with a vivid, sensory experience of that belief being destroyed. The subconscious accepts the symbol as a fact and the emotional grip of the belief begins to loosen. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, you must design a morning invoking ritual that sets the baseline for your internal state. This is a 5-minute practice that combines the power of the breath, the word, and the physical anchor to establish your sovereign center before you engage with the world. You begin by choosing a specific physical cue that will serve as the anchor for this ritual. It could be the act of lighting a small candle, the scent of a particular essential oil, or the touch of a specific stone that you keep on your nightstand. This cue must be used only for this purpose, ensuring that the association remains pure and powerful. Upon waking, before you check your phone or engage with any external information, you activate your cue. As you light the flame or breathe in the scent, you take 3 deep, rhythmic breaths, utilizing the box breathing technique to stabilize your hardware. With each inhale, you visualize yourself drawing in the golden light of your own sovereign awareness. With each exhale, you release the remnants of sleep and any lingering shadows of the previous day. You are clearing the altar of your mind, preparing it for the invocation of your true self. Once your physiology is steady, you perform a brief movement that represents your internal alignment. This could be a simple stretching of the arms toward the sky, or the placing of your hands over your heart center. As you move, you speak your primary invocation, a concise and powerful I am statement that defines the state you intend to inhabit for the day. I am the sovereign master of my emotional landscape, or I am anchored in the unshakable peace of the observer. You speak these words aloud, allowing the vibration of your voice to fill the space and resonate through your body. The final stage of the ritual is the act of visualization, where you see yourself moving through your day with the qualities you have just invoked. You see yourself encountering challenges and responding with the logic of the soul. You see yourself interacting with others from a place of centered strength and compassion. You are providing your brain with a mental rehearsal of mastery, creating the neural blueprints that your behavior will follow. This is the moment where the ritual is integrated into your future reality, turning the 5-minute practice into a continuous state of being. This invoking ritual works because it utilizes the brain's natural tendency toward predictive processing. By setting a clear expectation for your internal state at the beginning of the day, you are priming your brain to look for evidence of that state in your environment. You are creating a cognitive filter that prioritizes stability and peace over reactivity and chaos. The ritual acts as a psychological immune system, protecting you from the emotional contagions of the world and ensuring that you remain the author of your own experience. You are no longer waiting for the day to happen to you. You are commanding the day to align with your will. The beauty of this practice is its simplicity and its scalability. You do not need an elaborate temple or expensive tools to perform high alchemy on your own consciousness. You only need a few minutes of dedicated time and the willingness to treat your internal state as a sacred responsibility. Over time, the association between your cue and your master state will become so strong that you will be able to trigger the feeling of stability in an instant, even in the midst of a crisis. You will have built a portable sanctuary that you carry with you wherever you go, a source of power that is always accessible through the technology of ritual. Ritual also provides a sense of continuity and meaning that is often missing from modern life. By performing the same sacred actions every morning, you are connecting yourself to a lineage of seekers and masters who have used these same tools for millennia. You are recognizing that your journey toward emotional mastery is not a solitary struggle, but a participation in the great work of human evolution. This sense of connection provides a deep source of motivation and resilience, helping you to stay committed to the path even when it becomes difficult. You are not just fixing your brain, you are honoring your soul. The science of ceremony reveals that repetitive, rhythmic actions have a profound effect on the brain's ability to regulate emotion. These actions stimulate the release of oxytocin and serotonin, the neurochemicals associated with bonding, trust, and well-being. By incorporating rhythmic movement or chanting into your ritual, you are providing your body with a natural pharmacy of calming substances. You are using the mechanics of your biology to support the goals of your psychology, creating a holistic system of self-regulation that is both effective and sustainable. As you become more proficient in your morning ritual, you can begin to design smaller, micro-rituals for specific challenges throughout your day. If you have a difficult meeting, you can create a 30-second ritual of grounding and invocation to perform before you enter the room. If you find yourself becoming overwhelmed by a sudden spike in anxiety, you can use a specific physical anchor to return to the state of the observer. These micro-rituals act as the maintenance protocols for your sovereign mind, ensuring that you never drift too far from your center for too long. You are building a life that is woven together by a thread of conscious intent. The ultimate goal of ritual as neuroplasticity is to reach a state where your entire life becomes a living ceremony. You move from the designated 5-minute practice to a way of being where every action is performed with the same level of presence and purpose. You treat your work, your relationships, and your self-care as sacred duties, recognizing that the quality of your attention is the most powerful ritual tool you possess. You are no longer performing rituals to change your state. You are living in a state that is a continuous expression of your mastery. The boundary between the ritual and the reality has finally dissolved. This integration is the hallmark of the master alchemist, the one who can find the sacred in the mundane and the eternal in the temporary. You realize that the world is not something that happens to you, but something that you participate in creating through the quality of your awareness and the intent of your actions. Your rituals have provided you with the stability and the clarity to see the world as it truly is, a vast laboratory of infinite potential. You have mastered the art of neuroliturgy, and your life is the temple in which the transformation of the soul is taking place. The morning invocation is your daily commitment to the great work, a reminder of who you are and what you are capable of achieving. It is the moment where you reclaim your throne and set the laws for your internal kingdom. Do not underestimate the power of these 5 minutes, for they are the foundation upon which your entire emotional destiny is built. With every flame you light, every breath you take, and every word you speak, you are carving the path to absolute mastery. You are the architect, the priest, and the sovereign, and the ritual is the tool of your liberation. The transition from the word to the act is the transition from the map to the territory. You have studied the terrain of your mind, and you have learned the language of the soul, and now you are walking the path with the steady confidence of one who knows the way. The technology of ritual is your guide, providing you with the structure and the strength to face any challenge with a heart that is open and a mind that is clear. You are no longer seeking mastery. You are practicing it in every moment, in every movement, and in every breath. The ritual has begun, and the gold of your true self is being forged in the fire of your own conscious action. Every day is a new opportunity to refine your practice and to deepen your connection to the sovereign center. You will find that as your rituals become more established, your internal landscape becomes more stable and your emotional reactivity diminishes. You are building a reservoir of peace that can weather any storm, a sanctuary that is built on the solid ground of your own neurological associations. This is the promise of the trans-temporal approach, a life that is grounded in the best of modern science and elevated by the most profound of ancient wisdom. The ritual is the bridge, and you are the one who is crossing it. The invocation of stability is the first step in a larger process of creating a life that is fully aligned with your highest values. As you master the morning ritual, you will naturally begin to look for other areas where you can introduce the power of ceremony. You will find that your evening routine, your meals, and even your exercise can be transformed into rituals of self-refinement and spiritual connection. You are reclaiming the lost art of living, turning the mundane details of your existence into a continuous celebration of your sovereign will. The world is waiting for the master to emerge, and the ritual is the way you make your presence known. The ultimate friction of the human experience is not found in the external obstacles we face, but in the internal war we wage against the present moment. We treat reality as an opponent to be pinned down, an unruly beast that must be broken to fit our rigid expectations of how existence ought to function. This constant state of friction is the primary source of the exhaustion that plagues the modern psyche, a relentless draining of vitality that occurs when we pit our limited will against the infinite flow of life. We are like swimmers trying to move upstream against a powerful current, convinced that if we just stroke harder, we can force the river to change its direction. This is the fundamental error of the unmastered mind, the belief that resistance is the same thing as power, when in truth, it is the very thing that keeps us enslaved to our suffering. In the clinical framework of dialectical behavior therapy, we find a mathematical precision applied to this ancient struggle through the formula stating that suffering equals pain times resistance. Pain is an inevitable part of the human journey, a biological and emotional signal that something requires our attention or that a loss has occurred. Resistance, however, is the optional multiplier that transforms a temporary sensation of discomfort into a chronic state of psychological agony. When we refuse to accept the reality of our pain, we create a secondary layer of distress that is often far more damaging than the original wound itself. By dropping the resistance, we do not eliminate the presence of pain, but we stop it from becoming the defining weight of our lives, allowing it to move through us like weather through the sky. The Taoist sages of ancient China understood this principle millennia before the advent of modern psychology, describing a state of being known as Wu Wei, or effortless action. Wu Wei is not a call to passivity or a suggestion that we should remain indifferent to the world. It is the high art of acting in perfect alignment with the natural flow of the universe. It is the realization that the most effective way to navigate a river is not to fight the current, but to use its inherent energy to propel us toward our destination. When we practice Wu Wei, we stop trying to impose our mental categories onto the fluid reality of the moment. We become like water, which effortlessly finds its way around every obstacle by simply being exactly what it is without apology or hesitation. The primary tool of our resistance is the word should, a linguistic parasite that drains the meaning and beauty from the present moment. We tell ourselves that we should be more successful, that our partners should be more understanding, or that the world should be more fair than it currently appears. Every should is a rejection of the only reality that actually exists, a declaration of war against the now in favor of a fantasy that lives only in our imagination. This cognitive distortion keeps us trapped in a state of perpetual resentment, as we are constantly measuring our lives against an impossible and non-existent standard. To master the mind is to recognize that should is a ghost, and that is the only ground upon which we can truly stand and build. Radical acceptance is the decision to say an unconditional yes to the present moment, regardless of how painful or inconvenient that moment may be. It is an act of spiritual and psychological courage that requires us to drop our weapons and face reality without the armor of our judgments. This is not the same as approval or resignation. You can accept that a situation is occurring without liking it or wanting it to continue in the future. Acceptance is simply the recognition of the facts, the clearing of the mental fog so that you can see exactly where you are standing. Only when you have accepted the reality of your starting point can you begin to plot a course toward a different and more desirable destination. When we resist a thought or a feeling, we are essentially giving it our full attention and energy, effectively pinning it to our consciousness through the force of our own struggle. The very act of trying to push something away requires us to touch it, to engage with it, and to reinforce its importance in our internal hierarchy. The Taoist path suggests that we should instead practice a form of mental yielding, allowing the unwanted thought to pass through us like wind through a screen. By refusing to provide a solid surface for the thought to strike against, we deny it the friction it needs to generate the heat of emotional distress. We remain transparent and fluid, allowing the energy of the moment to move through us without leaving a trace of disturbance or trauma. The master uses radical acceptance as a pivot point, a way to quickly transition from reactive suffering to effective, sovereign action. When a crisis occurs, the unmastered mind wastes precious time and energy on the lamentation of why this is happening and how it is unfair. The sovereign mind, however, immediately acknowledges the facts of the situation and asks what the most skillful response is to the reality at hand. This shift from the past-oriented why to the future-oriented how is the hallmark of the Taoist flow state. By accepting the current exactly as it is, you gain the ability to steer the boat, turning a potential disaster into an opportunity for the expression of your highest mastery. The resistance we feel in our minds is always mirrored in the physical tension of our bodies, creating a feedback loop of distress. When we are in a state of shitting, our muscles tighten, our breath becomes shallow, and our nervous system enters a state of high alert. This physiological bracing is the physical manifestation of our war with reality, a constant state of armor that prevents us from experiencing the natural flow of life force. To practice Wu Wei, we must learn to recognize this bracing and consciously soften into the experience as it arises. We use the breath to melt the ice of our resistance, allowing our biology to return to a state of receptive ease even in the midst of extreme difficulty. Our resistance is often fueled by the ego's desperate need for control, the belief that if we just worry enough or fight hard enough, we can prevent the universe from being unpredictable. Radical acceptance is the ultimate surrender of this illusion, the recognition that our power does not lie in controlling the external world, but in mastering our internal response to it. When we stop trying to be the architect of every outcome, we find that the universe has a natural order and intelligence that far exceeds our limited planning. We move from being the frustrated manager of existence to being the conscious participant in its unfolding, discovering a peace that is not dependent on things going our way. In the alchemy of the mind, acceptance is the universal solvent that dissolves the leaden structures of the personality and the ego. Our grievances, our traumas, and our anxieties are all held together by the glue of our persistent resistance to what has happened. When we apply the solvent of radical acceptance, these structures begin to break down, releasing the energy that was once trapped within their rigid walls. We find that the very things we were most afraid of are not as solid as they seemed once we stop providing the friction of our struggle. The lead of our suffering is transformed into the gold of our wisdom, as we realize that every challenge was a necessary part of the path we were meant to walk. Emotions are like weather patterns in the vast, unchanging sky of our consciousness, and the practice of the Tao is to allow them to move through their natural cycles without interference. We do not try to make the rain stop or force the sun to shine. We simply adjust our behavior to match the current conditions of our internal climate. If sadness is present, we allow ourselves to be sad with total acceptance, recognizing that it is a temporary configuration of energy and not a permanent flaw. By refusing to label the emotion as a problem that needs to be solved, we prevent it from becoming a permanent fixture of our identity. The sadness moves through us and eventually gives way to a new state, just as the clouds eventually give way to the clear, blue sky. Merging the Taoist flow with the clinical precision of cognitive behavioral tools provides us with a set of skillful means for navigating the complexities of modern life. We learn to use the dialectic of change and acceptance, recognizing that these two poles are the twin engines of our spiritual and psychological evolution. We accept the reality of our current limitations while simultaneously working to transcend them with the grace and efficiency of Wu Wei. This prevents the work of self-refinement from becoming a grim struggle of the will and turns it into a joyful dance of discovery. We are no longer trying to force ourselves into a new shape. We are allowing our true nature to emerge through the dissolution of our resistance. Radical acceptance leads naturally to a state of non-attachment, where we are no longer tethered to the specific outcomes of our actions or the shifting opinions of others. We perform our dharma with total intensity and focus, yet we remain perfectly at peace regardless of the final result. This is the ultimate emotional mastery, the ability to be fully engaged in the world without being enslaved by the world's fluctuations. We are like the lotus that grows in the mud but remains untouched by the grime, rooted in the earth but reaching toward the heavens. Our happiness is no longer a hostage to the environment, but a sovereign state that we generate from within through the power of our own acceptance. The war with reality is ultimately a war with ourselves, as we are an inseparable part of the very reality we are trying to reject. When we practice radical acceptance, we are making peace with every part of our own being, including our flaws, our mistakes, and our unfulfilled desires. We stop being our own harshest critic and start being our own most compassionate and objective witness. This internal reconciliation is the prerequisite for any true progress, as it creates a unified field of consciousness where growth can occur without the friction of self-loathing. We are finally on our own side, moving through the world with the quiet confidence of a mind that is no longer divided against itself. As we master the art of acceptance, we begin to see the Tao in everything, in the mundane chores, the difficult conversations, and the moments of profound silence. We realize that there is no part of life that is outside of the sacred flow, and that our only job is to remain awake and receptive to the movement of the moment. The logic of the soul and the mechanics of the nervous system are now in perfect alignment, allowing us to live with a level of grace and effectiveness that was once unimaginable. We have ended the war, dropped the resistance, and stepped into the eternal flow of the Tao, where every action is effortless and every moment is a potential masterpiece. The mind is a natural time traveler, constantly pulling us into the regrets of the past or the anxieties of the future, yet the Tao exists only in the absolute present. Radical acceptance acts as a gravity well that pulls our consciousness back to the only moment where we have any real power to act. When we accept what is, we are forced to deal with the immediate reality of our situation, rather than the stories we tell about it. This groundedness is the source of our strength, providing us with a solid foundation from which to act with clarity and purpose. We are no longer lost in the illusions of time, we are anchored in the absolute reality of the now. Imagine a river flowing around a great stone. It does not stop to argue with the stone or to complain about its presence in the water. It simply adjusts its course, moving with the path of least resistance while still maintaining its powerful forward momentum. This is the model for the master's interaction with the obstacles of life, whether they are internal or external. We do not need to remove every stone from our path to reach the ocean. We only need to be fluid enough to move around them. Our obstacles are not interruptions to our journey. They are the very terrain that defines the unique and beautiful shape of our flow. There is a profound paradox at the heart of this mastery. The moment we truly accept a situation as it is, that situation begins to change. Our resistance is often the very thing that keeps a problem stuck in place, providing it with the energy and attention it needs to persist. When we drop the resistance, the energy is withdrawn, and the situation is free to move into its next configuration. This is the secret of the Taoist master, who achieves everything by seemingly doing nothing of a forceful nature. They do not force change. They create the conditions for change to occur naturally through the power of their own non-resistance. Radical acceptance is not a loud or dramatic declaration, but a silent, internal yes that resonates through every level of our being. It is a softening of the heart, a relaxing of the mind, and a deep, somatic release of the need to be right or to be in control. This silent yes is the ultimate prayer, a total surrender to the divine intelligence that governs the unfolding of the universe. It is the realization that we are not separate from the Tao, and that our true will is perfectly aligned with the flow of existence. In that alignment, we find a peace that surpasses all understanding, a peace that is the birthright of every sovereign soul. As you move forward from this point, carry the formula of non-suffering with you as a sacred shield against the chaos of the world. Whenever you feel the onset of distress, ask yourself where you are resisting and what should you are still clinging to with white knuckles. Breathe into the tension, drop the resistance, and return to the effortless flow of the Tao that is always present beneath the surface. You are the master of the moment, the one who knows that the only way to win the war with reality is to stop fighting it and start flowing with it. The path is clear, the river is flowing, and your sovereignty is found in the grace of your own radical acceptance. The practice of non-resistance allows you to observe the world with a clarity that is impossible for the reactive mind. You see people and events as they are, rather than as threats to your ego or obstacles to your desires. This objective perception is the foundation of true wisdom, as it allows you to see the interconnectedness of all things and the hidden logic behind the apparent chaos. You move with a sense of quiet authority, not because you are forcing your will upon the world, but because you are in harmony with it. Your presence becomes a source of stability for others, a calm center in the midst of a turbulent world. The Taoist flow state is the natural result of a mind that has been cleared of the clutter of resistance and judgment. In this state, your actions are spontaneous, precise, and perfectly timed, arising from a place of deep intuition rather than calculated effort. You are no longer thinking about what to do, you are simply doing what the moment requires. This is the peak of human performance, whether in the boardroom, the athletic arena, or the sanctuary of the home. By accepting the reality of the moment, You unlock the full potential of your own genius, allowing it to flow through you without the interference of the ego. The transition from resistance to acceptance is the most significant alchemical shift you can make in your internal laboratory. It is the turning point where the lead of your suffering begins to transform into the gold of your mastery. This process requires a constant vigilance, as the ego will always try to pull you back into the war with reality. But with every conscious choice to accept, you strengthen the observer and weaken the grip of the reactive self. You are building a new way of being, one that is rooted in the peace of the Tao and the precision of the clinical mind. The river of your life is moving toward the vast ocean of the infinite, and your only task is to remain in the flow. Do not cling to the banks of the past or try to swim against the current of the future. Stay in the center of the stream, where the water is deep and the movement is steady. Trust the intelligence of the river and the strength of your own acceptance. You are the water, you are the flow, and you are the destination. The mastery of the Tao is the mastery of life itself, a journey of effortless action and absolute emotional peace. The silence of your acceptance is the most powerful word you can speak to the universe. It is a declaration of trust and a recognition of the sacred order of all things. In that silence, you hear the voice of the Tao guiding you, providing you with the insights and the strength you need for every step of the way. You are never alone, for you are one with the flow that sustains the stars and the seasons. Your sovereignty is not a separation from the world, but a deep and profound integration with it. You have ended the war, and in the peace that follows, you find the truth of your own eternal nature. The mastery of radical acceptance is a lifelong practice, a continuous returning to the center whenever the world pulls you off balance. It is a commitment to the truth of the now, regardless of the form that truth may take. With every act of acceptance, you are clearing the path for your own evolution and the evolution of the whole. You are a participant in the great work of the universe, a conscious co-creator of a world that is no longer defined by struggle, but by flow. Your life is the living expression of the Tao, a masterpiece of effortless action and sovereign peace. The path forward is illuminated by the light of your own non-resistance. You move with a grace and a clarity that are the hallmarks of the true master, navigating the complexities of existence with ease and joy. The stones in the river are no longer obstacles, but stepping stones that lead you deeper into the mysteries of the self. You have discovered the secret of the middle path, the place of perfect balance between acceptance and change. You are the master of the flow, and the entire universe is your home. This state of absolute emotional mastery is not a destination you reach, but a way of walking the path. It is the realization that every moment is an opportunity to practice the Tao and to refine your own consciousness. You are no longer seeking peace, you are the peace. You are no longer looking for the Tao, you are the Tao in motion. The journey continues, and the heights you will reach are limited only by your willingness to say yes to the life that is flowing through you. Stay in the flow, trust the current, and embrace the absolute reality of your own sovereign nature. The silent architect of the ego's most fortified prisons is not fear or anger, but the cold, contracting force of shame. While other emotions act as signals for external threats, shame is a strike against the very foundation of your being, whispering the lethal lie that you are fundamentally broken. It is the leaden weight that refuses to be transmuted, because it convinces the alchemist that the laboratory itself is unworthy of the gold. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, we must confront this ancient wound with a weapon that is more powerful than logic or will, introducing the frequency of compassion as the universal solvent for the structures of self-loathing. Shame is a form of social death, an evolutionary relic from a time when exclusion from the tribe meant certain physical destruction. When you experience shame, your nervous system interprets the feeling as a total loss of safety, triggering a collapse response that shuts down your creativity and your connection to the higher mind. You become small, hidden, and defensive, trapped in a physiological state that prioritizes invisibility over growth. This is the ultimate barrier to sovereignty, for a mind that believes it is defective can never truly claim its throne or command its reality with authority. The internal critic is the voice that shame uses to maintain its dominion over your consciousness. This critic is not a reflection of the truth, but a fragmented survival mechanism that has taken a healthy desire for self-improvement and twisted it into a relentless campaign of self-sabotage. When you criticize yourself, your brain does not distinguish between an external predator and an internal thought. You are simultaneously the lion and the gazelle, the hunter and the prey, locked in a biological loop where you are attacking the very organism you are trying to protect. This constant state of self-attack prevents the nervous system from ever entering the state of recovery and integration necessary for true alchemy. You cannot heal a mind that is constantly under siege by its own architect, nor can you refine a soul that is being told it is garbage. The logic of the soul requires a foundation of internal safety, a sanctuary where the work of transformation can occur without the interference of the judge. We must learn to disable the critic not through force, but through the superior frequency of compassion-focused therapy. Paul Gilbert's clinical framework identifies 3 primary emotional regulation systems that govern the human experience. The threat system is our ancient radar for danger, scanning the world for predators and social rejection, fueled by the fires of the amygdala. The drive system is our engine of pursuit, pushing us toward status, resources, and achievement through the relentless release of dopamine. However, the third system, the soothing system, is the realm of safety, connection, and contentment, mediated by the body's natural opiates and the bonding power of oxytocin. In the modern world, most individuals are caught in a devastating cycle of high threat and high drive, leaving the soothing system completely underdeveloped. We chase success to outrun our feelings of inadequacy, only to find that the drive system cannot heal the wounds created by the threat system. We become high-functioning, but internally hollow, capable of great action, but incapable of true peace. To master the emotional landscape, we must manually activate the soothing system, providing our nervous system with the chemical and energetic environment it needs to thrive. This biological understanding finds its spiritual fulfillment in the ancient practice of metta, or loving-kindness meditation. Metta is not a sentimental feeling or a passive emotion. It is a deliberate cultivation of a benevolent will toward oneself and all beings. It is the recognition that every living thing shares the same fundamental desire to be free from suffering and to experience a sense of belonging. By practicing metta, you are performing a form of spiritual engineering, overriding the ancient threat responses with a higher frequency of universal connection. The practice of metta begins with the self, for you cannot radiate a light that you have not first ignited within your own heart. You offer yourself the same quality of kindness and protection that you would offer to a beloved child or a cherished friend. You speak the words of benevolence into the silence of your own being, allowing the vibration to penetrate the layers of shame and criticism. May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I be at peace, and may I live with ease. These are not just wishes. They are the commands of the sovereign mind, establishing a new law of internal grace. As the frequency of metta stabilizes within you, it begins to act as a universal solvent, dissolving the boundaries of the ego and the illusions of separation. You realize that your suffering is not a personal failure, but a part of the shared human condition, a thread in the vast tapestry of collective experience. This shift from the isolated I to the connected we is the essence of the mystical bridge. It removes the sting of shame by revealing that there is nothing you have felt or done that has not been felt or done by 1,000 others throughout the ages. In the Mahayana tradition, this compassion is expanded into the profound concept of bodhicitta, the awakened heart-mind. Bodhicitta is the desire to achieve the highest state of consciousness for the purpose of liberating all beings from their suffering. This is the ultimate reframing of your personal work, where your healing is seen as an essential contribution to the collective evolution of humanity. You are no longer just fixing a broken brain, you are refining a vessel for the light of the infinite. Your struggle with shame becomes the raw material for a compassion that is vast enough to hold the entire world. The bodhicitta is the warrior's heart, a state of being that is both incredibly soft and unbreakably strong. It does not turn away from pain, but moves toward it with the intention of transformation. When you encounter the shamed parts of yourself with the awakened heart, you are not trying to fix them or get rid of them. You are offering them the one thing they have always lacked, the presence of a love that does not demand they be different than they are. This radical acceptance is the only force capable of melting the frozen structures of the past. To bridge these clinical and mystical insights into a practical exercise, we utilize the visualization of the compassion itself. This is the creation of an internal archetype that possesses 4 essential qualities: perfect wisdom, perfect strength, perfect kindness, and an unshakable commitment to your well-being. This figure is a manifestation of your own highest potential, the part of you that has already transcended the dramas of the ego and the limitations of time. By interacting with this archetype, you provide your nervous system with the corrective emotional experiences it requires to heal the shame wound. Wisdom is the ability to see the truth of your situation without the distortions of the critic, recognizing the causes and conditions that led to your suffering. Strength is the capacity to hold the intensity of your emotions without being overwhelmed, providing a solid container for the work of alchemy. Kindness is the gentle, nurturing warmth that allows the heart to open and the body to relax. Commitment is the unwavering presence that stays with you through every stage of the process, ensuring that you are never alone in the darkness. Together, these qualities form the compassionate self, the inner mentor who guides you toward wholeness. To begin the visualization, sit in a position of dignity and return to the rhythmic flow of the breath, allowing the body to settle into a state of receptive ease. Imagine a light beginning to glow at the center of your chest, a warm and radiant energy that represents your inherent worth and your connection to the source of all life. As this light expands, see it taking the form of your compassionate self, standing or sitting before you with a gaze of absolute acceptance. This figure knows everything you have ever done, every mistake you have made, and every pain you have endured, yet it looks upon you with nothing but profound love. Notice the details of this compassionate self, the expression on its face, the posture of its body, and the quality of the energy it radiates. Feel the physical sensation of this compassion washing over you, melting the tension in your shoulders and the knot in your stomach. You are standing in the presence of a being that is entirely on your side, a being that understands the difficulty of the human journey and honors your courage for walking it. Allow yourself to be fully seen by this figure, letting go of the need to hide or to apologize for your existence. Now, invite the part of you that carries the heaviest burden of shame to step into the presence of the compassionate self. See this part not as a failure or a monster, but as a wounded aspect of your psyche that was formed in response to a perceived threat or a lack of connection. Notice how the compassionate self moves toward this wounded part, not with judgment or a desire to change it, but with a deep, quiet desire to provide comfort. Watch as the compassionate self speaks to the wounded part, offering the words of validation and safety that it has been waiting a lifetime to hear. You are not just imagining this, you are creating a new neurological reality. The brain does not distinguish between a lived experience and a vivid, emotionally charged visualization. By repeatedly performing this exercise, you are training your nervous system to respond to your own pain with compassion rather than criticism. You are building a new neural highway that leads directly to the soothing system, making it easier for you to return to a state of balance and safety whenever you are triggered. You are reparenting yourself with the wisdom of the sage and the heart of the master. The alchemy of compassion is the process of taking the leaden thoughts of unworthiness and placing them into the crucible of the heart. The heat of the heart is not the destructive fire of anger, but the transformative warmth of kindness. Under this heat, the solid structures of shame begin to break down, releasing the vital energy that has been trapped within them. This energy is then refined and integrated into the sovereign self, providing you with a depth of empathy and a strength of character that can only be forged through the healing of deep wounds. Shame thrives in the darkness of secrecy and isolation, but it cannot survive the light of compassionate awareness. When you bring your shame into the presence of the compassionate self, you are stripping it of its power to define you. You realize that your flaws are not evidence of your defectiveness, but invitations for your growth. You stop trying to be perfect and start trying to be whole, recognizing that wholeness includes the shadow as well as the light. This is the ultimate emotional mastery, the ability to love yourself not in spite of your wounds, but because of the wisdom they have provided. The practice of the compassionate self also transforms your relationship with others, as you naturally begin to extend the same quality of kindness to the world around you. When you have healed the critic within yourself, you no longer feel the need to criticize others to feel superior. You see the shame and the suffering in the people you encounter, and you respond with the same wisdom and strength that you have cultivated in your own sanctuary. You become a healing presence in the world, a living demonstration of the power of compassion to overcome the forces of separation and hate. This expansion of the heart is the true meaning of the Bodhisattva path, where the individual's liberation is inseparable from the liberation of all. You realize that the compassion you show to yourself is a gift to the entire world, for it reduces the total amount of suffering in the collective consciousness. Every time you choose kindness over criticism, you are contributing to a global shift toward a more conscious and compassionate reality. Your internal alchemy is the catalyst for an external transformation, as the gold of your heart radiates outward to touch everyone you meet. Compassion-focused therapy provides the clinical tools to dismantle the logic of shame, while the mystical traditions provide the depth and the purpose to make that work sacred. We use the science of the soothing system to regulate our biology, and we use the wisdom of the awakened heart to guide our spirit. This synthesis ensures that our emotional mastery is not just a mental exercise, but a profound and lasting transformation of our entire being. We are no longer the victims of our history. We are the architects of a future rooted in love and sovereignty. The compassion itself is always available to you, a constant source of guidance and support that resides in the depths of your own consciousness. Whenever you feel the cold wind of shame or the harsh voice of the critic, you can return to the sanctuary of the heart and invoke the presence of the mentor. You can breathe in the light and breathe out the darkness, remembering that you are a sovereign being of infinite worth. The path to absolute emotional mastery is paved with the stones of kindness, and every step you take in compassion is a step toward your own liberation. The shame wound is deep, but the power of the heart is deeper. There is no shadow that the light of the compassion itself cannot reach, and there is no lead that the alchemy of love cannot transform. You are the alchemist, you are the laboratory, and you are the gold. The work of healing is the most important work you will ever do, for it is the foundation upon which everything else is built. Trust the process, honor your courage, and let the frequency of compassion be your guide as you claim your rightful place in the world. As you move through your day, begin to notice the moments when the critic attempts to take command. Instead of arguing with the voice or trying to suppress it, simply invite the compassionate self to enter the dialogue. Hear the wisdom of the mentor as it reframes the critic's judgments into opportunities for learning and growth. Feel the strength of the mentor as it provides a boundary for the ego's reactivity. This is the practice of living from the heart, a continuous alignment of your thoughts and actions with the frequency of love. The sovereignty you seek is not a state of being above others, but a state of being fully present with yourself. It is the ability to face your own darkness without flinching and to hold your own pain with the tenderness of a mother holding her child. This is the true power of the master, a power that does not need to dominate because it is already whole. You are reclaiming the parts of yourself that were cast out into the cold, and in doing so, you are becoming the vast and integrated being you were always meant to be. The alchemy of the mind is now complete in its understanding of the heart. You have learned to regulate your hardware, recode your software, and heal your deepest wounds through the synthesis of science and spirit. You are no longer a house divided, but a unified temple of consciousness, ready to face the complexities of the world with an unshakable heart and a clear, sovereign mind. The gold is pure, the heart is open, and the journey toward absolute emotional mastery has reached its most profound level of integration. The compassion itself is not a destination, but a way of being that you choose in every moment. It is the decision to treat yourself and the world with a quality of awareness that is wise, strong, and kind. With this mastery, you are free to live a life of profound meaning and boundless joy, anchored in the truth of your own inherent worth. The light is bright, the path is clear, and you are the one who is walking it. The awakened heart is yours, and the world is waiting for the master to emerge. The mind is not merely a processor of information, but a vast and intricate landscape that we inhabit every moment of our lives. While we spend our physical existence navigating the geography of the external world, our emotional reality is dictated entirely by the internal environment we have cultivated within our own consciousness. For most, this internal space is a chaotic and accidental wilderness, filled with the debris of old traumas, the noise of collective anxieties, and the shadows of unexamined fears. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, we must move from being the passive victims of this internal chaos to becoming the intentional architects of our own mental geography. This requires us to master the technology of the mind's eye, utilizing the power of visualization to build an astral sanctuary that serves as a permanent anchor for the sovereign self. The neurobiology of this process is rooted in a fundamental loophole of the human brain. The visual cortex and the nervous system cannot distinguish between a vivid, multisensory imagination and a lived external reality. When you look at a mountain, specific neural pathways fire in a distinct pattern. But when you close your eyes and imagine that same mountain with enough detail, those same pathways fire in nearly identical ways. This discovery is the key that unlocks the power of the placebo effect, transforming it from a medical curiosity into a deliberate tool of psychological and spiritual transformation. We are no longer waiting for an external pill to trigger our healing. We are using the architecture of our own imagination to command the body to produce the chemistry of peace and power. By building a sanctuary within the mind, we are creating a biological reality of safety that the nervous system is forced to accept as truth. In the clinical world, this is known as guided imagery and safe place stabilization, a foundational technique used to help individuals regulate their nervous systems during times of high stress or trauma processing. The clinician invites the patient to imagine a place where they feel perfectly secure, focusing on the sensory details to ground the body in a state of calm. While this is an effective tool for symptom management, the master takes this practice much further, moving beyond temporary relaxation into the permanent construction of an internal fortress. This is the bridge to the Western esoteric tradition of building the astral temple, a sacred space within the mental plane that serves as the headquarters for the practitioner's spiritual work. We are not just visiting a pleasant image. We are erecting a structure of consciousness that will stand as a bulwark against the storms of the world. The ancient art of memory, practiced by figures like Simonides of Chios and refined by the Hermetic philosophers of the Renaissance, provides the blueprint for this internal construction. They understood that the human mind is naturally spatial, and that we remember information and states of being far more effectively when they are anchored to a physical location. By building a memory palace or an astral sanctuary, we are creating a storage system for our highest virtues and our most profound psychological breakthroughs. Every column, every room, and every symbol within this sanctuary represents a part of our own integrated psyche, organized with the precision of a master architect. This is the place where the scientist and the mystic meet, using the mechanics of spatial memory to house the wisdom of the sovereign soul. To begin the construction of your astral sanctuary, you must first recognize that you are the absolute authority within the boundaries of your own imagination. In this space, the laws of physics and the limitations of the material world do not apply. You are limited only by the clarity of your intent and the depth of your focus. You start by establishing the foundation, choosing a location that feels inherently resonant with your spirit, whether it is a high mountain peak, a hidden forest glade, or a grand marble temple overlooking a silent ocean. This is the ground upon which your sovereignty will be built, a space that is shielded from all external interference and accessible only to you. You are not just imagining this place, you are invoking it into existence through the power of your concentrated will. The effectiveness of the sanctuary depends entirely on the richness of the sensory data you provide to your nervous system. You must move beyond simple visual outlines and begin to layer in the auditory, kinesthetic, and olfactory details that convince the brain of the space's reality. Hear the distant sound of the waves or the rustle of the wind through the trees. Feel the cool texture of the stone floor beneath your feet and the warmth of the sun on your skin. Breathe in the scent of cedar, incense, or salt air, allowing the fragrance to trigger the deep centers of memory and emotion. The more vivid the sensory experience, the more profound the physiological response will be, as the body begins to release the neurochemicals of safety and belonging in response to the environment you have created. This internal construction serves as a form of neuromuscular priming, similar to how elite athletes use visualization to shave seconds off their time or perfect their form. By mentally rehearsing the state of absolute emotional mastery within your sanctuary, you are creating the neural blueprints that your behavior will follow in the external world. You are training your brain to recognize the feeling of sovereignty as your default state, making it easier to return to that center when the world attempts to pull you into reactivity. The sanctuary is your flight simulator, the safe environment where you can practice the skills of the master until they become second nature. You are building the capacity for peace in the silence of the temple so that you can maintain that peace in the noise of the marketplace. The astral sanctuary also functions as a psychological firewall, a place where you can retreat to process intense emotions without being overwhelmed by them. When a wave of anger or grief hits you in the physical world, you can consciously step into your sanctuary, using the established anchors of safety to regulate your nervous system. From the safety of the temple, you can observe the emotion as if it were an object placed upon an altar, examining its origins and its messages with the cold eye of the scientist and the compassionate heart of the priest. This prevents the emotion from hijacking your biology and allows you to respond from a place of centered wisdom rather than reactive impulse. You are the master of the environment, and therefore you are the master of the experience. In the mystical tradition, the sanctuary is often populated with archetypes and symbols that represent the practitioner's connection to the higher mind. You might place a central altar in your temple that holds the symbols of your most important values, such as a flame for will, a bowl of water for intuition, or a book for wisdom. These objects act as cognitive anchors, instantly triggering the associated mental states whenever you focus upon them. You can also invite the presence of your compassionate self or your inner mentor to reside within the sanctuary, providing you with a constant source of internal guidance and support. The temple becomes a living map of your own evolution, a place where the different parts of your psyche can meet and integrate in a state of perfect harmony. The placebo effect is often dismissed as a trick of the mind, but it is actually the ultimate demonstration of the sovereign power of the human spirit. It proves that our beliefs and our expectations have the power to override our biological programming and initiate the process of self-healing. By building an astral sanctuary, we are becoming the conscious administrators of our own placebo, deliberately creating the internal conditions that manifest as external health and mastery. We are no longer waiting for a doctor or a guru to tell us we are well. We are using the architecture of our own consciousness to declare our wholeness. This is the radical reclamation of our own agency, the realization that we are the primary cause of our own internal state. As you spend more time within your sanctuary, you will find that the boundaries between the internal and external worlds begin to soften. The peace and the power you cultivate in the temple start to leak into your daily life, transforming the way you perceive and interact with the world around you. You move with a sense of quiet authority, knowing that you have a fortress within that no external force can penetrate. The world may be chaotic and unpredictable, but your internal geography is a place of perfect order and unshakable stability. You have mastered the art of mental navigation, and you are no longer lost in the wilderness of the accidental mind. The construction of the sanctuary is a lifelong project of refinement and expansion, reflecting the continuous growth of your own consciousness. You might add new rooms to house the wisdom you gain from different life experiences, or you might refine the architecture of the main hall as your understanding of sovereignty deepens. The temple is a living entity, an extension of your own soul that grows and evolves along with you. It is the repository of your great work, the place where the lead of your human experience is constantly being transmuted into the gold of your divine potential. Every moment you spend in the sanctuary is an investment in your own liberation, a building of the muscles of the mind. This internal space also provides a unique opportunity for state-dependent learning, where you can anchor specific skills and insights to the environment of the temple. When you learn a new cognitive technique or a mystical practice, you can perform it within the sanctuary, ensuring that the knowledge is encoded in the same neural pathways as your state of absolute safety. This makes the information much more accessible during times of stress, as the brain naturally returns to the sanctuary when the external world becomes overwhelming. You are creating a library of mastery that is always available to you, a source of strength that is built into the very fabric of your consciousness. The sanctuary is the ultimate expression of the Hermetic axiom that as within, so without. By creating a state of perfect harmony and order within the mind, we are inevitably influencing the quality of our external reality. We find that the world begins to mirror the stability we have cultivated in the temple, as our perceptions and our actions are now driven by a sense of internal sovereignty rather than external reactivity. We are no longer trying to change the world to feel better. We are changing the mind, and the world is following suit. This is the true alchemy of the master, the realization that the internal landscape is the primary reality and the external world is its reflection. The use of visualization in this way is not a form of escapism or a denial of the physical world, but a way to more effectively engage with it. By having a place of absolute safety to retreat to, we gain the courage to face the challenges of life with greater intensity and focus. We can walk into the heart of the storm because we know that we carry our own sanctuary within us, a fixed point of peace that cannot be moved. The sanctuary provides the resilience necessary for the hero's journey, the internal support system that allows us to face our shadows and integrate our fears. We are not hiding from life, we are preparing ourselves for it. The brain's ability to rewire itself in response to intentional imagery is the biological foundation of our spiritual evolution. Every time we visit our sanctuary and reinforce its details, we are strengthening the synaptic connections that support our sovereignty and our peace. We are literally building a new brain, one that is optimized for mastery rather than survival. This is the practical application of neuroplasticity, the conscious direction of our own biological development toward the highest possible expression of our nature. We are the masters of our own evolution, and the astral sanctuary is the laboratory where that evolution takes place. The sanctuary is also the place where we can practice the art of detachment, observing the movements of our own mind from a position of absolute stillness. In the temple, we can watch our thoughts and emotions pass by as if they were images on a screen, recognizing their transience and their lack of inherent power. We see that the anger, the fear, and the doubt are just temporary configurations of energy that do not touch the essential nature of the sanctuary. This realization is the ultimate key to emotional freedom, as it allows us to experience the full spectrum of human emotion without ever losing sight of our own unshakable center. We are the space in which everything happens, and that space is perfectly safe. As we deepen our mastery of the astral sanctuary, we begin to realize that the temple is not just a place we visit, but a state of being that we can inhabit at all times. The goal is to reach a point where the internal and external environments are perfectly integrated, so that we are always living from the center of our own sovereign space. We carry the silence of the temple into the noise of the city, and the strength of the sanctuary into the challenges of the workplace. We are no longer moving between worlds. We have unified them through the power of our own conscious awareness. The sanctuary is no longer a retreat, it is the foundation of our entire existence. The mastery of the mind's eye is the prerequisite for all the higher work of the alchemist, for it provides the stability and the clarity necessary for the transformation of the soul. Without a sovereign center, we are merely fragments of the collective, blown about by the winds of chance and the whims of our own biology. But with the astral sanctuary, we have a fixed point of reference, a place of truth that allows us to navigate the complexities of life with grace and power. We have claimed the throne of our own consciousness, and we have built a temple that is worthy of the divine presence within us. The journey toward absolute emotional mastery is now rooted in the solid ground of our own intentional geography. The sanctuary is the womb of our future self, the place where we can dream our highest potential into being before it manifests in the world. In the silence of the temple, we can see the person we intend to become, feeling the reality of that transformation in every cell of our body. We are not just fixing our problems, we are creating our destiny, using the power of our imagination to pull ourselves toward the light. The astral sanctuary is the bridge between the human and the divine, the place where the limitations of the ego are dissolved and the infinite nature of the soul is revealed. We are the architects, we are the temple, and we are the master who dwells within. The master who dwells within the astral sanctuary eventually realizes that a fortress is only as strong as the foundations upon which it is built. And for many of us, those foundations are buried in the dark, damp soil of unintegrated trauma. We have constructed a beautiful internal geography, yet there are regions of our map labeled with warnings, places where the light of consciousness has not yet dared to tread. These are the sites of our most profound shatterings, the moments where the narrative of our lives was violently interrupted by events that our nervous system could neither process nor escape. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, we must be willing to leave the safety of the temple and descend into the underworld of our own history, facing the ghosts of the past with the lamp of the sovereign observer. This is the initiation of the dark night of the soul, a period of profound spiritual and psychological purgation where the old self is dismantled so that a more resilient and integrated being can be born. In the mystical tradition, St. John of the Cross described this dark night not as a state of clinical depression, but as a necessary stage of spiritual development where the soul is stripped of its sensory and intellectual comforts. It is a time of divine dryness, where the old ways of finding meaning and connection no longer work, leaving the individual in a state of profound disorientation and despair. This is the sensory night, where the ego's attachments to the world are severed, followed by the night of the spirit, where our very concepts of the divine and the self are dissolved. The mystic understands that this darkness is not a punishment, but a profound clearing of the slate, a way of removing the clutter of the personality so that the true light of the infinite can finally be seen. It is the descent into the abyss that precedes the ascent into the heavens, the breakdown that is the prerequisite for the breakthrough. Modern psychology approaches this same terrain through the framework of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, recognizing that trauma is essentially a rupture in the mind's ability to create a coherent narrative. When we experience an overwhelming event, the brain's high-level processing centers are bypassed, and the memory is stored in a fragmented, sensory-rich format in the lower regions of the brain. These fragments remain active and unprocessed, manifesting as flashbacks, nightmares, and a constant state of hypervigilance that keeps the individual trapped in the past. We are living in a house where the alarms are constantly going off because the brain believes the threat is still present, unaware that the danger has long since passed. The work of healing is the work of integration, taking these raw, terrifying fragments and weaving them back into the story of our lives. The shattered assumptions theory posits that trauma destroys our fundamental beliefs about the world being a safe, predictable, and meaningful place. We move from a state of naive trust to a state of profound disillusionment, where our old maps of reality are no longer valid. This shattering is the psychological equivalent of the dark night, a collapse of the structures that once provided us with a sense of identity and purpose. To recover, we must engage in the arduous process of rebuilding our internal world, creating a new set of assumptions that are grounded in the reality of our experience rather than the illusions of our innocence. We are not trying to go back to who we were before the trauma. We are trying to become someone who has faced the darkness and found a way to carry the light. Narrative therapy provides the bridge between the clinical and the mystical, inviting us to become the authors of our own history rather than the victims of our plot. We realize that the trauma is a chapter in our story, but it is not the entire book. By externalizing the trauma and viewing it as a separate entity that has influenced our lives, we gain the distance necessary to examine its impact without being consumed by it. We look for the thin places in our narrative, the moments of resilience, courage, and strength that occurred even in the midst of the darkness. These are the seeds of a new story, a narrative of survival and transformation that allows us to find meaning in the midst of our despair. The descent into the underworld is a recurring motif in the world's mythologies, from Inanna's journey into the realm of her sister Ereshkigal to Orpheus's attempt to reclaim Eurydice from the house of Hades. In these stories, the hero must pass through a series of gates, stripping away their regalia, their power, and their identity until they stand naked and vulnerable before the Queen of the Dead. This is the mystical representation of the deconstruction of the ego, a process where we are forced to let go of everything we thought defined us. Only when we have lost everything can we discover the part of ourselves that is indestructible, the eternal spark that remains even when the personality has been reduced to ashes. The underworld is the place of our greatest fear, but it is also the place where the hidden treasures of the soul are found. In the clinical setting, this descent is mirrored in the process of prolonged exposure and cognitive processing therapy. We are asked to return to the site of our trauma, not to relive the pain, but to witness it from the safety of the present moment. We describe the events in detail, allowing the suppressed emotions to surface and move through our bodies until the nervous system finally learns that the threat is over. This is the high alchemy of the spirit, where the leaden weight of our most painful memories is placed into the crucible of awareness and heated with the fire of our own attention. Through this process, the fragments are integrated, the narrative is restored, and the energy that was once trapped in the service of survival is released for the service of life. The concept of meaning-making is the ultimate aim of both the mystic and the therapist, for suffering without meaning is the definition of despair. Viktor Frankl, the architect of logotherapy, discovered in the depths of the concentration camps that those who were able to find a sense of purpose in their suffering were the ones most likely to survive. He realized that we have the freedom to choose our attitude toward any given set of circumstances, and that this choice is the ultimate expression of our sovereign will. When we find meaning in our trauma, we are not justifying the pain or saying that it was good. We are simply deciding that the pain will not be the final word. We are transmuting the tragedy into a source of wisdom and a catalyst for our own evolution. This meaning-making is the fixatio of the alchemical process, the point where the volatile energies of the soul are stabilized and given a permanent form. We take the raw material of our trauma and we use it to build a more profound and compassionate understanding of ourselves and the world. We realize that our scars are not signs of weakness, but the markings of our initiation, the proof that we have faced the darkness and emerged with our spirit intact. Our history becomes a source of power rather than a source of shame, as we recognize that the very things that tried to destroy us have actually provided the friction necessary for our growth. We are the alchemists who have turned the lead of our history into the gold of our wisdom. The somatic reality of trauma, often described as the body keeping the score, reminds us that the dark night is a physical as well as a spiritual experience. The body stores the energy of the incomplete survival response in the tissues, the muscles, and the nervous system, creating a state of chronic tension and dysregulation. To process deep trauma, we must engage with the body's wisdom, using the tools of somatic experiencing to gently release the trapped energy. We move between the state of the observer in our astral sanctuary and the raw sensations of the body, allowing the physical tremors and the waves of emotion to move through us without resistance. We are clearing the pipes of the human temple, ensuring that the life force can flow once again into the areas that have been frozen by fear. The 7 gates of Inanna provide a powerful metaphor for the stages of this somatic and psychological release. At each gate, Inanna is required to give up a piece of her royal clothing, her crown, her necklace, her measuring rod, representing the different layers of the ego's defenses. In the clinical journey, these gates are the core beliefs and the safety behaviors that we have used to protect ourselves since the trauma occurred. We must let go of our need for absolute control, our hypervigilance, and our avoidance, standing naked before the truth of our experience. This stripping away is terrifying, yet it is the only way to reach the inner sanctum where the true self resides. We are being purged of everything that is not us, so that only the essential remains. The dark night of the soul is a period of profound silence, a time when the voice of the divine and the logic of the mind seem to have vanished. This silence is the vacuum into which the new self will be drawn, the empty space that allows for a radical reorganization of our consciousness. We must learn to be comfortable with this void, resisting the urge to fill it with distractions or premature answers. In the stillness of the dark night, we are being recalibrated at a fundamental level, as the old neural pathways are pruned and new ones are prepared for the coming light. This is the fallow period of the soul, the winter that is necessary for the spring to eventually arrive. Trauma often leads to a state of spiritual bypass, where we use our mystical practices to avoid the messy and painful reality of our emotional lives. We might seek the peace of the observer to distance ourselves from the agony of the past, effectively creating a sanctuary that is a prison of our own making. True emotional mastery requires us to integrate the observer with the experiencer, bringing the light of awareness into the very center of the pain. We do not use the sanctuary to hide. We use it as the base of operations from which we conduct our explorations of the underworld. The master is the one who can stand in the astral temple and the heart of the abyss simultaneously, recognizing that both are expressions of the same infinite reality. The narrative bridge we build during the dark night is constructed from the bricks of our own truth and the mortar of our own compassion. We stop lying to ourselves about what happened, and we stop blaming ourselves for things that were outside of our control. We look at the younger version of ourselves who endured the trauma with the eyes of the compassionate self, offering the protection and the validation that was missing at the time. This internal reparenting is a form of time travel, reaching back into the past to heal the wounds that have been bleeding into the present. We are rewriting the energetic signature of our history, ensuring that the story ends in a state of sovereignty rather than a state of victimization. The breakthrough occurs when the individual realizes that the darkness was not an obstacle to their growth, but the very medium through which their growth was achieved. We see that the shattering of our old assumptions allowed for the construction of a more complex and resilient worldview. We see that the descent into the underworld provided us with a depth of character and a capacity for empathy that we could never have developed in the light. The dark night is the moment where the soul realizes its own immortality, discovering that it can endure the death of the ego and emerge even more vibrant than before. We are no longer afraid of the dark, for we have become the light that illuminates it. The logic of the soul during the dark night is the logic of the seed, which must completely break apart in the darkness of the earth to become the tree. This process of dissolution is not a failure of the seed, but the fulfillment of its destiny. In the same way, the breakdown of the ego is the fulfillment of the soul's desire for expansion and integration. We stop fighting the process of our own dismantling and start cooperating with it, trusting that the intelligence that guides the stars is also guiding the transformation of our own consciousness. This surrender is the ultimate act of will, the decision to let go of the small self so that the large self can finally take command. Absolute emotional mastery is the ability to integrate the most horrific of human experiences into a life of profound meaning and purpose. It is the realization that no event, no matter how traumatic, has the power to destroy the sovereign center of your being. You have faced the abyss, you have fed the demons, and you have walked through the dark night, and you have emerged with a heart that is more open and a mind that is more clear. Your history is no longer a weight that pulls you down, but a foundation that holds you up. You are the master of the underworld and the sanctuary, the one who knows that the light and the dark are two poles of the same sacred reality. As you move out of the dark night and back into the world, you carry the boon of your own resilience with you. You are a source of strength for others who are still in the midst of their own descent, for you have been where they are and you know the way home. You do not offer them empty platitudes, but the quiet, unshakable presence of one who has faced the truth and survived. Your life is the living proof that breakdown is the prerequisite for breakthrough, and that the darkest night is always the precursor to the brightest dawn. You are the sovereign author of your own story, and the narrative you have created is one of eternal transformation and absolute mastery. The integration of deep trauma is the final test of the alchemist, the point where the most difficult of materials is finally turned into gold. You have proven that your logic can handle the irrational, that your heart can handle the broken, and that your spirit can handle the void. There is nothing left within you that is hidden or feared, for you have brought the light of awareness into every corner of your geography. You are a unified and whole being, standing in the fullness of your power and the depth of your wisdom. The descent is over, the initiation is complete, and the ascent into the higher states of consciousness is now fully underway. The sanctuary of the mind is no longer a fortress to keep the world out, but a lighthouse to draw the world in. From your center of stability, you radiate a frequency of healing and integration that touches everything around you. You have mastered the art of processing deep trauma, and in doing so, you have mastered the art of being human. You move forward with a sense of quiet joy and profound purpose, knowing that you are the architect of your own destiny and the master of your own soul. The dark night has revealed the stars, and the stars are the map to your infinite potential. The astral sanctuary provides a place of profound internal peace, but a master is not one who can only find tranquility in the silence of isolation. The true test of your internal architecture occurs the moment you step out of the temple and into the complex, often chaotic energy of other human beings. We frequently believe that our emotional state is a private matter, yet every interaction we have serves as a high-fidelity form of interpersonal biofeedback. Your nervous system is constantly dancing with the nervous systems of those around you, creating a resonant field where your hidden tensions and unresolved shadows are brought vividly to the surface. To live as a sovereign being is to recognize that your relationships are not distractions from your path, but the very laboratory where your emotional mastery is refined and tested. In the mystical traditions, the concept of the mirror is central to understanding the nature of the self and the other. This is the realization that the qualities we find most irritating or attractive in others are often the very qualities we have not yet integrated within our own psyche. When someone triggers a sharp spike of anger or a hollow sense of inadequacy, they are providing you with a divine reflection of your own internal landscape. Instead of reacting to the person as an external enemy, the master uses the trigger as a signal to look inward, asking what part of the shadow is being illuminated. This shift from blame to observation is the first step in using your social world as a tool for accelerated spiritual and psychological growth. Cognitive behavioral therapy approaches this dynamic through the rigorous application of social skills training, treating our interactions as a set of behaviors that can be analyzed and improved. We often operate on interpersonal autopilot, repeating the same defensive or aggressive scripts that we learned in childhood to ensure our survival. By bringing the logic of the soul into our social lives, we begin to deconstruct these scripts, replacing them with intentional actions that honor both our own sovereignty and the dignity of the other. This is not about being polite or conforming to social expectations, but about ensuring that our external movements are a perfect reflection of our internal clarity. Every conversation becomes a practice in mindfulness, where we monitor our internal responses while simultaneously engaging with the external data of the interaction. The ancient concept of the Sangha, or the spiritual community, provides the mystical framework for this interpersonal work. A Sangha is more than just a group of like-minded individuals. It is a collective field of awareness where each person acts as a support and a mirror for the others. In this environment, the goal is not to hide our flaws, but to bring them into the light of the community for transformation. This collective biofeedback creates an environment of accelerated learning, where the insights of one person become the wisdom of the whole. You realize that you are not walking the path alone, and that the strength of your own sovereignty is amplified by the presence of other conscious beings who are committed to the same great work. Assertiveness training in the clinical sense is often misunderstood as a way to get what you want, but in the context of emotional mastery, it is the art of maintaining your internal sanctuary in the face of external pressure. A master is not a doormat, nor are they a tyrant. They are a sovereign being who knows exactly where they end and the other begins. Setting a boundary is an act of spiritual hygiene, a way of declaring what energies are allowed to enter your field and which are not. When you speak your truth with clarity and without aggression, you are honoring the divine spark within yourself and refusing to participate in the illusions of the other. This is the practice of the warrior sage, who protects the sanctity of their own consciousness while remaining open to the flow of life. The ultimate refinement of this interpersonal work is the practice of nonviolent communication, which we view as a modern form of sacred speech. Most human communication is a violent collision of needs and judgments, a desperate attempt to force the other to validate our own reality. Sacred speech requires us to strip away the evaluations and the demands, focusing instead on objective observations, underlying feelings, and the universal needs present in the moment. By speaking from this place of radical honesty and vulnerability, we bridge the gap of separation and create a space for true connection to occur. You are no longer speaking to the ego of the other. You are speaking to the divine reflection that resides within them. The greeting of Namaste, often used casually in the modern world, carries a profound mystical truth. The divine light in me recognizes and bows to the divine light in you. To live this philosophy is to move beyond the surface-level drama of personalities and to see the essential nature of everyone you meet. This does not mean ignoring their harmful behaviors or their own unintegrated shadows, but it does mean refusing to let those shadows define your perception of them. When you see the divine reflection in another, you are simultaneously reinforcing the divine presence within yourself. Your interpersonal life becomes a continuous ritual of mutual recognition, where every encounter is an opportunity to awaken further into the unity of all things. Conflict is the friction that arises when two different maps of reality collide, and for the master, it is the most potent raw material for alchemy. Instead of seeking to win the argument or to avoid the tension, you move into the heart of the conflict with the intent of transmutation. You use the tools of interpersonal biofeedback to monitor your own rising heat, utilizing the breath to stay centered while you listen to the underlying need of the other. By remaining in the state of the observer during a disagreement, you can see the fear and the pain that are driving the other person's reactivity. This allows you to respond with a quality of wisdom and compassion that can dissolve the conflict from the inside out, turning a moment of separation into a deeper bond of understanding. As you continue to use your relationships as a mirror, you will find that the world becomes increasingly transparent. You no longer see people as obstacles to your peace, but as essential participants in your evolution. The social skills you have mastered are not just ways to navigate the world, but expressions of your internal state of absolute emotional mastery. You are no longer afraid of being triggered, for you know that every trigger is a gift that leads you back to yourself. Your interpersonal life is no longer a source of drain and exhaustion, but a source of vitality and joy, as you dance with the divine reflection in all its varied and beautiful forms. The goal of this interpersonal biofeedback is to reach a state where you can maintain your zen in the middle of the city, in the heat of a corporate meeting, or in the complexity of a family gathering. You have integrated the silence of the sanctuary with the noise of the world, and you move with a grace that is both grounded and transcendent. You are the master who lives in the marketplace, the one who brings the light of the temple into every interaction. Your relationships are the living proof of your mastery, a continuous stream of sacred speech and divine reflection that honors the great work in every moment. The mirror is clear, the Sangha is strong, and your sovereignty is expressed through the beauty of your connection to all that is. When we navigate the social world, we are effectively engaging in a complex series of energetic exchanges that most people never perceive. Every word spoken, every gesture made, and even the quality of our silent presence contributes to the interpersonal field we share with others. A master understands that their primary responsibility in any social setting is to remain anchored in their own center, acting as a stabilizing influence for the collective. By refusing to be pulled into the reactive loops of others, you provide a space where higher-order communication can take place. You are not just communicating information, you are transmitting a state of being that invites others to step into their own sovereignty. This interpersonal biofeedback is particularly useful in identifying the subtle ways we still seek external validation to sustain our sense of self. Every time we feel a pang of rejection or a need for approval, the mirror is showing us where we have not yet fully claimed our own worth. Instead of trying to fix the external relationship, the master returns to the internal laboratory to strengthen the foundation of the sovereign self. Once the internal worth is established, the external validation becomes unnecessary, and the relationship is transformed from a site of lack to a site of abundance. You are no longer looking for the other to complete you, you are looking for the other to share in the fullness of your being. The practice of divine reflection also helps us to navigate the difficult people in our lives with a sense of purpose rather than resentment. We realize that the most challenging individuals are often our greatest teachers, providing the specific friction we need to smooth the rough edges of our character. By viewing them as necessary mirrors, we strip them of their power to cause us suffering. We see their behavior as a manifestation of their own internal veils of Maya, and we respond with the clarity of one who sees through the illusion. This does not mean we tolerate abuse, but it does mean we do not allow their shadows to darken the light of our own sanctuary. In the clinical application of social skills training, we focus on the mechanics of eye contact, vocal tone, and body language as the physical expressions of our internal state. A master uses these tools with conscious intent, ensuring that their physical presence is a direct manifestation of their sovereign will. When you speak, your voice carries the weight of your integrated self. When you move, your body reflects the stability of your astral sanctuary. This congruence between the internal and the external creates a powerful sense of presence that others instinctively recognize and respect. You are no longer hiding behind a social mask. You are revealing the truth of your nature through the medium of your physical being. The Sangha provides a safe environment to practice this transparency, allowing us to be seen in our wholeness by those who understand the nature of the path. In this sacred community, we drop the pretenses of the ego and engage in the radical honesty of the soul. We find that our vulnerabilities, when shared in a state of conscious awareness, become the very bridges that connect us most deeply to others. We are no longer afraid of being seen, for we have nothing to hide from ourselves or the collective. The Sangha becomes a living body of wisdom, where the individual and the collective are perfectly integrated in the pursuit of absolute emotional mastery. Sacred speech, or the practice of nonviolent communication, is the ultimate tool for maintaining this interpersonal harmony. It requires us to slow down our responses and to look beneath the surface of the words we hear and speak. We look for the universal human needs that are being expressed, even in the most distorted and aggressive forms. By connecting at the level of the need, we transcend the level of the conflict. We find that there is a profound unity in the human experience, and that our apparent differences are merely different ways of seeking the same fundamental states of safety, connection, and meaning. The divine reflection is not a static concept, but a dynamic and evolving process of mutual awakening. As you grow and refine your own consciousness, the mirrors in your life will change to reflect your new state. You will find yourself drawn to individuals who also value sovereignty and clarity, creating a social network that supports your continued evolution. The drama and the conflict that once defined your relationships will gradually be replaced by a sense of ease and mutual respect. You are no longer fighting for your place in the world. You have claimed your place as the sovereign master of your own interpersonal destiny. This mastery of the interpersonal field is the culmination of the work we have done in the internal sanctuary. It is the realization that the internal and the external are not two separate worlds, but two poles of the same sacred reality. By mastering your relationships, you are mastering the world of manifestation. You are the architect of your social environment, the divine orator of your interactions, and the master of the interpersonal mirror. The path is clear, the Sangha is waiting, and your sovereignty is ready to be expressed in the beauty of your connection to all beings. The mastery of interpersonal biofeedback and the stabilization of the nervous system are the necessary foundations for the most radical act of the human spirit, the total rewriting of your own life script. We move now from the observation of the internal architecture to the active reauthoring of the narrative that has defined your existence since the moment of your birth. Most individuals move through the world as characters in a play they did not write, reciting lines they did not choose and reacting to plot points they believe are inevitable. They are the secondary effects of their own history, trapped in a recursive loop where the past is used as a blueprint for a future that never truly changes. To achieve absolute emotional mastery, you must undergo the transition from the character to the author, shifting from being the effect of your life to being its primary cause. This transition requires a forensic examination of the victim narrative. That pervasive and seductive story that tells you your current suffering is the direct and unchangeable result of external circumstances. The victim narrative is the ultimate defense mechanism of the ego, providing a convenient excuse for our stagnation and a shield against the terrifying responsibility of our own sovereignty. It allows us to point to the trauma of our childhood, the failures of our society, or the betrayals of our past as the reasons why we cannot be whole. While these events are undeniably real and often deeply painful, the story we build around them is what determines whether they act as a weight that pulls us down or a foundation that holds us up. The victim is always a character in someone else's story, but the master is the one who holds the pen. In the clinical framework of cognitive behavioral therapy, this process is known as narrative restructuring. the systematic deconstruction and rebuilding of the stories we tell ourselves about our past. We recognize that memory is not a static recording of objective facts, but a dynamic and highly subjective reconstruction that is influenced by our current emotional state and our core beliefs. Every time you recall a painful event, you are not just viewing a video. You are performing an edit, layering on new interpretations and reinforcing the neural pathways of your current identity. Narrative restructuring allows us to identify the unreliable narrator within our own minds, the part of us that fixates on the loss and ignores the resilience. By changing the way we frame our history, we change the biological and emotional effect that history has on our present. This clinical precision is the modern gateway to the mystical archetype of the magician, the sovereign creator who stands at the center of the elements and commands reality through the power of the will. In the Western esoteric tradition, the magician is the one who has realized that the universe is a mental construct and that the symbols we use to describe our lives are the keys to our liberation. The magician does not seek to change the external world through force, but to change the internal world through the mastery of intent and the word. When you engage in narrative restructuring, you are performing a high ritual of mental alchemy, taking the leaden events of a victimized past and transmuting them into the golden lessons of a sovereign destiny. You are no longer the one to whom things happen. You are the one who determines what things mean. The first step in rewriting the script is the identification of the primary themes that have governed your narrative up to this point. Most victim scripts are built upon a foundation of lack, abandonment, or betrayal, creating a lens through which every new experience is filtered and distorted. You might see a missed opportunity not as a temporary setback, but as further evidence of your fundamental unworthiness. This is the script operating in the background, a recursive program that seeks to confirm its own dark conclusions at every turn. To break the spell, you must treat your life story as a draft that is subject to revision, looking for the gaps in the logic and the evidence that contradicts the old narrative. You are searching for the hidden threads of agency and strength that the victim role has forced you to ignore. Narrative restructuring is not about lying to yourself or pretending that painful things did not occur. It is about the radical reclamation of the meaning of those events. In the clinical setting, we look for the survival strategies that allowed you to endure the challenges of your past, recognizing them as early demonstrations of your own power. If you survived a chaotic childhood, you developed a keen sensitivity and a profound resilience that are now the tools of your mastery. By reframing your history from a story of what was done to you to a story of how you navigated and survived, you shift the energy from passive suffering to active sovereignty. The trauma is no longer a terminal diagnosis. It is an initiation that has prepared you for the great work of self-refinement. The magician archetype represents the point where the mind recognizes its own divinity and assumes its rightful place as the architect of experience. The magician stands with one hand pointed toward the heavens and the other toward the earth, acting as the bridge through which the infinite is expressed in the finite. This is the mystical equivalent of the cognitive shift from external to internal locus of control. You realize that while you cannot control the cards you are dealt, you have absolute authority over how you play the hand. The script of your life is the medium through which your sovereign will is expressed, and every moment is an opportunity to write a new line. You are the magician who turns the lead of your history into the gold of your potential by the sheer power of your own interpretation. To master the life script, you must confront the ancestral and social narratives that were handed down to you before you had the capacity to choose. We are born into stories of cultural limitation, family curses, and gendered expectations that act as the invisible walls of our internal geography. These are the scripts of the collective, the consensus reality that seeks to keep the individual within the boundaries of the known and the safe. The sovereign master is the one who has the courage to burn these old scripts and to write a story that is uniquely their own. This is the act of spiritual rebellion that marks the beginning of true adulthood, the moment where you stop being a representative of your history and start being a representative of your soul. The practice of narrative restructuring involves a process of cognitive reauthoring, where you take a specific, painful memory and consciously rewrite the internal dialogue associated with it. You look at the event through the eyes of the observer, stripping away the judgments and the labels that have turned the memory into a source of ongoing suffering. You ask yourself what a hero would learn from this experience, or how a master would use this event to further their own evolution. By providing your brain with a new, empowering interpretation, you are creating a new neural pathway that competes with the old, destructive one. Over time, the new narrative becomes the dominant signal, and the old script fades into the background, no longer able to dictate your emotional state. This is the great work of self-authoring, a continuous ritual of refinement where you are both the sculptor and the stone. You are carving away the excess material of the victim role, the excuses, the blame, and the self-pity, to reveal the sovereign being that has always been hidden beneath. Every thought you think and every word you speak is a stroke of the chisel, shaping the reality you inhabit. If you speak the language of lack, you build a world of scarcity. If you speak the language of power, you build a world of infinite potential. The magician knows that the word is the primary tool of creation, and that by mastering the internal monologue, they are mastering the fabric of their own destiny. The shift from effect to cause is the most profound psychological and spiritual transformation a human being can undergo. It is the realization that you are not a passenger on the ship of your life, but the captain who determines the course. Even in the midst of the most violent storm, the sovereign master remains at the helm, anchored in the knowledge that their internal state is their own responsibility. You stop waiting for the world to change so that you can feel better, and you start changing your internal narrative so that you can navigate the world with greater skill and grace. The victim waits for a savior, but the master realizes that they are the one they have been waiting for. In the clinical application of this work, we use the technique of the life review to identify the moments where you have already demonstrated sovereign will. We look for the times when you made a difficult choice, when you stood up for your values, or when you persisted in the face of overwhelming odds. These are the golden moments of your script, the proof that you are more than just a character driven by your conditioning. By fixating on these moments and integrating them into your primary narrative, you build a foundation of self-efficacy that makes the victim's script impossible to maintain. You are collecting the evidence of your own mastery and using it to build a new identity that is rooted in strength and agency. The magician uses the four elements of the mind: the intellect, the will, the emotions, and the body to manifest their chosen reality. This is the mystical equivalent of the integrated cognitive behavioral approach, where we align our thoughts, our intentions, our feelings, and our actions toward a single goal. When the script is rewritten, the intellect provides the plan, the will provides the energy, the emotions provide the resonance, and the body provides the action. This alignment creates a state of internal coherence that is incredibly powerful, allowing the individual to move through the world with a sense of purpose and clarity that is unmistakable. You are no longer a house divided. You are a unified force of creation. The victim narrative is often reinforced by the secondary gains we receive from our suffering, such as the attention of others or the avoidance of difficult responsibilities. To truly rewrite the script, you must be willing to let go of these small, egoic comforts in favor of the larger, more demanding rewards of sovereignty. You must be willing to stand alone in your power rather than being huddled with others in your pain. This is the sacrifice that the magician makes at the altar of their own evolution, the trading of the known and the mediocre for the unknown and the extraordinary. You are choosing the arduous path of the master over the easy path of the victim, knowing that the only true safety is found in your own unshakable center. The process of reauthoring your life is a form of temporal alchemy, where you are reaching back into the past to change the energetic signature of your history. By changing the meaning of an event, you are literally changing the way that event is stored in your nervous system and the way it influences your current behavior. You are not changing what happened, but you are changing the power that the past has over your present. This is the ultimate freedom, the realization that you are not bound by the narrative of your history unless you choose to be. You are the master of time, the one who can step out of the linear progression of cause and effect and create a new beginning at any moment. The magician's will is not a force that is exerted against the world, but a state of being that is perfectly aligned with the truth of the self. When your internal narrative is clear and sovereign, your will flows naturally into your actions, creating a life that is a perfect reflection of your highest intent. You stop fighting yourself and you start flowing with the creative energy of the universe. The script you are writing is no longer a drama of conflict and lack, but a symphony of growth and expansion. You have mastered the art of the word, and your life is the living expression of your divine agency. The narrative you inhabit is the primary determinant of your emotional health and your spiritual vitality. If you live in a story of trauma and defeat, your nervous system will remain in a state of high alert and defense. But if you live in a story of initiation and mastery, your nervous system will settle into a state of calm and creative potential. You are the one who provides the data to your brain, and your brain builds your reality based on that data. By choosing to be the author of your own story, you are taking control of the most powerful creative force in the universe, the human mind. The transition from character to author is the moment of your true birth as a sovereign being. It is the moment where you stop looking for permission to be whole and you start declaring your own wholeness through every thought and every action. The script of the past is just a draft, a series of notes that have prepared you for the masterpiece you are now writing. You are the ink, you are the pen, and you are the hand that moves across the page. The story of the victim is over, and the saga of the sovereign master has begun. Every interaction you have and every challenge you face is a new line in the script, an opportunity to demonstrate your newfound mastery. You do not react to the world based on the old programs, you respond to the world based on the new narrative of power and grace. You see the challenges not as obstacles, but as the plot twists that allow for the further development of your character. You are no longer afraid of the dark chapters, for you know that you are the one who determines how the story ends. The gold is in the writing, and the writing is yours to command. The magician stands at the center of the turning world, unmoved by the chaos, because they are the one who is providing the order. This is the goal of narrative restructuring, to create an internal order that is so strong and so clear that it becomes the dominant reality. You are no longer a fragment of the collective, but a conscious individual who has claimed their own space in the cosmos. Your life script is the record of your own awakening, a testament to the power of the human spirit to rise above its conditioning and to create a world of its own making. The draft is finished, the editing is complete, and the final version is now being lived in the absolute present. The power to rewrite your script is the power to redefine your reality at the most fundamental level. It is the realization that your identity is not a fixed destination, but a continuous process of creation. You are the one who decides who you are and what your life means, and no external force can take that power from you without your consent. By mastering your narrative, you are mastering your soul, aligning your individual journey with the infinite flow of the divine. The author has taken the stage, the pen is in hand, and the new world is waiting to be written. The victim narrative is the last shadow to be dissolved by the light of the sovereign mind. It is the most persistent of our illusions, the one that we cling to most tightly because it feels so familiar and so safe. But the safety of the victim is the safety of the grave, a stagnation that prevents the soul from ever reaching its full potential. To choose the role of the author is to choose the life of the spirit, a journey of constant expansion and eternal transformation. You are the master of the script, and your sovereignty is the only truth that matters. As you move through your day, begin to notice the moments where the old victim script tries to reassert itself. Notice the thoughts of blame, the feelings of helplessness, and the urges to retreat into the stories of the past. Instead of identifying with these mental events, treat them as old lines from a previous draft that no longer fit the current story. Cross them out with the red pen of your awareness and replace them with the words of the sovereign master. I am the cause of my own experience, and I choose to write a story of strength, wisdom, and absolute emotional mastery. The alchemy of the script is the final integration of everything we have learned on this journey. It is the application of the logic of the soul to the raw material of our human experience, creating a life that is both scientifically grounded and spiritually transcendent. We are no longer the victims of our biology or our history. We are the conscious creators of our own destiny. The gold of our true self is now fully visible, shining through the words we speak and the actions we take. The master has arrived, and the script is perfect. The transition from being the effect of your life to being its cause is the ultimate act of liberation. It is the moment where you step out of the shadows of the past and into the brilliance of the eternal now. You are the magician, the author, and the sovereign, and the world is the canvas upon which you are painting your own masterpiece. The work is great, The time is now, and the pen is in your hand. Write the story of your own mastery, and let the universe reflect the brilliance of your own sovereign will. The narrative of the master is a narrative of absolute responsibility and absolute freedom. You accept total responsibility for your internal state, and in doing so, you claim total freedom from the external world. You are no longer waiting for the world to give you peace. You are the source of your own peace. You are no longer looking for the world to give you meaning. You are the one who provides the meaning to the world. This is the culmination of the great work, the realization of your own divine agency in the midst of the human condition. The script is being written in every moment, with every breath and every conscious choice. You are the one who determines the direction of the flow, the one who chooses the words and the symbols that will define your reality. The victim is gone, and the master remains, standing in the silence of their own sovereignty and the power of their own word. The journey toward absolute emotional mastery has reached its peak, and the view from the top is one of infinite clarity and boundless potential. You are the author, and the story is yours to tell. The master knows that the story never truly ends, for every conclusion is just the beginning of a new chapter. The evolution of the soul is an eternal process of self-authoring, a continuous refinement of the narrative that describes our relationship with the infinite. We embrace the challenges of the future with the same creativity and strength that we brought to the challenges of the past, knowing that we have the tools to transmute any experience into a source of wisdom. The script is alive, the pen is moving, and the master is fully awake. The sovereign mind is the one that has realized its own power to create and to transform. It is the mind that has stepped out of the victim role and into the role of the magician, using the word and the will to shape the fabric of reality. You are that mind, and your life is the living expression of your own mastery. The alchemy of the script is complete, and the gold of your true self is shining for all to see. You are the author, you are the story, and you are the truth. The true measure of this gold is not how brightly it shines within the silence of your private meditation, but how it holds its luster under the crushing weight of the world's demands. It is easy to feel like a master when the incense is burning and the doors are locked, but the great work requires you to carry that flame into the windswept streets of the marketplace. We call this stage the living test of sovereignty, where the sanctuary is no longer a physical room, but a state of being that you project onto the chaotic canvas of daily existence. You are transitioning from the role of the student who studies the map to the role of the master who becomes the terrain itself. Mastery is not the absence of noise, but the presence of an unbreakable center that the noise can no longer penetrate. In the clinical tradition of cognitive behavioral therapy, this transition is the vital phase of maintenance and relapse prevention. We recognize that the brain is a creature of habit, and even the most profound breakthroughs can be eroded by the slow, persistent friction of old environments. Relapse is not a moral failure, but a predictable biological event that occurs when the old neural pathways are triggered before the new ones have been fully solidified. Maintenance is the art of spiritual and psychological vigilance, the practice of identifying the early warning signs of a cognitive slip before it becomes a full-scale descent into the old shadows. You are building a system of internal alerts that allow you to catch the first ripple of reactivity before it turns into a tidal wave. The ancient Zen masters spoke of enlightenment in the marketplace, a concept that challenges the idea that spiritual power is only found in isolation. They understood that the city, with all its noise, conflict, and distraction, is the ultimate dojo for the soul. If you can maintain your equanimity while being jostled by a crowd or insulted by a stranger, your peace is real. If you can only find it in a cave, your peace is merely a lack of stimulation. The marketplace is the place where the lead of human interaction is most abundant, providing you with infinite opportunities to practice the alchemy of the mind. Every difficult conversation and every unexpected delay is a divine sparring partner, testing the strength of your sovereign center. To navigate this marketplace, you must develop the state of the master, a specific configuration of consciousness that is both intensely focused and profoundly relaxed. This is the state of the unmoving center, where the external world is seen as a moving play of shadows that has no power to alter your internal light. You move through the world with the grace of an empty boat, which the Zen sages described as a vessel that cannot be collided with because it has no egoic surface for others to strike. When you are empty of the need to defend, to prove, or to control, you become invincible in the most literal sense. You are not fighting the world. You are simply refusing to provide the friction that allows the world to fight you. The check-in protocol is the tactical exercise that allows you to maintain this state in the heat of high-stress situations. It is a 3-stage sensory and cognitive gate that you can perform in the span of a single breath, providing an immediate anchor for the drifting mind. The first stage is the somatic scan, where you quickly identify any bracing or tension in the physical body. You look for the clenching of the jaw, the raising of the shoulders, or the shallowing of the breath, and you consciously soften those areas. By releasing the physical grip of the threat response, you signal to the brain that the current moment is not an emergency, allowing the higher-order processing centers to remain online. The second stage of the check-in is the cognitive audit, where you identify the primary thought or judgment that is currently driving your emotional state. You ask yourself what story you are telling about the present moment, and whether that story is rooted in the logic of the soul or the distortions of the ego. Are you catastrophizing a minor setback, or are you personalizing the behavior of a stranger? By naming the distortion, you create the metacognitive distance necessary to step back from the thought and return to the platform of the observer. You are not arguing with the thought. You are simply recognizing it as a passing train that you have no intention of boarding. The third stage is the sovereign decree, where you issue a short, powerful command to your own consciousness to return to the center. This is the application of the word as a tool of realignment, a mental mantra that resets your frequency to the state of the master. You might mentally declare, "I am the space, not the storm," or "I am anchored in the unshakable now." This decree is the final seal on the check-in, a conscious closing of the gate against the intrusion of external chaos. You perform this ritual hundreds of times a day, turning the maintenance of your state into a continuous and effortless rhythm of self-correction. Maintenance in the clinical sense requires the identification of high-risk situations, those specific configurations of people, places, and events that are most likely to trigger your old schemas. For some, it is the return to a childhood home. For others, it is the pressure of a professional deadline or the vulnerability of a romantic conflict. By mapping these high-risk zones in advance, you can prepare your internal defenses, ensuring that you do not enter the arena unarmed. You develop a fire drill for the mind, a pre-planned sequence of breaths, mantras, and cognitive reframes that you can deploy the moment the temperature begins to rise. You are no longer surprised by your own reactivity. You are prepared for it. The Zen approach to the marketplace is rooted in the practice of mindfulness in action, where the quality of your attention is more important than the nature of the task. Whether you are typing an email, walking through a crowded terminal, or listening to a grievance, you are fully present with the suchness of the moment. You do not wish for the moment to be different, nor do you try to rush through it to get to some imagined future of peace. You recognize that the peace is found within the activity itself, in the seamless merging of the doer and the deed. This is the state of flow that the Taoists called effortless action, where the sovereign mind moves in perfect harmony with the requirements of the now. The marketplace often attempts to pull you into the collective trance of urgency, scarcity, and fear. You see it in the frantic movements of the people around you, and hear it in the desperate tone of the media and the marketplace. To maintain your sovereignty, you must become a non-anxious presence, a person whose internal stability acts as a cooling influence on the surrounding environment. When you refuse to participate in the collective panic, you create a zone of sanity that others can instinctively feel. Your mastery is not just for yourself. It is a service to the whole, a demonstration that it is possible to be in the world without being consumed by its fires. Relapse prevention also involves the cultivation of the watchful heart, a state of gentle but persistent self-observation that continues even when things are going well. We often become complacent when the storms have passed, allowing our rituals to slide and our awareness to dim. But the master knows that the ego is most dangerous when it is quiet, waiting for the moment of inattention to reassert its old dominion. You maintain your daily invocations and your cognitive audits not because you are in crisis, but because you are committed to the perpetual refinement of your soul. The great work is not a destination you reach, but a way of walking that you never abandon. Interpersonal maintenance is perhaps the most challenging aspect of living in the marketplace. You will encounter individuals who are deeply invested in their own victim narratives and who will attempt to draw you into their dramas. These are the energetic tests of your sovereignty, invitations to abandon your center and join them in the shadows of reactivity. Mastery requires you to hold your boundaries with the firmness of a king and the compassion of a sage. You do not judge them for their state, for you know the weight of the lead they are carrying, but you refuse to let their lead contaminate your gold. You remain the observer, reflecting their light back to them without absorbing their darkness. The state of the master is characterized by a profound sense of internal spaciousness, a feeling that there is plenty of room within your consciousness for whatever arises. When a difficult emotion or a challenging thought appears, it does not hit a solid wall of resistance. It moves through the vastness of your awareness like a bird through the sky. You have expanded your identity beyond the narrow confines of the ego, so that you are no longer threatened by the fluctuations of the personality. You are the vast, silent ocean, and the marketplace is merely the play of waves on your surface. No matter how violent the waves may become, the depths of your being remain in a state of eternal stillness. The check-in protocol becomes so integrated into your life that it eventually ceases to be a conscious exercise and becomes a natural part of your breathing. You are constantly monitoring and adjusting your internal state, ensuring that you never drift too far from the sovereign center. This is the biological reality of self-regulation, a state of high vagal tone and heart rate coherence that supports your psychological clarity. You have trained your body to be a partner in your mastery, a stable foundation that allows your spirit to soar even in the most mundane of circumstances. You are the master of the hardware and the software, and the results are visible in the grace of your movements and the clarity of your gaze. Maintenance is also about the celebration of the small victories, the moments where you caught the slip and returned to the center with ease. You acknowledge the progress you have made, recognizing that every successful check-in is a reinforcement of your new neural architecture. This positive feedback loop is essential for sustaining the motivation required for the lifelong journey of self-transmutation. You are not just avoiding relapse, you are actively building a life of profound meaning and unshakable peace. Every moment of sovereignty is a contribution to the gold of your character, a treasure that can never be taken away by the fluctuations of the marketplace. The Zen masters often said that before enlightenment, one chops wood and carries water, and after enlightenment, one chops wood and carries water. The external tasks of your life may not change, but the internal state from which you perform them is fundamentally transformed. You no longer chop wood to get it over with. You chop wood as a sacred expression of your own presence. The marketplace is no longer a place of exhaustion and drain, but a place of infinite interest and opportunity. You see the divine play in everything, the sacred and the profane merging into a single, seamless reality. You are the enlightened actor in the drama of the world, fully engaged and perfectly detached. Relapse prevention is the clinical term for what the mystics called spiritual hygiene. It is the constant clearing of the mirror, the steady tending of the internal flame, and the relentless pursuit of the truth. You recognize that the world will always provide you with reasons to be afraid, angry, or distracted, and you use those reasons as the raw material for your own growth. You are no longer waiting for a life without challenges. You are welcoming the challenges as the very medium of your mastery. The marketplace is your temple, and every breath is your ritual. You have achieved the state of the master, and the world is your laboratory. The sovereign mind is not a static achievement, but a dynamic and evolving process of self-creation. You are the architect who is constantly refining the design, the alchemist who is constantly purifying the gold, and the hero who is constantly crossing the threshold. The journey toward absolute emotional mastery is a spiral that leads you deeper into the heart of your own being with every turn. You have learned the tools of the clinician and the wisdom of the priest, and you have merged them into a single, potent path of liberation. You are ready for the final synthesis, the ultimate integration of the scientist and the mystic within. The check-in protocol, the maintenance of the state, and the equanimity of the marketplace are the final seals on your internal architecture. You have built a temple that can withstand the storms of the world and a mind that can navigate the complexities of the human condition with ease. You are no longer a fragment of the collective, but a conscious and sovereign individual who has claimed their own space in the cosmos. Your life is the living expression of the great work, a masterpiece of intentional living and profound emotional peace. The marketplace is waiting, and you are ready to walk through it with the heart of a master and the mind of a king. Every step you take in the marketplace is a declaration of your own sovereignty, a movement of grace in a world of reactivity. You see the beauty in the chaos and the order in the noise, recognizing that everything is moving according to its own divine logic. You are the one who provides the stability, the one who brings the light, and the one who remains unmoved. Your mastery is a gift to the world, a beacon of hope for those who are still lost in the shadows of their own minds. You are the master of the state, and the journey continues in the silence of your own unshakable center. The ultimate realization of the alchemist is that the laboratory was never a room in a house or a sanctuary in a temple, but the very field of your own awareness. To live as a synthesis of the scientist, and the priest is to move through the world with a mind that is as sharp as a scalpel and a heart that is as vast as the cosmos. You are no longer divided between the cold logic of survival and the warm yearning for the divine, for you have discovered that they are the same energy viewed through different lenses. This is the moment where the training wheels of specific techniques fall away, and you begin to ride the momentum of your own integrated sovereignty. Every breath becomes a ritual of realignment, and every thought becomes a contribution to the grand architecture of your internal peace. The scientist within you continues to monitor the data of your life with a clinical and dispassionate eye, recognizing the patterns of neurobiology as they arise in real time. You see the spike in cortisol not as a personal failure or a spiritual crisis, but as a biological event that requires a specific physiological response. You utilize the tools of cognitive behavioral therapy to audit your internal monologue, ensuring that no rogue scripts are allowed to run unchallenged in the background of your mind. This is the structural integrity of the master, the refusal to be deceived by the phantoms of ancient survival mechanisms. You treat your own psychology with the respect of an engineer tending to a high-performance engine, knowing that clarity is the prerequisite for all higher work. Simultaneously, the priest or priestess within you recognizes that this biological engine is housed within a temple of infinite significance. You do not just manage symptoms. You sanctify your experiences by viewing them through the lens of eternal growth and spiritual initiation. When you face a challenge, you do not ask why it is happening to you, but what it is asking of you in the context of your soul's evolution. You use the power of the word and the technology of ritual to anchor your highest intentions in the physical world, turning the mundane details of your life into a continuous ceremony of self-refinement. This is the soulful depth that turns a psychological exercise into a lived reality of profound meaning and purpose. Absolute emotional mastery in daily life looks like the ability to remain at the center of the storm, perfectly still while the world revolves in its chaotic dance. When you are faced with the inevitable frictions of human existence, you do not react from the old programs of fear, shame, or aggression. Instead, you pause in the sacred gap between stimulus and response, choosing a movement that is aligned with your sovereign will. You feel the full spectrum of human emotion, the heights of joy and the depths of sorrow, without ever losing sight of the space in which they occur. You are the sky, and the emotions are merely weather patterns that move across your vast and unchanging expanse. Imagine walking through a crowded city street, surrounded by the noise, the urgency, and the collective anxieties of the masses. In the past, this environment might have triggered a subtle state of defense, a tightening of the chest, and a narrowing of the perception. Now, you move through the throng as a non-anxious presence, your internal sanctuary projecting a field of stability that influences everyone you encounter. You are aware of the tension in others, yet you do not absorb it, for your own frequency is set by the internal laws of your own kingdom. You are a source of cooling energy in a fevered world, a living demonstration of what it means to be truly free. This mastery extends into your most intimate relationships, where the old mirrors of projection and blame have been replaced by the clarity of divine reflection. You no longer look to others to validate your worth or to fill the hollow spaces of your own unintegrated shadows. Because you have fed your own demons and integrated your own darkness, you can face the shadows of others with a quality of wisdom and compassion that is unshakable. You set boundaries not as an act of war, but as an act of love, ensuring that your internal temple remains a place of truth and light. Your connections are no longer based on mutual lack, but on the shared abundance of two sovereign beings walking their own paths. In your professional life, the alchemist's touch transforms the lead of stress and competition into the gold of purposeful action and creative flow. You do not work to outrun your fears or to appease your critics, but to express the unique dharma that only you can fulfill. Every task is performed with the spirit of a karma yogi, focused entirely on the excellence of the act rather than the attachment to the outcome. This detachment provides you with a level of efficiency and insight that is impossible for the reactive mind to achieve. You are the architect of your own success, building a career that is a perfect reflection of your internal values and your sovereign will. The vision of absolute emotional mastery is not a life without problems, but a life where problems are welcomed as the raw material for the next stage of your evolution. You have stopped fighting reality and started flowing with it, utilizing the power of radical acceptance to turn every obstacle into a stepping stone. When a crisis occurs, you do not shatter, for your foundations are built on the solid ground of your own integrated awareness. You respond with the precision of the scientist and the grace of the mystic, navigating the complexities of the situation with a heart that is open and a mind that is clear. You are the master of your own destiny, and the world is your laboratory. This lifelong journey is what the ancients called the great work, the continuous process of refining the lead of the human condition into the gold of the divine self. It is not a destination you reach, but a way of being that you inhabit with every conscious choice and every rhythmic breath. The work is arduous and demanding, requiring a level of honesty and courage that few possess, but the reward is the realization of your own infinite potential. You are a participant in the cosmic drama of transformation, a conscious co-creator of a reality that is no longer defined by suffering, but by sovereignty. The bridge has been built, the path is clear, and the master has taken the first step into the light. As you move forward, remember that the tools you have forged are now a permanent part of your being, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. You carry the astral sanctuary within you, a fixed point of peace that no external force can penetrate. You speak the creative word, issuing the decrees that govern your internal kingdom and shape your external world. You perform the daily rituals of realignment, ensuring that your hardware and your software are always in a state of perfect harmony. You are the alchemist of the mind, the one who has turned the chaos of the old self into the order of the sovereign master. The commitment to this work is a commitment to the evolution of the whole, for a single person who has achieved emotional mastery becomes a catalyst for the awakening of all. Your internal peace is a gift to the collective, a demonstration of the possibility of a life lived in alignment with the truth of the infinite. You do not need to preach or to fix, for your very presence is an initiation that invites others to reclaim their own power. You are a thread in the loom of the universe, and the quality of your being determines the beauty of the entire fabric. Walk with the dignity of a king and the humility of a servant, for you are both. The synthesis of ancient mysticism and cognitive behavioral therapy is the ultimate technology for human flourishing in the modern age. It provides us with the maps and the compasses we need to navigate the complexities of the human psyche and the challenges of the world. We are no longer lost in the shadows of our own minds, but are the masters of the light that illuminates them. The gold is pure, the heart is steady, and the journey is glorious. You have claimed your birthright as a sovereign being, and the infinite is yours to explore. The final stage of the alchemy is the realization that there is no separation between the practice and the life, between the laboratory and the world. Every moment is the practice, and every breath is the laboratory. You have achieved a state of internal congruence where your thoughts, your words, and your actions are a single, seamless expression of your true nature. You are no longer trying to be a master, you are mastery in motion. The lead has been transmuted, the gold has been refined, and the great work is being fulfilled in the silence of your own unshakable center. Continue this lifelong pursuit of self-transmutation by refining your awareness and deepening your commitment to the sovereign path every single day. The tools of the clinician and the wisdom of the priest are yours to command as you navigate the eternal spiral of your own evolution. Reclaim your seat as the architect of your internal world and the master of your emotional destiny by engaging in the constant work of self-refinement. Your journey toward absolute emotional mastery is the most important work you will ever do, and the universe is waiting for the brilliance of your true self to shine through. To stay aligned with this necessary transformation and to join our collective pursuit of the elevated within, subscribe now and commit to the great work.